Napay mo abot? Naka-reserve ni nila ang mga chairs. Anyway, you have your copies already. I don't know what's going on with my laptop. Na technical problem. Kaya ba sinikapoy na ni siya sa akong ginapaubra niya. Yeah. Sir, okay ka lang da? Saba ka ni Daddy. Sige na sir, transfer the O. O kung gusto ni mo, diri ka o. Batchmates mo tanan. Dili po. Sige, you will be the first batch to take this left na crafted according to the new curriculum. Kaya di ba kamoy kuan, K-12 graduates? So the pressure is on you. Pero let's embrace the pressure, okay? Lain pag kayo, walay challenge, di ba? So at least na I challenge. By being here, it only means one thing. You are ready to face the challenge. Game face on. Di pala ang tawag ako sa game face on, B. Mom, can you just hear me at the back? Laura? Okay na? We're going to have today readings in Philippine history. And as you mentioned, you had Miss Jackie. She's also my cooperating teacher when I had my internship at Sagay City National High School back in 2015. So you don't have to count my age, how old I am now. Anyway, so much about that. I believe that Miss Jackie was able to deliver instruction for this subject. I think she's the best. She's one of the best in this field. And it won't be difficult for me to let you understand things, particularly on this subject, because you just came from an expert. So for sure, you were able to tackle and cover all the things you have to know about Philippine history, okay, or readings in Philippine history. Before, I think everybody knew that back in elementary, we only have it as Philippine history, not necessarily readings in Philippine history. The word there, readings attached to Philippine history, makes this course, this subject, different to the subject we were used to when we were in elementary and in high school. Okay. But I think during your time under K-12, it was not, Philippine history was no longer offered in junior high school. Diba? Naano na siya sa elementary lang, incorporated in araling panlipunan subjects. I think your grade 7, it's Asian Studies already, diba? During our time, Philippine history, we took Philippine history when we were in first year high school or equivalent to grade 7. But during your time, you've taken up Philippine history when you were in elementary. I think when you were in your grade 4 to grade 6. So na-divide into 3 parts ang Philippine history when you were in your elementary. Okay, so imagine how many years ago? Nag-graduate mo grade 6? 11? But at least you had your refresher, and that's why you have readings in Philippine history when you were in college. Okay. So readings in Philippine history is actually a new approach. How we should study Philippine history. For the longest time ever, our teachers taught us Philippine history in rote learning, di ba? Memorization. We're simply talking about who, what, when, di ba? That's why most Filipino learners hate Philippine history or the study of history because the way we were taught about these subjects were very traditional. Diba? Nakafocus na gid siya sa when, what, where, and who are the characters. Okay? But not necessarily engaging us into the significance of these events, of these characters in the past, okay? As well as the dates. Diba? When did Lapu-Lapu kill Magellan? That's a basic question ba na? Ano napatay si Lapu-Lapu, si Magellan? Wala pa tagani na gano'n nga. Ang balyo. Okay, so kita ka makikis Jackie ha. Nalipat na. I will just have to take off my mask ha para at least ma-blessed man ka mo sa akong duty. So, March, according value, ano na kamo sa RRTH. March 16, 1521. Are you sure? April 27, 1521. Ang March 16, yeah, that's the night when Magellan arrived in Comonmon Islands, di ba? Wala pa sa kanin nagsugod ha. Sige. Later on, we're going to talk about this in details because there are actually issues and even these dates are questionable. Okay. Even the fact nga Lapu-Lapu killed Magellan is technically wrong, di ba? We'll talk about more of that later. Hindi gid siya ma-share sa screen. I don't know what's going on with my laptop. Okay. Let's go back first as to how we define history. Amo gini dayon balang ginakulbaan ninyo no sa mga definition na tapos ginatulong ka sa inyong mga teacher kita ikaw kami na pamakuha. How do we define history? For all we know, history is the study of the past, di ba? Chronological events in the past. Why do we have to study in chronological order? It could be history if we are not going to start from the beginning or from when time, since time immemorial, di ba? The first time we knew about the world where we exist, where we live in. So it must start from the past. It would be history if we're going to start with the future, diba? Or the present. Because whatever will happen today will go down in history, will become history tomorrow, diba? And you should thank yourself for coming here today because you have chosen to come here. And later on, as soon as the results will be out after you take the lessons, and this will be in your memory, di ba? Good thing, i-spread ako sa niya ko sa niya sa review on what is it? December 21st, 2000. So this will go down in memory, in history. Maybe you can learn something. Who knows, di ba? Ako din po sa PRC to crack the licensure examination this coming March, but who knows? Hindi ko ako sure ng mga kamansan. I think social science majors. Wala. Wala din social science majors. I think it's early childhood education. We call it. How about the rest? Did they let? Good luck sa mga tiyan. How many fields? Yung 30? 12? my two teacher who is an IT professional took the last time. After he took the left, he was asking us kung ano daw po na ang measure sa standard measure for the hollow blocks. That we don't know, di ba? Mao rin mga nagawa. Asa daw ko noon, kung sa daw ko may una dito doon, ang kamatis, ang okra, or ang palaya, good luck na lang. Wala ko ng theory. Wala theory sa theory. May theory sa theory. I'm still undecided when I entered PNU as to what major I should take. I was thinking first I will major in math. But when I saw my batchmates who are national champion in statistics, there's about math and challenge competition champion, I was thinking I will not try in math. Kaya nalarito mga national champion. I just love math, but I really don't know much about math. So, hindi ko dito mo-shine. Since pa-shine ko, may lang, wala home economics. But I was already thinking ko, may home economics, I will take home economics. Good thing wala home economics. Eh, what na, bakit na hemorrhage na kung ALB. Anyway, again, history is the study of the past. Why do we have to study the past? It's in the past na dati, di ba? Sakit man, di ba? But we always go back to our past, di ba? Itinay mga ex, di ba? Doktora ba? But certainly, we have to be grateful, di ba? We have to be grateful for all. Naigo ka. You have to be grateful of all the people who, who became part of your life, of your past. They certainly have taught us a lot of lessons. Diba? That just like those characters in our Philippine history, we want to be the Filipinos, we want to be who we are today without those ancestors, without our forefathers who fought for our freedom, diba? And whatever we are enjoying right now. But you want to be who you are today, if not because of Gabriela sila. You might be thinking, paano hindi magkatabuay, anong connect ni Gabriela sila sa kabuki? Si Gabriela sila niya, Ilocano, di ba? Who knows, di ba? If you are going to research, di ba? If you are going to trace your roots, all these characters in Philippine history has shaped your identity. Yeah. You won't have that kind of view about life, about the world, about who you are, if not because of these people. Kung wala siguro na suwat ni Jose Rizal ang knowledge culture, na hindi ko na ba sabi na pronounced Tangere. It should be pronounced Tangere. It's actually German, so it should be Tangere, not Tangere. Plus fun and sensationalized at this time because we have this knowledge culture adaptation, diba? Novel adaptation in 3 7, Maria Clara, diba? And people were talking a lot about this series. And now you mentioned, have you watched it? Diba, nakarelate na kamo sa characters ng knowledge culture. Unlike when you were just reading it, diba, back in high school, diba, knowledge culture in Filipino, you really can't relate to the characters. But now that it's immortalized in personified in the characters in that Shaylee Saban series, Maria Clara, diba? Sir, Ali pa di Sir Ron, sir. I-bless na ni Father. Ang imo bag, sir. Good life relate if it's not your interest, di ba? But hopefully, you watch ang JP7 adaptation of knowledge actually because you really can relate and you really can learn. When I took the lead in 2016, before I took the left, it was actually my birthday. And so I took a rest. I don't want to read na para at least fresh na ako ulo pagkabuwas. It was a Saturday. Hindi ba Sunday ang pero daw not a good decision. Okay. Nagnangako pagbuwas. Hindi ko na nabasa. Pero there's actually an item there which I'm very grateful na I watched news the day before I took the left because an item actually came out about that news. Sa ano ba lang Philippines, first satellite of the Philippines. Are you familiar? Diwata. Okay. So, nagwa na siya. And I really don't know about it. Pero, di ba? And 3 times siya gipagwa. Na siya sa GenEd, na siya sa ProofEd, na ako siya sa Majory. So, at least naka 3 points dito. Assure dito na correct ako sa past pa. The rest of my classmates didn't know about it. Okay? Because they were not watching the news, di ba? I think I was just so lucky I had that opportunity to watch the news the day before I took the left. Maybe that item was really meant for me, di ba? Na makuha ko sa sakto because nagdandaw ko sa news. So it pays to watch news, it pays to watch the series. I guarantee you you will get to understand better knowledge eventually if you watch Maria Clara, di ba? I'm not paid by promoting this series of G7. Pero I can really guarantee and I highly recommend you watch Maria Clara, diba? Again, we need to study history for us to appreciate our identity. You know, diba, there's this saying I think it was by Aristotle, diba? An unexamined life is worth nothing. Have you tried to talk to yourself and ask, who are you? And what makes you a Filipino? Are you proud being Filipinos? Yes. In what way? You love. It's very easy to say, di ba? It's very easy to say, I've been there, done that, di ba? Very easy to say that, yes, I am proud of being Filipino, but what makes you proud of being Filipino? Huh? What about your culture that you're proud of? Give one thing about our culture. Give one here. No, recitation there. Wearing of barong of national costume. Unlike sa Korea, di ba, every location, they really wear this, that they will have the chance to wear a national costume, hanbok, di ba? Pero di sa ato, kung ano sa naman i-require, di ba? Magkamatay pagaling buwan ng wika, di ba? And we are wearing it very long. Hindi tayo nagkuha rin basta buwan ng wika, malo ra pag naupuan, efforts sa black, di ba? But that is cultural appropriation. That's a wrong interpretation of culture. If you really know the culture, then don't wear that art with sarong. Diba? Kisa ka ng mga tie-dye pa ang mga sarong, di ba? Kaya walay nakagilang na mano. Very raw ka kayo na siya. Nagbaha pero nag-cycling. Asa kakakita ito daw, siguro na nag-cycling. Diba? Are you still proud of being Filipino? Kung makita ka ng lubot, diba? Or what else? So what makes you proud of being Filipino? Your color? Are you proud of your skin color? Yes. Wait, nagsilta ka man. I have a friend in America, and when she went to the Philippines, I toured around sa mall, sa SM. He told me, this is the only country I went to who would really die for a clearer complexion, for a fair complexion. Kaya ang iya na nakitaan sa mga istante sa malls, puro mga pang sa puti. Sila kuya, ang nasa sila, puro pang katan, di ba? And they could die for our skin color. Pero Pitaya, we hate it so much. Contrary to what we are telling ourselves when we are proud of our skin. Ito naman siya, colonial mentality, di ba? Brought about by the Spaniards, by the Americans. O na siya ang kuan, ang ginatawag na white man's burden. Diba? Influence, impact of white man's burden. After this time, we are still in the police on. Mama, pag-usapin ka. As a discipline, according to Merriam-Webster, history is a chronological record of significant events. Okay? Why significant? Muna, na ayaw na pag-include sa history sa imong kabuhi ang imong ex, if it's not significant. Yeah. Kung wala man siya gihihatan ni mong eleksyon, kalimti na, move on na. Often including an explanation of their causes. And as used by the Greek philosopher Aristotle ha, hindi Aristotle, hindi na siya pareho sa noodles, Lysiels. History then is systematic account of a set of natural phenomena, whether or not chronological factoring was a factor in the account. Before, during the time of Aristotle, but we have actually Herodotus as the father of history, basically, Herodotus. Why he is considered as father of history? Because he's actually a pioneer of putting into record in an account of what took place and when that event takes place. So that makes him a pioneer in history, in historical studies, and that he's considered as father of history. And then it's actually in the notes. And then we have Cicero, who called Herodotus as father of history. Also, the record ni Herodotus. He lived during that time when there was actually civil war among Greek city-states. What are Greek city-states, Danny? We have Sparta, Athens, Peloponnesos, Cartagena, dagat sila, di ba? There are actually, I think, 27, as far as I can remember, 27 Greek city-states. Under the Peloponnesian League, wala pa ang Bulgarian League. So, daghan siya. It's not only Athens and Sparta. Pero we only know so much with Athens and Sparta. Athens being the home of democracy, diba? And Sparta being the model of military education. Sparta, have you watched the movie 300? Naka-watch na ka mo? Like you missed 1/4 of your life. You watched the movie na sa 300. But it accounts, it narrates the story of King Leonidas and its 300 men. The Sparta is actually known for having the strongest military in the whole Greece. Wala yung makapirdi sa Sparta military. Both men and women, girls and boys are actually trained to become, how to use weapons and what din sa battlefield. Okay? Pero, ang naroon sa military, pero mga lalaki na yun. Pero, women are also taught. And they are actually an inspiration for many countries at present who are doing the same, engaging both men and women as part of their military reserve. One is Israel. And then we have historiography, the study of, or the history of history. Okay? It's how we study, it's an approach also, how we should study history. Okay. Later on, I will also discuss briefly about this emerging approach or movement in the study of Philippine history. Most of the history that we know, before we go to Philippine history, you can take out European history when you study Philippine history, di ba? Because when we talk about the dawn of Philippine history, Philippines wouldn't be known if not because of the European voyagers, navigators, di ba? Wala na nabutang sa mapa. I think it would have been a definite path to the Philippines. And I think we won't be called Philippines kung lahi ang naka-aring diri sa Atua. Diba? So everything is a reason na si Hernando Magellan, or what popularly known to us in the country, in the Philippines as Ferdinand Magellan. But his real name actually is Hernando because he's a Portuguese. So, base na ay mga mo gawa sa inyong haba, sa inyong left na Hernando instead of Ferdinand Magellan. Si Ferdinand Magellan, di ako na ginagin nato. Hernando. I think wala po ang Philippines. If not because of Reina Isabela, I forgot the king. There was no Spain before, di ba? There are two kingdoms wherein their king and queen lived, and that's why we have Spain. Kung wala siguro nila nagpakasal ang duwa, wala Spain, wala sad, o makolonize ang duwa, di ba? It would have been a different story. The course of our history would have been totally different. Diba? If not because of these things. If these things didn't happen in the past. Pero nandun na tayo at nandito na tayo. Diba? So wala na sa matimo kay mama na. Diba? Or you usually hear it from your parents. Diba? Wala tayo na yun. May tapos na. Our parents are also great historians. Makasala ka ron, hindi mong sala sa pagbibigan, balikon ka na. Diba? Great historians. What's the relevance or importance of history? So looking at the past teaches us to see the world through different eyes and appreciate the diversity of human perceptions, beliefs, and cultures. Our history, o yung kasaysayan natin, possesses our culture, our identity, our diversity, and our perspectives. It unites the nation. by knowing that we came from one, we share commonalities, we share common denominators. Okay, that is something, that's actually a factor that would unite us. Um, Before, do you know that we have Negros Republic? My Negros Republic, actually established in 1888, I think 1888 or 1886, Negros Republic. There was no Visayas. There was the concept of Visayas before. Di ba? Even ang Saplagani and three stars, that doesn't represent Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. But Luzon, Panay, and Mindanao. So there was the concept of Visayas. Only later on, when we found out, or our forefathers found out na, we share commonalities. We share one history. We share one culture. Okay. So that was the start of the conceptualization of a nationhood. So later on, we have the Philippines. It makes sense of the present. We won't understand what is happening today if we will not go back to the past. Diba? Ganun nakakadali ron. Kung sa day kagahapon, ganun nakakadali. Kung sa day kabo kagahapon na lang, ganun nakakadali. You won't be who you are today o wala pang yung experience kahapon. Where were you yesterday, sir? Diba? But you are no longer the same person that you used to be, diba? When what you have learned yesterday, wala kang learned yesterday. Diba, for sure, you are a new you today. You are a different person today than you were yesterday. Diba? Maybe yesterday you don't know about these things, or last day. But with your discussion yesterday, with your review yesterday, you get all these things. Na ay nadugang, na ay napag. Itubo ang imong buhok mga 1 millimeter. Diba? So you have to celebrate your new you every day. That's something that we always forget. Diba? Matulog na dahil tayo ni kagabi without thinking, without being grateful na, diba? For having all these things. Ay, nabago. Na nahulog sa imong aminito. Diba? Kulang na ang imong aminito. But for sure, the next days to come, na ay bago ang mamutubo. Diba? Alam mo yan, It inspires people to teach their good practices to move forward for a brighter future. It doesn't necessarily mean what happened in the past, we just have to let go of it and move on, move forward. We need to make use of those things in order for us to move forward. To know what will be our next step, and how are we going to do our next steps. Our history helps us understand people and societies. Although you are here in Qualex, you share that goal to pass the lead, but you came from different walks of life, You came from different socioeconomic statuses, right? You came from different family backgrounds. You came from, although you are in the first, certainly you came from different barangays, You came from different upbringings, Dahil ang iyang pamilya sa iyang pamilya, Lahi mo of religion, But yet, you still get to understand each other, knowing that you also share the same history, the same culture. You came from this race who have fought colonialism and imperialism for almost 500 years. You're actually a product of a long-standing battle for 500 years. And yet here you are standing free. Diba? We are now free men. History helps us understand change and how the society we live in came to be. You know the history of your barangay? Very proud. What's the history? How your barangay was known to be Barangay Bulatan? Yan, itawag sa Bulatan.
Sambut ang bulan. Saya ang tawag sa bulan. Dito lang ikuha ang mga tapos dahil sa overang bulan na sa river, ang bulan ng river,
What's the way? Yan, what's the way history sa Bulatan? Because sir, where are you now? Imugaan, bye-bye.
Gawin na ako ng history sa Manila, sa mga tumutunog ka paglabas sa Tinala ko ang imuga. Yes, sir.
But I think the Imugaan River is actually one of the biggest rivers in the Negros. Diba? Actually, it spans from Minapaso, diba? You know, Ilco? Ano ka na yung Ilco? Yeah. Basta kayo, it's a lumber company by the Americans. That's why, sa una, 83% of the forest, when the Americans came into the Philippines, the forest of Negros was at 83% something. And then when they left the country, forest here in Negros was at 18%. So imagine the ang impact sa ilang presence here in the country. Okay, that's because of ELCO. That's why we have Colonel Griffin National High School in Minapaso. And I think the elementary school is also named after an American general. Yeah, diba? So, and you can also see some the American structure ng mga houses in Minapaso. I just know it. Pa yung mga ingana doon. Because I have this subject also sa UNESCO, and I have some students in Minapaso. And we have this activity where they take selfie with colonial structure. So, wala na daw sa mga American houses sa Minapaso. So from Minapaso, idagdag ko nila ang mga logs, ang mga kahoy. So maanod na siya hasta sa Imugaan, sa baybay. Kaya dito sa Imugaan, sa dagat, sa buwaan, ang mga barcos, ang mga American ships waiting for these logs and transfer these logs to America. Hanap siya ang natabos. Diba? Naaganit ko ang Imugaan River Cruise? Yes, that's right. Public trial. Imugaan River. Have you tried? Have you experienced? You have to experience these things. You have to immerse your things with your own culture. Amo na siya na pangako sa inyo, are you proud to be Filipino? That's something that you can be proud of. Even your language, you are not proud of your language. When you go to Manila, mag-Tagalog ka po dahil, di ba? Pag-uli, isang pala sa Manila, pag-uli, ay, Tagalog na. Nagdala lang sa kalata ng history, Tagalog na. Di ba? Binigay mo nga yung isa language na tayo.
Betul Manila sa mga site ng budget.
Galing, ano ka mo adjust? You can speak Tagalog and Bisaya at the same time, di ba? Imagine your advantage, di ba? You can use it to your own leverage, di ba? Knowing that person from Manila could not speak your language. And yet, here you are, di ba? You can speak both. And of course, di ba? Kuan pa mo. Mga tawa, paano mo nalaman na ako ay isang Ilonggo? Be proud of your accent, di ba? Paano mo nalaman na ako isang Ilonggo? Dahil ba sa aking panananin? Dahil ba sa aking ay, hindi halata. When you hear the late Miriam Baptista or Santiago, di ba? You speak in Tagalog or in Filipino, yet with the accent of Ilocano or Ilonggo. Kalaglawan ba? Di ba? Hindi tagig naman ang baranggahat daw. Hindi tagig na lang ang kapaminsan. And that's when we go there. Although, hindi naman ginagawa that we feel inferior, di ba? Sa mga taga-minsan. So, hindi ko ba ang kaya ko na natin. Diba? Kita diba niya, naaon ka rin ka kay tati. Makain na Bilis sila makulbaan. I remember when I first had my job interview after I graduated. There was this eagerness in me na I really wanted to, pay back, pay back time. And feeling ko palamunin ka ng BPS sa balay. Do you feel the same after your graduation? Diba? There's no reason now for you to just stay at home now that you have your diploma already. Diba? So you have to do something to help your family. Although your family is really not asking you to help, diba? The needs of your family, to provide the needs of your family. Pero something na nasa hakuan mo, doon ako kuya nga pala munin na kuya sa balat. And so I looked for a job. I applied in one of the prestigious schools in Bacolod. And during my interview, wala pa dito sa ako nag-sink in niya ma-work ko. I have this offer na to undergo extensive review. I sa PNU, if you will be part of the top 3 graduates, you will be given this extensive review training sa Manila. I-review lang ito mo for to top the left. Pero sa ako niya, I don't want na ma-deprive ko man akong self na to give back sa akong family, especially to my sister. Okay, at that time also, my sister is about to get married. So, graduate na siya sa pag-provide sa akong needs. Diba? Now it's my turn to provide for my own needs. When I applied, the question was, okay, but there are actually, it was a panel interview. I think there were 5 of us na being interviewed simultaneously. So, the first one, I think I was 4th sa among na mga interviews. Pero doon niya, mas mabatihan din naman niya ang mga pagmakos. So the first applicant was asked, okay, tell me about yourself. So I was thinking, okay, tell me about yourself. I was already trying to compose, what would be the answer. I'm actually preparing. If I will be asked with that question, this is how I'm going to attack that question. The second one was asked, what are your weaknesses and strengths? So again, I was also trying to compose my answers with that question. The third one, I forgot about it. This question, the question he was asked. But when it's my turn, so I was when the third one was asked with a different question again, I was already thinking that it might be that I will be asked with a different question. Diba, kinailangan sila question. So nataranta ko as thinking, that was so good na, oh my God, I was checking actually. When it was my turn, I was asked, why did you apply? Fundamental blank dito niya, kasi as in, I can't think of any reason why I applied here in the first place. You know what I said? What I answered? Because you are tiring. Walang ikiya sa akin na masaba. Wala na. Nahambal ko na. So, there's no time for me to So, it's my response to the question. Good thing, the interviewer take it very lightly, and he just laughed it out. Yeah, we're very. That's why we're here, because we are hiring. Di ba? Kung ma-apply dito, wala kang mag-hire. Pero still, wala akong gapon sa mapinsahan niya sa bat. May naglabay na t-shirt na one big green family. You know, the school already. Actually, dito po natin na tayo, actually, I wanted to be part of that one big green family. May mga ideas of That's why you have to be ready, because these questions are generic. When you get to that head, or when you get to apply any other school, you will be asked, diba, why you want to teach? Alam mo, nagsabat naman because you're high rate. Or isabat niya because I applied for a teaching job. Diba? Given na siya, you want to teach, but more than that. Ano ba hindi ang rason niyo gusto niyo mag-teach? Para maka-earthy. When I also finished, only after that interview, I get to realize na I think I am really meant for this job because I could not imagine myself doing other things other than teaching. I think this is what I can do best. So that's why I wanted to teach. Diba? More than the salary I could earn, diba? More than the opportunities or the benefits I could earn, diba? I could acquire. This is the only way where I could achieve self-actualization. Are you familiar with self-actualization? Ito na siya gani. The Abraham Maslow. Ano na siya? Hierarchy of needs. Let's now proceed to historical sources. For history to be recorded, that's why we have this term prehistoric. Prehistoric. Now prehistoric. No written records. Diba? Jurassic dinosaurs. Diba? Have you watched the movie Lucy? Ang babaeng naging USB?
Yes.
Have you watched it? Gods, the stage for gods. Diba? And actually niya 100% capacity sa kanyang brain. Because normal humans could only use 10%. We only use 10% of our brain. But the character in that movie Lucy was able to maximize the potential of her brain. Okay, she achieved 100% of it. Ang na siya So, prehistoric because there was no written records, but we still have sources. Ano yung mga sources natin? Ha? Fossils, di ba? Mga artifacts. Mga banga, di ba? How about historical? There are already written records, okay? So, these written records were able to survive the test of time. How do we get to know about Egyptian income or Egyptian civilization? Ano siya galing? Ang nilang system of writing. Hieroglyphics, diba? Or it's more of a pictograph because they're using pictures as their system of writing, diba? Ano siya galing ang discover? Up to this time, expert scholars could not decipher, could not understand, could not translate what was written, but it was the first written record discovered about Egyptian civilization. How about in the Philippines? Ano ang kadiri sa aton? Oldest written record so far. What's the LCI? Laguna Copper Plate Inscription. It's way older. I think 10 years, 10,000 years older than 10,000 dollars. Ay, mas older than ang tawag caveman. Baka 10,000 older, years older ang tawag caveman. When this LCI was believed to have been written or crafted. Laguna Copper Plate Inscription. In the study of history, historians give interpretation of the past by investigating historical sources. No interpretations, however, shall be exempted unless it is supported by evidence from the examined sources. Historical sources may refer to everything or not that may tell something about the past. These sources are generally classified into primary and secondary sources. Let's have the primary sources. When we talk about primary sources, we're talking about the authenticity of the source. Okay. For example, this is a letter written in 1565. Sino kanyang nabot in 1565? Sa Philippines? 1565. Miguel Lopez de Legazpi, the first Governor General, Spanish Governor General. Suppose this letter was written in 1565. Being a primary source, we are going to look at the authenticity. Whether the letter was indeed written during that time, 1565. Okay? That's how we test the authenticity of this source, being a primary source. When we talk about primary source, it must be produced during the time it was recorded. Nakuha? An example, a picture. Dapat, ang picture, ikuha siya during when the time or the Battle of Mactan happened. Okay? So that will make it a primary source. But if not, it's not primary source. Nakuha? Again, we're talking about authenticity. And the time it must be produced was during the time na the event happened. Then we have, okay, so primary sources and materials produced by people or groups directly involved in the event or topic being studied. There are those sources which come directly from the past, giving first-hand information and produced at the same time as event, period, or subject being studied. If they are originally referenced of a certain event by people who have actually experienced or witnessed it, and these may include original works such as letters, legislations, newspaper, articles, diaries, interviews, government documents, reports, photographs, literature, and other creative outputs. Ang istoryahan sa inyong mga marites na tupad balay, it will not become primary sources, not unless, bisan mo yun kasi na-adjust ko dito pagkatabo. Dili siya matawag na primary sources unless siya mismo, si Marites, ginsuwat niya, di-journal niya. Pero kung si Marites A, si Marites B, example, si Marites A ang nakasaksi mismo, okay, sa malayo na kung ipalot ang pag-busong niya. Baka naman bilang tao niya pagbata ni Negra sa Sirena. Siya mismo ang patera, nagpabata kay Negra. Tapos ano niya na ang bata at Sirena. Tapos, what ginsubid niya kay Marites B. Si Marites B ang nagsulat ng journal. Yung journal ni Marites B ang ginarate sa iya ani ang Marites A. Atong journal, may isuwat ni Marites B out of the narration from Marites A, who is also a first-hand witness of what happened. Primary or secondary? Primary or secondary? Ang gisuwat ni Marites B, secondary. Okay. Pero kung si Marites A ang nagsuwat, primary. Diba? Kaya siya mismo ang naka-witness sa pangkakuha. They are those so you have their examples, letters, legislations, newspaper, articles, diaries, interviews, government documents, interviews, basta recorded siya. Reports, photographs, literature, and other creative outlets. Secondary sources defined as the testimony of anyone who not an eyewitness, that is one who was not present in the event of which he tells. These are books, articles, and scholarly journals that have interpreted primary sources or have used them to discuss certain subjects of history. They are those sources produced by an author who uses primary sources to produce the material. In other words, these are historical sources which study a certain historical subject and evidence comes from a later date. They are written after the event. But what if what si Marites katuluyang nasaksihan, di ba? Nagisuwat niya, i-journal niya. And then si Marites B, she's actually a script writer. Okay. Oh, JE7. JE na lang, wala na may binas. So, katong gisuwat ni Marites B out of the journal, out of the narration, is what good ni Marites A. Secondary or primary? Secondary siya. Okay, based siya sa primary source. Okay? Secondary source is usually based on primary source. They are records based on primary sources, and they explain certain events in the past through evaluation and interpretation of the records created during historical periods. These may include researches, textbooks, journals, commentaries, biographies, and criticism or reviews of literary and creative works. Sample of this. We used to hear this a lot, oftentimes, from especially sa mga kaluluhan, kaludahan. Have you heard of this for academic purposes? Punyeta. Diba? You've heard it a lot. Hindi na nabigyan na ng balang punyeta. Wala pa mo. Naroon pala. Diba, but we use the hear this a lot. Did you know that punyeta is actually not a first word? Okay? It has a different meaning.
One time, there was this Filipino, hindi ko siya pinoprograhan. There's this Filipino or Indio, di kasuhan sa iyang mga Espanyol. So they were at the veranda. And then there's this passerby, another Indio, another Filipino, passes by the veranda of the house of that Spaniard na nakahakit sa iyang tao tinawag. And he heard of the word punyeta. So, from that time forward, na-use na mga tao na kung atigan dahil kung maangatig ka sa tao, pwede nyo pumunipon ng punyeta or word. Without knowing it, it has a totally different meaning. It's just part of kaya kung tanawag siya ng punyeta, it's only part of the phrase was that punyeta. Although, yes, it's a first, pero it-complete siya ang atuang. And found that ang definition of the word punyeta in Filipino use, di ba? In Filipino purpose. So, unsa na siya? Primary, ang paggamit atong nabakian ko sa katong tao ang punyeta, pero bisan sa'yo ang iyang pag-inchilde, now that it is widely used, unsa na siya? Primary or secondary? Secondary. Maulo ko yung siya secondary kaysa na iya pag-inchilde. Wrong definition attached to the word. Do you want there to know what it means? It means, base punyeta means go and masturbate. So the next time around, your lolo will tell you punyeta, are you sure? Go and baka mo na sila first words that exist during that. Very dominant during that. Okay, being able, why do we have to identify whether these sources are primary or secondary? Do we need to care whether it's primary or secondary? Yes, because history is founded on facts, not on persons. Diba? Bisan history siya, istorya, diba? O pagsasalaysay ng ating kasaysayan. It should come with a sense or saysay. Kaya nga, asay-saya, diba? Dapat lagyan natin ng saysay ng ating kasaysayan o pagsasalaysay ng ating kasaysayan. It should not be baseless, okay, or unfounded. It must be based on facts. That's why, under reading Philippine history, we have to include issues in Philippine history. In that way, we would be able to correct, diba, things na unfounded, diba, or no longer meaningful or sensible in our time. Later on, I'll give you an example. With that, hindi na ako di pamangkot, when did Magellan arrive in, when did Lapu-Lapu killed Magellan? And then you responded March 16, 15, 21. Okay? And that's actually the date when Magellan, according to the Chronicles of Pigafetta. Are you familiar with Antonio Pigafetta?
Yes.
He's the chronicler of the expedition of Magellan. Being able to identify primary sources from secondary sources is the first step of historical method. Historical method refers to the process of proving primary sources that will be used in writing history. This includes source criticism, which studies the external and internal validity of sources. So we have two types of historical criticism. One is external, the other one is internal. External, we're talking about the authenticity of the source, whether primary or secondary source. Authenticity. Example, when I give you that example a while ago, suppose this is a letter written in 1565. You have to check the quality of the paper. Is that paper, is this kind of paper exist during that time already, 1565? Yeah. That's something that we have to ask. What else? How about this cultural and historical conditions or circumstances during that time? Old English bang gamit, where is the language used in crafting the letter? Is the writing style that exists during that time? Okay, that's also something that we have to ask. In so far as authenticity of this letter from 1565 is concerned. Internal criticism. Now we're looking at the truthfulness of the content of the letter. If ang naadik nga sa letter, natabo ng Jude during that time in 1565, we have the following kinds of primary sources. We have published or unpublished documents. For published, these are intended for public distribution, such as newspapers, magazines, books, reports, government law documents, laws, court decisions, literary works, posters, maps, and advertisements. For unpublished, these are usually mga private correspondence. When we say private correspondence, mga letters, okay, na not necessarily nag-published siya. Personal letters. That's what we mean by private correspondence. Chat or text. Private, published or unpublished? Unpublished. It's not meant for public distribution. Diba? Then we have written or unwritten documents. Written may be found in libraries or archives, while unwritten documents may be stored in museums and galleries. And these may include oral traditions, oral histories, artworks, and artifacts. Traditions and histories are stories transferred through generations that tell us something about the past. Ang kanina ni-share ni Sir na history of Bulanon, di ba? Before, there was no written record. There was no record actually of or published material as to the history of Barangay Bulanon, di ba? But it was the written or the documented history of Bulanon, which is now in written form, is actually based on the oral, di ba, tradition. So we have here repositories of primary sources in the Philippines. One is the NHCP, or Pambansang Komisyong Pangkasayang Pilipinas, National Historical Commission of the Philippines, a government agency of the Philippines with its notion of promotion of Philippine history and cultural heritage through research, dissemination, conservation, science management, and heraldry works. What is the difference between culture and heritage? Culture is the overarching concept, diba? Under the umbrella of culture, we have heritage, values, diba? Norms, what else? When we speak of heritage, ito yung mga pamana. Local legacy, diba? or ang mga contributions of the past. We have tangible, removable. When we say tangible, removable, these are buildings or structures. Okay? Fixed siya in a definite place. Okay? Yung certain mechanic bring balay diretso to sila to sagad. Di ba? So that's an example of tangible, removable. We have tangible, movable. Ano yung tangible, movable? Something you can touch, but you can also move, di ba? Mga jars, di ba? Natural heritage. But now we're rising as the perfect example. And there is an error, it's a natural heritage. Panlaon. Panlaon. How about intangible heritage? Intangible heritage. Ito may bilang festival sa Manabos is an example of intangible heritage. Something that you can touch, what you can feel, you can experience. That's intangible. Then we also have the National Archives of the Philippines, established under Article 9470 for the goal to store, preserve, conserve, and make available to the public the records, papers, periodicals, books, or other archives. Then we have the National Museum of the Philippines. Please, if you have the chance to go to Manila, please go visit the National Museum before the big one will hit. Although we are not praying for the big one to come, we certainly don't know when that big one, I'm talking about the earthquake, the possible earthquake that will happen. And the National Museum are also on top of the faults, the tectonic faults. So better than if you have the chance to go to Manila, please do visit the National Museums. There are already three. One is for flora and fauna, where you can find the skeletal system of the skeleton of Nulong, the biggest, what do you call that? Crocodile or alligator? Crocodile. What's the difference between crocodile and alligator?
Biyaan ko to sa
You have to check that one out. Nagawa na siya. Ang difference sa alligator from crocodile. Basta, ano ko sinulong, ang skeleton nilulong. The another museum, National Museum for Arts, where you can find the Scolarium, the painting of Juan Luna. You visit the place, because nakakani siya. It's for free. Lagi nila siya, o mag-istorya kasi ng mga estudyante with the future, di ba? Class ang Scolarium class, mga siya kada ko, super big. As wide as this one, yung mas taas na siya. And you really can see kaya diba, hillcat na siya, divide na siya into several pieces, several parts, and Scolarium, ang painting. And it's too big when it was transported back to the Philippines. Not back, but transported to the Philippines. Because it was painted by Juan Luna was it in Paris? Yeah, I think in Paris. You can also find there anti-phoenix restriction Hidalgo, contemporary Juan Luna, Juan Luna won the gold medal, Felix restriction Hidalgo won silver. And then the other one, is where you can find, I was really amazed when I had an opportunity to see it for the first time, the Malunggong jar. Di ba, sa libro, we could see it very often, di ba, Malunggong jar. But when I see it in, not in flesh, hindi sa tao, very physical form, bigya, lagi ng bigyan. Nagkakabog mga banga ang nakita dito. Kahit tatlo kami siya, pero malakas mo lang siya. It's within the vicinity of the Meta Park. I will visit. Kailangan ito siya kung mag-share ka sa inyong mga estudyante in the future. You also visit Mactan Shrine. There you would see why Magellan lost in the battle. Because of, what's the reason ganit? Na nag-permit sila ni Magellan. To think nga kay Magellan troops are mas advanced illegal weapons and artillery, diba? Pero nga nag-permit pa sila sa bow and arrow. What's the reason? Yeah, all four advantage. You will see when you go to Mactan Shrine, madi siya. That's why dapat siya mag-group. Siguro, sila ni Magellan niya, I even asked the tour guide, was the soil, was it always like muddy siya place? And then, kami dito si Cebu na, ang recent yan, nakalabay ako sa Cebu Cordoba, sa bridge. Wala pa. Kaya makita-kita ko na siya, mali siya. So for sure, ang mga tao di ba nila Lapu-Lapu, dalaga lang, di ba? Sanay na sila sa Yang katulong ko pa ni Magellan, pag nauliya pagkalubog, oh my God! Kasi nag-tip pa po sila, kung hindi pagkaligo, wala kasabasa ng mga So that's why it's important that. So take a very advanced weapons ni Magellan kaysa sakay Lapu-Lapu. Next, we have museums man you visit. Ang sasabay ko ang museo sa Bata sa Negros. Have you been there? Yes. How about the Negros Museum? Visit kita ang mga museum. Kung maulat natin yung museum mo, Malayang Lenses. Have you been there? Wala pa kang Malayang Lenses? Sabi ko mo, ano pa ganyan sa ila balik pa na Gana? Ano ganyan? Open in your house? Ano ba? Dahil pa na ang pink house ang pink museum ang sa Gana. I think open in your house. Ang sa ila, ilan ni Carla Bingana. Where you can find, napatay na sa galit ko ang yung curator of the museum, napatay na siya. May nude painting siya gani, may pakita niya man. Ang smallest doll in the world, di ba? They have this, I think, resource.com, an island in Japan. So, I think Makabiligao is also the first museum, ancestral museum, ancestral house tour museum in the Philippines. Ano pa ang sabi? Balay Tanadika, the first house in accessibility. Wala pa ka makakad doon sa Balay. Katuin yung Italisay. Ang may shell na tabalas, shell ayon, ibig siya ni Cristo, at the back lang sila. Balay na Tanadika. You go there. Si Tanadika, kitawag, actually, ng Kapitana Dicam. She's known as Kapitana. Ang actually ba na Gobernador Silvio during that time. Pero balik kayo, pinapakaya ba na, and she has no choice but to head the house. That's why iya nga transfer ang title sa niya and responsibilities and duties sa niyang husband. That's why she's known as Kapitana Dita. May alat siya sa may tradition sila balay na kung ma-visit ka sa iya balay and she doesn't want to talk to you, lasaw na si Kwate ang i-search sa imo. Nasa buho nga gamay, that's why CCTV, gawa siya CCTV, kaya hindi mo niya dito kung saan ang bisita. You go there, you know the brilliance and ingenuity of this woman, diba? Imagine, empowered na siya ha, and at that time, when women are considered to be nothing in the society, but then there's this women who don't just lead, diba, a household, but an entire community. Diyan isa. Ano pa? Namin man ang ano, sa Dumaguete galing, nakiamit ang Christine sa Dumaguete. Aside sa iba na mag-visit. You also go with, kung makapasok ka mo, open man ang museum sa San Carlos, University of San Carlos. Namin lang siya. Kay for archaeological artifacts. Museum sa San Carlos. Hadis, wala no? Hadis. National Library of the Philippines. A Library of Congress. One thing that I am proud of with our library in our schools, Science High School in Victorias, we have a 1914 edition of National Geographic. 1914 edition. Copy of the National Geographic magazine. Kung maato mo dito, I will show it to you. But you are not allowed to flick through the pages and it should be preserved the number because it's 108 years old na copy of National Geographic magazine. You have other repositories and primary sources, Library of Congress, University of Santo Tomas, Ateneo de Manila University, De La Salle University. Then we go to this one. First voyage around the world by Machete. These are examples of primary sources. Okay, and this one is based on the account of Antonio Pigafetta. Anyway, ano man lang yun siya natin, we don't have to go into details. It will take us not just one whole day if we're going to read in details with the verbatimly and in total the whole text or the whole journal of Antonio Pigafetta. And it would be impossible for us if we're going to read the original text because it was written in Italian. There are actually 4 versions. The original copy, by the way, was lost. Okay. Pero sometime in 16th century, may na-discover na 4 versions of Antonio Pigafetta's journal of the expedition of Magellan. Antonio Pigafetta is one of the 214 men who sailed from Spain, going westward, diba? Looking for a route towards the Moluccas Island or the Spice Island. He is actually Italian, born in Vicenza, Italy, not Vicenza, Italy. So that's why na Italian version of the Journal of Antonio Pigafetta. Okay, because he's an Italian. The other three, I've mentioned four, although historians also consider the Italian version the oldest, okay, aside from the original, which was lost. The three were in French. Ang three na versions were in French. Pero mas nami pagkastar sa French version, which later on giobrahan of English translation. Okay? It was not the Italian but the French version ang giobrahan of English translations of the Journal of Antonio Pigafetta. Antonio Pigafetta, based on his journal, this is the journal na nangin rason why there is a debate, why it took us 5 decades to resolve the issue as to where the first mass was held. There was a debate on that. According to him, when they arrived in the Philippines, they saw first the islands in Samar, di ba? Comonan Islands. The first time they saw it, they called the islands San Lazaro because that was also the feast day of San Lazaro, di ba? Or Islas de San Lazaro. Ano galing? March 16 or 17? 16. You choose. Exact. According to the journal, March 16. But if we're going to say the exact, what would be? According to Pigafetta, 16. But according the exact would be 17. Not 17. During that time, there was no, this is an issue in Philippine history that we have to correct. There was no international date line. Diba? Wala pa na-establish ang latitude, ang longitude, diba? 0 degrees and the primary region where the international date line lies. Diba? Wala pa rin siya. Wala pa rin mga imaginary lines. Wala pa rin mga geographical zones. Okay? Only in 1893 was the IDL established. Ang kay Pigafetta ay 15 at 21. Ang IDL niya 1893 or 1860s pa. Diba? 300 years almost after pa na-establish ang IDL. Suppose this is the Earth. That imaginary line divided the Earth into north and south. How do we call that? What is this line getting? 0 degree latitude. In 0 degree latitude, we call this as equator. How about in 0 degree longitude? Dividing the Earth into west and east hemisphere. Prime meridian. Above the equator, ano yung sa date? Topic of Cancer. Cancer ba? About ka sa dalo. Capricorn. Basta nabaliktad ka niya. Good shot class. Nasa dalawang topic of Capricorn. How about this one? North Pole or Dili? Dalo? Be familiar of the geographical zone sa I think wala na siguro sa I will just have to incorporate that one. I mean, we're talking about ano man ng geography somehow. Ito wala po ako muna sa geography nga subject, di ba? Pero I think incorporated in your science, di ba? Ang geography and geology. And it's not Antarctica, ha? It's Antarctica. Antarctica. We've been pronouncing it very wrong for a very long time. All this time. Antarctica, not Antarctica. So, anong issue? Okay, anong issue associated with the journal of Antonio Pigafetta? One is, ano gani? Where the first mass was held. Kaya according sa iya journal ni Antonio Pigafetta, dito ba sa inyo RSP? Based on your reporting, ito yung mga issues na associated. Masawa ba, naging masawa, di ba? So, dagay kayo siya po. Pero ano nakalabot sa idea na probably sa Butuan, Masawa Butuan, ang first month. Abi yung Butuan, may nakabutuan na base. Na museum ang Butuan, Balangay Museum, there you can find 13 remains of Balangay. Used by the first Filipinos or Austronesians who migrated to the Philippines. Possibly lang ha. Gano'n establish ang concept na ang first mass was held in Masawa, Butuan. Not in Masawa. Or content being contradicting that in Masawa of Sama. When Magellan's troop arrived in Cebu, aside from humabon, di ba? Humabon di Raha of kinsa asa manahan si humabon? Bulanon? Raha of Cebu. Diba? Then, napoy mga visitors ang umabot at the time when they arrived, when they went to Cebu already, was coming from Mindanao, particularly in Butuan. Established na ang Butuan at that time when mas established pa siya kaysa Cebu. It's not known actually Cebu at the time, but may Zulu version na ay not Cebu. Zuluan. Later na siya ang Cebu, may pangalanan established na siya ang Cebu when Legazpi arrived in the Philippines, sa time ni Legazpi. Pero 1565 pa na si Legazpi. If after Magella na kay Loisa expedition, na kay Villalobos expedition, remember? Diba? Lopez de Villalobos, Roy Lopez de Villalobos. Pero hindi, ang pangalan niya, hindi Roy. We know that. Lopez yung pangalan. Roy is actually the honorific term. Ang prior wife, general, ang equivalent sa state. Ang iyang pangalan is Lopez de Villalobos. Ang royal, honorific term na na-attach to state. Sa Basaw, Butuan, possibly puno nga na-held ang first mass because according to Antonio Pigafetta, nakapag-siya si Antonio Pigafetta yung hatag na coordinates. Okay? May mga nine leagues from so kung measure nila ang 9 leagues, ang mga sa una, ang distance na measurement, league siya. I just don't know what pila siya yung equivalent sa nautical miles. From Pumunhon, then, ang mga na ilang kasuhan. So, measure nila based sa ilang pag-travel. Kung gamito na ito ang map, sa Butuan siya matupa ang gihatag na coordinates niya ito yung Pigafetta. But presently, I think it was in 2018 lang, na tundukan, di ba? Na desisyonan na finally is that the first month of the Philippines was held in Limasawa. Correct? Di ba? Who sponsored the bill? Kaya undergo siya, di ba, sa debate sa Congress? Congress ang nag-decide mismo kung specific hindi ang first mass. Sino ang sponsors ng bill? That even up to this time, people in Butuan, particularly in Masao, municipality of Masao, Butuan, would still claim, would insist that the first mass was held in Butuan. Even if ditudukan sa Congress, the Philippine Congress, a law was already imposed stating or having this provision that the first mass was held in Limasawa of Samar. Who sponsored the bill? So when I say House Speaker, Romualdez. Siya sponsor, main author of the bill. And during that time, in 2018, he's president of the majority of the Congress. Diba? Siyempre, mas dominant siya. Mas dama ang votes ng majority. Diba? And being under PRRD's administration, magkaubig sila. Diba? Wala kalaban representative sponsoring the bill for Masao. Another issue that we have to correct. Was it really Lapu-Lapu with the Jalan?
No.
Antonio Pigafetta was in the ship during the battle. Wala siya nalaog. Wala siya nagsuwat-suwat awa. Samtang na inaway na. Diba? Hindi pa tuuso that time kung media personnel ka, kung journalist ka, kung nakasto sa gera, spare ka sa bala. Diba? Pero kita nyo sila, naka-full vest na sila. Ang journalist, nato sila sa gera. Kaya hindi mas-sure na sa kuhan na dito sila mag-ibuo sa bala. Natumatay, di ba? wala si Antonio Pigafetta. Although nakita nila sa Magellan, kung wala na galing nila nakuha, by the way, ang body ni Magellan na nakuha ang balikan na init na kaluwang. There were only 80 of them who were able to get back to Spain out of 240. Imagine. Victoria? Ano? Was it Trinidad? Victoria. Victoria nakabalik. 18 lang ang nakabalik. Sino na ganyan nag-lead sa ila? Si Elcano. Sebastian Elcano. Actually, si Sebastian Elcano naging co-captain ni Magellan. Pero si Elcano was, I think, heading a definite ship before sila nakalabot di sa Philippines. Diba, nagdugduman ninyo, nag-hapit pa sila sa Guam. Diba? Sa Guam, kawakan sila, diba? That's why they called Guam Ladrones Island. Ladrones Island. Okay? Ladrones is a Spanish term for thieves. Thieves. Okay? Nakawatan. That's why Ladrones. May transfer na o sakyan, ship si Elcano. Pero may nasulog pa sila ng ship, di ba? There were 5 ships, San Antonio, Trinidad, Concepcion, Victoria, and San Diego. Only Victoria successfully made it back to Seville, Spain. Ano pa ito gani ang issues na kay Antonio Pigafetta? Aside from the first mass, we also have, technically it's not to say Lapu-Lapu killed Magellan. It could be one of the men of Lapu-Lapu killed Magellan. A poisonous arrow at spear. Ang pila si Magellan puno kahit sa paa at sa duhan. Nasa isang banda, nasa usok sa kana sa lugar. Probably is the spear nakapatay sila ay poison siya. And Lapu-Lapu actually did not join the battle. Why? Naman. Although it's unconventional to think Lapu-Lapu didn't join the battle, knowing you are in that status. Dato si Lapu-Lapu nga dili Raha. What's the difference between Dato and Raha? It's mas Dato. Both are actually chieftains of their respective communities. Dato is more of it's more of Malay siya na term. Raha is Sanskrit. Yeah, Sanskrit. And there are other communities who use the term Sultan. This one is Mohammedans or Moors or Muslims. Remember na una ang mga Muslims pag-abot sa Philippines, Southern Philippines, kaysa sa mga Europeans. Diba? And we also have influence from the Majapahit na influence coming from India. That's why our language is also influenced by Sanskrit. What's the difference between that and Raha? Ang na lang siya. Okay? Pero si Peter mas prominent nila. Ang Dato Raha Ang Raka. Ang Raka became magaraming siya. Kung dato ka, you have proven your leadership not just because of your wealth, but because of your strength, physical strength. That's why it's unconventional to say na wala naging trustee na pula po sa away, sa physical combat. But we can't tell na sila pula po hindi na nakapatay. Diba? Nagipanat sa galing si Magella, diba? Alam naman sila pula po, si Magella, ang pagkakakubangan sila, gipanat ng Magella. It could be one of his men. And Lapu-Lapu was 72 years old during the Battle of Bactan. Although wala na nila dinipost at 60 years old na retired na di ba? Knowing this is not honor this amazing, di ba? The physical strength of Lapu-Lapu. Pero siguro hindi siya muna kabasto, di ba? Ang 72 sa una, kadalagan-dalagan pa, di ba? Now, number 42. Do you know the name of this one? Bulakna. Bulakna was the name of the wife of Lapu-Lapu. Lapu-Lapu is actually not known as Lapu-Lapu. Based on the Journal of the Secretary, we refer Lapu-Lapu as Kali-Pulapu. 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 Mau na ini Lapu-Lapu. Oh, yes, no, that. It depends on the choices. But it is a very good question that I like to put in place for everyone. When you take the left, there are 5 options. I think you're familiar with this already. You have A, B, C, D, and E. E, no answer. Yeah, E, ang E na option is no answer. Go back to the instruction. Be logical. Go back to the instruction. Read the instruction. The instruction reads, choose the letter of the correct answer. There is no correct answer. There's no correct answer as no answer. So do not answer P. Nakuha? Distractor lang na siya. Nakuha? Especially for math majors. It feels like yeah, I told you, I shared with you, I really like math. When I told the left to the first question, Jen had quadratic equation. So solve for that, and I'm so confident because I love quadratic equation as much as I love chicken nuggets. So that's all ko tayo ng daw yan ko tayo wala ang answer sa choices. Oo, at kamukha dahil sa ako, number 1 pala, good thing, wala ang nagmahal. You have to choose the closest answer to your answer. If you believe that your answer is right, and you arrive you have the correct formula or computation. Hindi na mag-overthink. Actually, overthink could really kill you, especially sa Prof. Ed. Don't be like Ishan. Have you watched that Every Child is Special? Yes. Diba? 20 times 9 na, naglabo na siya sa Jupiter. Don't be like that. Kasi the key actually to survive the death, do not overthink. Pero, kung na siya ang resulta, mag-overthink ka, it-cram ka na. And if you pressure yourself, take the left as if you are joining a frisbee. Because time is of the essence. Diba? So kung mag-frisbee ka, lalo ka, no time, no window of opportunity for you to overthink. Diba? You just have to go back to kung dito mo na nabasahan. Diba? Bukasan na siya mo na familiarize na item. Dapat never answer B, stick to A, B, C, and D. You do the process of elimination. Later on, as we take the practice test, we also do the process of elimination. You look at, after you read the question, you look at items choice A and B, or options A and B. Why? You proceed directly to excelling options, excelling choices. That is A and B. Because again, you have to eliminate E already. You do not answer E. Most of the test makers do not put answers to excelling options. Options that you can easily see, di ba? Init na sa ating mo, dito tayo sa mga extreme options sa malantaw. That's why most test makers will not put answers to A and B. Kung lisod na dito kayo, should ka katubag, you just choose between B and C. Kung magpinalagpag ka, you just choose between B and C. Again, just B and C. The power of B and C. I was talking to myself that I can't answer anymore. I believe in Jesus Christ. Wala ko yan, dahil. At least, di ba, wala kasi mo pangamulo, di ba? Lord, di ba may bahala? Let her see. Daway mo itong mag-30 ka, di ba? Daway ko mag-8. I don't believe in Allah. Now let's have the Cavite meeting. Cavite at Cavite. Cavite unit. Issue is, so nilawig kaayo ni siya nga mga, that's why I read things in Philippine history because you are supposed to read it, yeah. And analyze primary sources. Gusto nyo mag-tapon, gusto nyo mag-snacks, pwede nila. Huwag lang taas lang. And please be back at 12:10. Here go up. Here go up. Please be back on by 1, where we will continue our discussion on Philippine Constitution, and then by 2 p.m. you are going to answer the test. Okay? And then by by 3 p.m. Hopefully you're done already. By 3, answer na tayo. We will answer it, but we will also discuss the answer. Okay? How we arrive to the answer. Basta sa kapiting nyo technique, may Spanish version written by Vidal, Jose Montero Vidal. The other one, the Filipino version, is by Dr. Trinidad Pardo de Tavera. Siya ang father-in-law ni, isa galing si Pardo de Tavera, father-in-law ni Juan Luna. Bata niya ang pangasawa ni Juan Luna. Nagipatay po si Juan Luna. Sabi ba nila pinapabrogram sa istorya? I was there. I reviewed sa secondary source, but not in psychologist. In a Volga term for marriage. Because psychologists, we always have to say to everything, di ba? Kung nagusong siya temprano, nakibigaon. Di ba? That's how blunt, that's how brutal our neighbors can be, di ba? Kung naglaon ka, nakaibigan. Di ba? Asa naman lang dito ka lugar, di ba? Sa mga marikis lang, kung may kakabaw. May ganang kasaw-kao. There was actually a good number of governor generals serving the country who are actually very nice and they really care about the welfare of the Filipinos. Such one of them was Carlos Maria de la Torre, who also brought economic development in the country aside from Jose Basco. Kaso, hinaysaan si Carlos Maria de la Torre. Sige, pagitano paagi para mag-event siya sa Philippines. Okay? Remember, we were not ruled directly by the King of Spain. Diba? By the way, sino gani ang inservisyohan ni Magellan, Hari? Si King Charles V. Si King Charles V is also known as Emperor Charles V. Okay? Naman, Germany, Lombardy, England at the time was under Charles. For Spain, he is known as King Charles. But for Western Europe, he is known as Emperor Charles. Okay. Si King Charles ang inservan ni Ferdinand Magellan. Although Portuguese si Ferdinand Magellan, Hari Carlos ang sa term sa Philippines, di ba? For Charles. Portuguese siya, so when he went to the King of Portugal, by the way, ano may Portugal kag Spain nga in competition? There was the first actually navigator to search for new territory was sa Portugal. Pero sino? Vasco da Gama. Wala yung subsidiary. Vasco da Gama, di ba? That's why na Portugal nagnauna sa mga expedition. And then there's this time in 14, I forgot the year, by Pope Alexander the Fourth. Yeah, Pope Alexander the Fourth. He ordered na tungaon ang kalibutan, the two hemisphere, the west and the east hemisphere. The east goes to Portugal, west to Spain. The Pope Alexander IV did this through the Papal Bull order, or Papal Bull decree. The Papal Bull because it's by the Pope. After that, nagpaisahin si Spain pag si Portugal kay hambal ni Spain. Ano, dako nang limog ba yun kasi sa ako na idugunta ni ang demarcation line. Bigyan under the Treaty of the Treaty of Paris, 1892, the Treaty of Tordesillas. Tordesillas. You pronounce this as right. After that, wala pa rin sila na-settle na luwa, binigog naman si Portugal na nagkabal na, uy, nagdako na yung imuya sa ako niya. Binigog naman under the Treaty of Saragossa. Duman nyo na, wala din sa inyo. Yung pinisuot pa rin sa December 10, 1898 na sa haligang mga 1400s pa rin mo. 14th centuries pa na. Pinakasagarni. Managdabo talaga. Then we have the Treaty of Zaragoza. So there was only Portugal and Spain who were in competition of discovering new territories. Lalo nakita sila new territories. But later on, they were joined by Netherlands, by England, by France. Why are they in search? Were they so engrossed to look for a new territory? Nalipat na kamo sa three cheese. Biko, biloba, ginger, kalantua. What's the three G's? God, gold, and Lord. God, because they use it as a tool, di ba? To spread Catholicism, di ba? Gold. Ano gold? More wealth, di ba? Mo na gani na sila, grabe nga pagkitaay sa mga spice islands mo. O ito mga spices gani? Nutmeg, cloves, and chili. Tapos karoon na, nasa kuhan, pakite, di ba? Nasa mat, di ba? Sarap. Kailangan tayong gawang pamatay na. Grabe na tayo sa chila. Para sa lukha. Because these spices are too expensive in Europe, if they could sell these, if they could monopolize the selling of the trade of these spices, there will be more wealth for them. Diba? That's why gold. Or pang-ekonomiyang kadahilanan. How about glory? The existing ideology at the time was mercantilism. Are you familiar with mercantilism? Ano ganito sa mercantilism? The index for power is gold and silver. The more gold and silver you have, the more powerful you are. It only means one thing. You are in control of trade. Now that you're in control of trade, They're also the most powerful country. Wow, that's why Philippines. Sige, balik tayo sa Cavite Mutiny. Okay. So we are too far from Spain. That's why it's not the king of Spain who directly ruled the Philippines, but the viceroy of Mexico. Viceroy had, my teacher once told us that Viceroy of Mexico. It's Viceroy of Mexico. Ano siyang Viceroy of Mexico? Remember at that time, Mexico was also a colony of Spain. Before actually the Philippines was colonized by Spain, Mexico was already a colony of Spain. Diba? Remember remember si Christopher Columbus when he discovered America? Diba? And America is just close to Mexico, diba? Notice nyo, have you watched Coco? Coco ba na movie? Hindi Coco ang promosyano. Si Coco ba na, diba? What's the best one getting a Mexican movie? On Disney. Encanto, diba? Very close ang culture nila to our culture. Diba? The reason why we celebrate Fiesta is not Spanish influence, but Mexican influence. Almost all of our culture is patterned after Mexico. Naman, because we are ruled by the Viceroy of Mexico plus the remember? Filipinos were very much exposed to the culture of Acapulco, Mexico. Actually, ang katrade natin, Mexico. Although Mexico is also governed by Spain. That explains why our culture, even our family names, diba? Gomez, Zamora, these are actually Mexican in Majoha. So kaya sigahan ko si Carlos Maria de la Torre, sinistan siya ni Izquierdo. Si Izquierdo may ano siya niya? Ano ba lang? Padre Damaso Batay. The Spanish friars, before actually natabo ang Cavite Mutiny, there was a very secularization among priests. Mga galing sulod sa eksena sa Cavite Mutiny, ang tatlo pari. Okay? Si Jose Borbos, the youngest of them, si Jose Borbos, ang pinaka-youngest, siya yung pioneer, siya yung nag-push sa secularization. When we say secularization, the parishes will be headed time by Filipino priests. Okay? There was only Agustinian, Dominican, Jesuits, and what's the other one? Ang recollect lahi na lang sila. Kaya tatlo lang siya. Pero ang Jesuits na pagwakan ngayon sila sa Ateneo is actually one way that Jesuits and founded by the Jesuits. Santo Tomas is by the Agustinian. So, ipagbuwan na nila si Carlos Maria de la Torre ni Bulo si Izquierdo. Okay? So, Mangta si Izquierdo. And then at that time, nabalita na sa Viceroy of Mexico, even to the King of Spain, na ang mga abuses of the Spanish friars, the likes of Padre Damaso, Padre Sangre. So, numbered na ang days. Malapit na sana ang katapusan ng mga Espanyol na pare, mga Friday. Di ba? Dahil sila hindi alam, they are intervening in the, and they actually set themselves as authorities. Di ba? At the time, during the Spanish colonization, it was some sort of theocracy, not democracy, not government of the people, by the people, and for the people. But theocracy siya, di ba? Kung sino ang head of religion, sila man ang leaders, political leaders, or government leaders. So, nakubaan na sila. That's why ipatagsik nila si Carlos Maria de la Torre, Bosdan Izquierdo, who is pro-Spanish friars. Okay? So, ginamit nila, desisyonan nila na ang mga engineers, ang mga military, ng mga Pilipino who served the military and the Spanish troops, they are actually exempted from tuloy servicio or forced labor. Also, they are exempted from paying the palya, ang tax. It is a tax. Some sort of tribute, tax or tributo. They call it palya. When Izquierdo came into office, natingala sila ay bukinan nila ang mga sweldo sa palya and para sa forced labor. That's why nagdain ang mga Pilipino, okay? Ang mga taga-Cavite, 200 na sila kasilog soldiers who planned out to have a revolution. Okay? So, ginamit na nila ang opportunity ni Izquierdo to tell the Viceroy of Mexico ang mga Pilipino bala na sala dito ang report sa inyo ni Carlos Maria de la Torre. Kaya mga Pilipino hindi magpasawal. They are uncontrollable. Okay? Tani matapos na po ang mga abuses of the Spanish friars, wala na dayon, wala sila na Islam, wala na dayon ang secularization. That's why, insist sa grupo ni Jose Burgos ang secularization. That's why na dala sila sa Cavite Mutiny. Ako na, ano ang participation sa tatlo kapare. So, gingarote ang tatlo kapare. Jose Burgos, Mariano Gomez, and pangalan ni Zamora. Ha? Zamora. Kasi pangalan ni Zamora kani. Assignment. Babalatan ako. Okay, okay. Ito lahat sa pagkikinutin ni Alex Asito Zamora. Let's go to my 5 points ka. Not important. And then we have the retraction of Rizal. Basically, sa retraction of Rizal, he was believed ko naman si Rizal is an atheist. That Rizal doesn't believe in God. Pero before he died, he retracted na he believed in God. Di na nagkuha kay Diya na wala siya kapatid sa Ginoo. Character ni Crisostomo Ibarra. Okay na, web na lang, padaligong ta. There are some who would contest na wala ko naging retract na nagdalan niya niya pagpati, wala pagpati sa Ginoo. Pero that's why may aral na dapat siya sa daw kanong siya da. May English translation. The issue daw is Dili daw si Rizal ang nagsuwat na ng abduction. Wala na siya. Then we have the cry of Balintawa. The issue is as to when give. Lahi ang date ni dihatag ni Gregorio de Jesus. Sino ba si Gregorio de Jesus? Asawa ni Francisco. Lahi po na dihatag ni Laris Lautiwa, ni Arellano, lahi po na dihatag ni Tandang Sora, lahi po na dihatag ni Pio Valenzuela. So, dili basta kay August, sometime in August, in 1896, ba? O natabo ang cry of Balintawak. Then we proceed with agrarian law, the development of agrarian law in the Philippines. Well, during the span of pre-colonial, when we say pre-colonial, before the time we were colonized or put under the rule of Spain. Pero hindi naman Spain ang nag-colonize sa Philippines, ha? Remember, we also have US of A and then Japan later on. Pero kung anong tagit ang pinaka-meaning sa colonization, colonialism, it was ginunahan it was started by Spain. Pre-colonial communities, we call them barangay, diba? Headed by a chieftain coming from, diba, we have the Dato, usually from the Maharlika na group. Then we have the Mawa, or the three men. And then Alipe, Namay, and Sadi. But when the Spaniards came, na-change na, di ba, ang social classes. And then, they also implemented the version of feudalism we call encomienda system. Under the encomienda system, it is actually based on the concept of feudalism in Europe. Alam ko sa mga Cinderella, hindi naman mga castle. During that time, grabe nila pa sulong, sila pang, if this is a kingdom, if this is an empire is headed by an emperor. Ang iyang empire, nagwa na siyang mga kingdoms. Headed by, kita head sa mga kingdoms. Kings, diba? Outside of this empire, na may mga, tinatawag na itong mga barbarians. Mga Goths, Visigoths, diba? Germanic tribes. Sila isang gapang Lutz, diba? Gapang Awat, gapang Rain, diba? I wasn't there. So, ginalusot nila, diba? May mga communities na may mga pamalay na di sa mga kingdoms who were always on threat of these barbarians. So they don't have any choice but to approach the kings Ang king siya, nakita ko na may mga castle na, basta daw castle na siya. Diba? May mga castle. So, the king here will provide protection to these people in the condition that they will work in the lands of the kings. Diba? To protect them from the barbarians. So, dira na nag-start ang concept sa feudalism. Sa feudalism, the land is called, the land entrusted to by an emperor to a king is called fief. And ang king nga gitagaan niya sa fief, ginatawag na siya vassals. So just like here in Encomienda, the land is so vast na di kaya ipugon sa Governor General. So what the Governor General did, sino ba yung first Governor General? Yes, Regalo Lopez de Legazpi. Ipangbaybayin niya ang mga land. Ipangatag sa mga encomendero. First, it was called repartimiento. So later on, dinadapt nila ang encomendero. Okay? Encomienda is also the name of the land na ginatag nila. So people will now work in the encomienda. Okay, that's why ay mga polo is a rickshaw na ipalya, nag-impose. Okay. They somehow became abusive for Filipinos, for Filipinos. By the way, kung diri natay dato, maaari ka timawa, later on, diri sa during the Spanish colonization, sa kata, sa kanit. Kita pinaka-grubo. Mga before that Peninsulares. Ano ba? Peninsulares, Insulares, or Creoles. Next would be Mestizo. Indio. And Chino. The Chinese were kung grabe ang pag-treat sa mga Indio, mas grabe ang pag-treat sa mga Chinese during Spanish colonization of the Philippines. They are treated like slaves. Yeah. Mga Indio pagani kaya at least daw may harap pa sila sa ano. Pero ang mga Chinese, grabe ang discrimination sa ila during Spanish colonization. Peninsulares, I think they are born in Spain, but have chosen to live in the Philippines. Creole, full blood Spanish. Ang Creole niya ay full blood Spanish born in the Philippines. Ang Mestizo ay halo na mix. The Indio, pure Pinoy, sometimes coming from the Aitak, indigenous groups, and then Chinese. So that's the social class that prevailed during that time. After Encomienda, we have during the American period, ano mga tabo? Lead na lang may napala siya secret government under during the Filipino-Spanish War, Filipino Revolution. Commonwealth era, we have the Rice Sentencing Act. I just included kay parang bis na may basa mo para sa government reform. the topic. And it proceeds anyway, Malabiyat at some discussion as we answer the practice test. Constitution, 1987 Constitution. We have types of constitution, written and written, conventional, formulative, rigid, and flexible. What makes our constitution, particularly our preamble, unique from the other preambles? What sets our preamble unique from the rest of the world? We have ours, the only preamble who incorporated the word love. We have, in terms of constitution, we have the 1935 constitution. I know we have the Malolos constitution during the time of Aguinaldo. Then we have the 1935 constitution that's during the Japanese. Commonwealth. Then we have the Japanese constitution, the 1973 constitution during the time of Marcos Sr., and then the 1987 constitution. Anyway, you can open your notes as you answer later, but we'll see kung harap Sige, we can have, you can have your lunch, just be back earlier, about 12, 30, my guess, but we'll see. We'll have 1 hour discussion with the remaining topics here in our
Where are we now? 17. Lupang Tinubuan is considered to be the best story written. It should be pronounced nasal ha, written. Written. It's not written, but written. Depende. True, advantage. Who authored this piece? Narciso Reyes. Okay, which of the following is true about Andres Bonifacio? Letter. Letter. Letter A. The great plebeian. What's a plebeian? Worker. Laborer. Plebeian. How old was the youngest among the three women who saw the first Philippine flag? 7 years old. 7 years old. Resembling the cross-section of a used feminine pad, this epithet refers to panderegla. Were you, what, pam-pam ba lang? Wala ka mo pam-pam? Yeah, red siya actually. Nakahapit ka mo sa food court sa Silay. Along the way, along the road lang siya. Unahan sa Gaisano Silay, the best na daila pampang. Damo siya actually name. Sa Cebu, we call it burikat. Yeah, we call pump because pampang is we call it burikat. There are also some areas in Cebu. Medyo moist siya, red ang feeling. Oo, sa Cebu, we call it burikat. Pero sa Batayan, we call it secretary. Diba? Feminine pad siya. Okay na? Which of the following events in the Philippines happened almost simultaneously with the Battle at Waterloo? Sino ba yung pinakasikat sa battle at Waterloo? France, considered as hero of France, Napoleon Bonaparte. That's why there's this idiomatic expression, di ba nga, that's your Waterloo. Waterloo meaning your weakness, because in the Battle of Waterloo, Napoleon Bonaparte lost. Yeah, Napoleon Bonaparte. Hindi ka mo familiar kay Napoleon Bonaparte? Bonaparte. Pero Bonaparte lang. Familiar ka mo kay King Louis XVI? Asawa niya si Marie Antoinette, 'di ba? They were both beheaded. 'Di ba? Ang sa France bala, ang sa Les Miserables bala, nakalanta ka mo Les Miserables? Wala mo ka makabasa sa book ng Les Miserables? O you watch na lang the movie Les Miserables starring Anne Hathaway. May araman si Lea Salonga, siya ang sa musical. French Revolution, si Napoleon Bonaparte. Actually, si Andres Bonifacio was so inspired of the French Revolution. Aside from Manila, which of the following places was captured? Sorry. Letter B, galleon trade ends. Aside from Manila, aside from Manila, which of the following places was captured as well by the Japanese in 1942? Hong Kong. Remember ang Hawaii? Have you watched ganing movie nga sa Pearl Harbor, di ba? Ang Pearl Harbor ara sa Hawaii. Isa siya sa naval bases controlled by the US. The Gomborsa priests are known as secular priests. Which of the following is not true about secular priests? Is not true. Letter C. They are not from any religious orders. That's why secular priests sila. Among the three priests of Gomborsa, who was the principal target of the Spaniards being the pioneer in advocating secularization? Jose Burgos. Who established Tagalog Republic? Macario Sakay. Who among the following pairs hold the most popular Pacto de Sangre? What's Pacto de Sangre? Blood Compact. Oh. Actually, wrong na ang ang defection, di ba? Have you been to Bohol? Have you seen this monument? Next time when you go to Bohol, you also visit the Blood Compact monument. Where you sige lang, more opportunities very soon. I just hope na you will be able to visit these places before you get into the teaching profession. Para you can share more of kung maatuan niyo ninyo ang mga lugar. Di ba, ang defection is sila sa Ilapolso? But that's not what they did. You know, when Magellan and Humabon did the Blood Compact, si Humabon, nagsamad siya sa iyang dughan. Okay? So, gisunod po na ni Magellan, kaya siyempre, Blood Compact, kung anong brown sa isa mo, pero brown sa isa, lain man siguro kung lain ang iyaw brown, di ba? So, diri sa dughan, magsamad, okay? Well, make a wound out of a knife. Although hindi maging siguro nga knife, gid nga dagger. And then, ginsak ni Magellan ang blood out straight from the chest of Humabon. And that's what Humabon also did likewise to this vice versa. Okay. Yeah, pero sa chest nagsamad. Tapos ginsak lang ni Magellan, and then Magellan also did the same. Nagpilas man siya sa iyang dughan, ginsak man ni Humabon. Amo gina siyang tuod-tuod nga Blood Compact. Letter. Pero anong pinakasikat? Si Katuna and Legaspi. Sala na ang letter B. It's Magellan, not Ilcano. The revolutionary government established by Emilio Aguinaldo was based on the framework of Malolos Constitution. What's the Acta de la Proclamación de la Independencia del Pueblo Filipino? You pronounce C-I-O-N as ano nga? Tion. That's why proclamación, not proclamation. Proclamation. The answer is, sorry. Which of the following is not true about Tabon Caveman? Letter C. Why? Yeah, she's a Homo sapien. Man na gani tawag na gani Tabon Caveman. Ang modern man, Homo sapiens sapiens. Ang Homo erectus is one of the Australopithecus. Okay. Australopithecus, Australopithecus good siya. Okay na? Number 29. How did the 1896, revolution came into being? All of the above na lang ay para wala gamo. Rizal went home to the Philippines and founded La Liga Filipina. 3 days after that, it was found out by the Spanish authorities, and so he was decided to be deported and exiled in Dapitan. Have you been to Dapitan? Kanami, kung makato ka mo sa Dapitan. Lapit lang siya ang ano ni Rizal, very close to Dakak. Kanami man sang Dakak nga beach. Pero mas namin gidya ko ng likod balay namin. Yeah, because our home in Bantayan, ang likod, yes, dagat na. And it's powdered white sand. Saman. Sige, ingnan nyo ko ninyo kung mo rito kay para makapalakat palagyo ko. Just inform me. You can stay in our house. Yeah. Not necessarily inside our house. Oh. But you can stay in our house. Ha?
Katuon ka na po sa...
Ay, kabay pa nga hindi nyo. Joke lang. Sure,
Sir, pag kami makapasay, hindi ka magasasawa, kami makapasay sa ito.
No need. Sige, bisan before pa ka makuha sa ulat, if you feel nga tired, by the way, nang you also do review nga by groups kami. Okay, it could help. And you also change settings from time to time, di ba? Pwede ka mo ma-review sa Discord. Naburingan na ka mo balahaw. Pwede ka mo sa Wi-Fi, di ba? Sa bukid. First, after I graduated, nagano ko dayon, ma-review na ko, ma-advance ko, ma-review na ko. Nagtimpla ko isa ka pixel nga iced tea. Tapos, damo-damo akong chichirya. Naubos ko ang chichirya ka guys, wala ko katuon. So, wrong move siya. I study better without food. Kaya distraction ng food. Okay. Okay, mag-sugar rush ka. Once magtaas mo sugar, matuyo ka. That's why it's very wrong na you say nga, mainom ko para hindi ko tuyhon. Okay? Kay man, ang production sa imo sugar, kaya di ba usually, di ba matuon ka gabi, di ba? That's why mambal ka, mainom ko damo ako para hindi ko tuyhon. Sala, nga aman. Kay kung gabi, hinay na ang metabolism mo, di ba? So taas ang sugar, hindi siya ma-factor out sa imo body, sa imo gallbladder, ang imo da sugar sa imo lawas. So the tendency is magtaas ang imo sugar. Once taas ang imo sugar, tuyhon ka. Wala effect ang imo coke. Di ba? Hindi man magkubra. I mean, hindi, natural na inang i-train lang ang imo balang body clock. Makapasar ka tuod sa let, pagkatapos gubain mo kidney. Di ba? Wala na chance. Sige na. Sige, Ada, sigot ta ha. So the answer is, ay, balik ta to. And then, di ba na-exile na si Rizal sa dapitan? So natunga subong ang mga members ng La Liga Filipina. 2 faction. 1, ang mga who believes that diplomatic means can do nothing except bloody revolution. These are the kinds of Andres Bonifacio. And so later on, they established the KKK. But there are those who also believe that still diplomatic means is possible to achieve reformations. Again, how Rizal did not fought for our freedom. What he wanted is for the Philippines to become a province in order for the Filipinos to become citizens of Spain. Wala niya ginayo nga mahilway ta sa Spain. Yes. That's actually the goal of La Liga Filipina. For us to be represented in the Spanish Cortes or the Spanish Court. Wala na rin na klase how? Sa Rizal? Lang yun na sa module. Bawion ko neguro ang hindi grado sa inyo ay. Wala ginbasa ang module sa Rizal. Di ba? Wala niya. Wala. It's not the goal of Rizal. Remember when Rizal delivered a victory speech for Juan Luna and Felix Resurrection Hidalgo? That's, we call his speech Brindis. This is also a very nice work of Rizal. Brindis. It's a victory speech for Juan Luna and Felix Resurrection Hidalgo. He even addressed, according to that speech, he called Spain as Mother Spain. So kung nabuhi magiging si Rizal, wala magiguro, hindi magiguro niya patigbatot ang freedom. Si Rizal actually is pro annexation of the Philippines. Could Rizal or should Rizal have lived during the American occupation in the Philippines? Base na push gidguro ang base hindi taguro mga Philippine subong. Basin under ta sa US. Ang Hawaii gani, di ba? Ang Guam gani under sa US. Tinatanong. And then the other faction was the ang compromisarios. Ara man na siya balang. Amo na siya isa ka faction. Ang isa KKK, ang isa kay Cuerpo de Compromisarios. Compromise. That's why compromisarios. We need to compromise. Okay. The answer is letter D. Not known to many, aside from the 13 martyrs executed in Cavite in 1897, that's why we have the 13 mártires. There are 15 martyrs executed in Bicol, 13 in Bagong Bayan, and Blanc in Aklan. 19. Babaylan, or pagan priest, prestige, healer, seer, and community miracle worker, was a critical role and function during pre-colonial Philippines. Have you watched Amaya? Di ba? Babaylan. Pero ang mga babaylan nila, pre-colonial ha. This is pre-colonial. Mga agi. Only during the time of the Spaniards, when they came to the Philippines, ginapang discriminate ang mga agi. But before, pre-colonial period, highly regarded, highly respected ang mga agi. It's in the Visayan Baxter Codex. They call them asub. Where the word agi came from? Usually, mga right hand sila sa mga dato, sa mga chieftain. So, kung nabuhay ka mo sa tunga time, pero kung nabuhay naman ka mo sa time sa mga Nazi sa Germany, yes, mga PWDs, ang brown ang mata, dapat blue mo mata. Sa Germany niya, kung hindi blue mo mata, patay ka. Kung agi ka, patay ka. Anong kay Hepa? Sa HEPA ha, up to G na siya. HEPA A, B, C, D, E, F, G. There are actually 6 variants of HEPA virus. Ha? Hindi. Ang severe is HEPA B. Acute siya, hepatitis, mapatay ka. Will cause multi-organ failure. Actually, kita tanan may HEPA. That's why may aras ang HEPA vaccine. Diba? Wala ka muna ka-try. Actually, it's available in your barangay health centers. It's for free. You can avail that one. It's for free. Ginatago lang guro sa inyo mga BHW. Kanami ginabala sa ila. Do kanami napaindon sa ila sa mga talang HEPA. Pero it's for free. You can avail that one. HEPA vaccine. Especially kamo kahilig guro sa inyo magkaon mga isaw, mga street food. Maka-trigger siya sa HEPA. Saan kaya pangaara sa imo? Dapat mag-monthly lemon detoxification ka. A glass of lemon will do. The answer is letter A, aswang. Kaklaro na na o aswang. Maara, meaning maalam. Ha? Dili. Babaylan is known as Daitan in Visayas, Catalonia in Tagalog, and Maaram in Kiniraya. The municipal government or pueblo under the Spanish colonial government was headed by Gobernadorcillo, not Silio. Kung double L gani, you pronounce it as Y. Pero you can pronounce or you can say gorilla as gorilla. Gorilla gid siya. Gorilla, not gorilla. Gorilla kung Philippines na eh. Ano? From 1565 to 1821, the King of Spain ruled the Philippines through Viceroy of Mexico. Which is not true about the end of Spanish colonization in the Philippines. Letter C. The Tejeros Convention happened in which Philippine province? Cavite. What did Bonifacio and the large group of Katipuneros did as the sign of their commitment? Letter A. How did the Spanish authorities found out about Katipunan? Letter C. Chidoro Patino narrated to her sister who is serving to a church, and with that narration na konsensya niya sister ginkumpisal sa pare. Which of the following forces of social change have the greatest impact upon the traditional Filipino family in the 20th century? Letter C. Classmates, when we say 20th century, the years it covered will be from 2001. No. 1901 to 2000. That's 20th century. Okay? That's why 21st natasubong. That would be from 2001 up to 2100. That would be 21st century. An aspect of Philippine culture that does much to promote interpersonal communication beyond the community boundary is Fiesta celebration. The Code of Kalantiao, which was allegedly written in 1443, gave the early Filipinos insights into personal and social relations. Classmates, hindi na nituod ang Code of Kalantiao ha. This is debunked already. There's no truth to it because wala siya kapasar sa external and internal criticism. The primary source of the objectives of education in the Philippines at present is the Philippine Constitution. Ano ang tidings McDuffie? This paved the way for the Commonwealth. Issue ni siya bala ang Tidex McDuffie. Okay. First, there was Osmeña and Rojas who went to the Senate Congress to appeal for the liberalization or the independence of the Philippines from the U.S. government. They went back home, they brought with them the hair cost cutting up. Hindi hawis hair cost cutting up. Okay? These are actually family names of the senators who sponsored the bill. When they presented this to the Philippine Assembly, before there was only one one chamber. Now we have two chambers already, di ba? Under the legislative department, we have the House of the Senate and the House of Congress. That's why bicameral na ta. Hindi na kaya unicameral. Before we were unicameral, and that's why we have the Philippine Assembly. So Manuel and Quezon nag-object and contended that a provision of the Hair Cost Cutting Act is not fair for the Filipinos. Okay? And then he, being the Senate President at the time, he told the other assemblymen that he will be going to the U.S. Congress to appeal the provision of Hair Cost Cutting Act and do something about it that will make it fair for the Filipinos. Okay? Pero, binkopya lang din niya ang Hair Cost Cutting Act. Walang pinagkaiba. Para lang makuha ang credit na siya ang nagdala, siya ang nag-sponsor sa law giving the Philippines its freedom. Ang nakatry doon si Manuel Quezon. Para siya ang mag-president. If not of the Tidex McDuffie, hindi siya tani ang president. Si Traidoranay. The voyage of Ferdinand Magellan is considered the greatest single achievement in the history of sea exploration and discovery because
It marked the discovery of
what if magwa ni siya tapos both C and D are also options? Letter, di na pilion mo, pinaka-best. Letter C. We could not prove nga it's Ferdinand Magellan who first circumnavigated the Earth. Kaya along with him, actually, nakakadto na sa Spice Island sa Moloca si Magellan. But not using the rope or the route he used when he arrived in the Philippine shores. Okay. First, he went with Albuquerque, another navigator. They used the east route. Okay. Maamo na siyang nakalabot sila sa India. Nakalabot siya sa Spice Islands. Okay. But this time around, controlled na sa Portugal, ang Turkey, it used to be Anatolia before, so hindi na sila kasunod, okay? Even ang Cape Verde nga agyan nila is under the control of Portugal. And so there's a need for them to look for another route. That's why they use the west route. Okay? They went into the west in looking for a route going to the Spice Island. Nakabudlay insyendihon, kay wala ka map. Okay. So kung ari na di ang ari di ang Europe, di ba? Diba? Nag-asta pa na siya dito, ari di ang Philippines. May US pa na dito. Ako ba? May US pa na dito. US, basta US. Tapos, ako na lang. Tapos, ari di ang Philippines din. Naabot na natin nila sa una ang Indonesia, Malaysia, itong nagukod siya kay Albuquerque. So, control na natin ang Cape Verde, control din siya sa Portugal, during the area. So, ang kinangan ka obrahon nila, ang kinangan ka obrahon nila, mangita sa route, na makaabot sila din Diapos, pero mapa-west na sila, hindi na sila mapa-east. So, it so happened na nakalawot na sila sa Philippines before sila nakapagpo sa Moluccas Islands. Intindihan? After the revolution, Macario Sakay went underground and established a republic based on the ideology of Bonifacio Jacinto and the Katipunan. This is called letter C, Republika ng Katagalugan or the Tagalog Republic. Which of Bohol is reputed to be the smallest monkey in the world? Tarsus. He had promised sweeping economic changes, and he did make progress in land reform, opening new settlements outside crowded Luzon, and his death in an airplane crash in March 1957 was a serious blow to national morale. Magsaysay. One of his significant programs during his term of office as president is the Filipino First Policy. Carlos P. Garcia. How about Fidel Ramos? What was his program? Ang makita nyo sa mga atop bala kay eskwelahan? Philippines 2000. Wala ka mo nakakita? Yan mo na siya ang flagship program ni Fidel Ramos. Philippines 2000. How about Justado Macapagal? Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Law. Carl. Marcos. Ferdinand Marcos Sr. How we're talking of Ferdinand Marcos Sr. Sige. Maybe your experience is so bad for under Ferdinand Marcos Sr. Kada wala gid sa magsabat. Gregorio del Pilar sacrificed his life in defense of Aguinaldo in the Battle of the Battle of Terran Pass is almost very similar to that of the Battle of Thermopylae. Ako rin siya ang last stronghold sa Sparta. Kung makita nyo rin siya sa movie nga 300. City Leonidas, meron siya sa 300 men, 300 soldiers. Pinakabakod din siya in all of Greece, in all of Greek city-states. Kaso, ang kontra din nila was Xerxes, Persian. Kita nyo to nga may buktot, si Phyaltes. Ikato siya kay King Leonidas. He wanted to join the army of Leonidas, pero gintagawan siya ni Leonidas, considering sa iyang disability, being hunchback. Okay, so wala siya gipatugtan kay Leonidas.
He was hurt with that rejection. So he went to Xerxes. He told Xerxes, ang Thermopylae, kaya it's a narrow pass. Kung amo ni siya ang mountain, amo ni siya, baka amo na hindi ang symbol, I don't know, may pangit siya din sa mountain na. Baka amo na hindi siya ang gianan sa mga kontra, sa mga Persian, para makasunod sila sa Sparta. Okay? Mintras hindi sila di makaagi, hindi nila ma-perfect si King Leonidas and the Spartans. So si Ephialtes, nagkanto siya kay Xerxes, I know a way where you can defeat Leonidas and his men. Doon mo na siya natabo sa Terran Pass. There's this Igorot, his name is Francisco Juanario. Noon wala siya nag-join sa troops ni Goyo, pero gituluan niya ang mga Amerikano kundi sila maagi para malipot nila sila ni Gregorio del Pilar. Si Gregorio del Pilar, tamaan man ka tikalon. Ano na siya ang kanal-kanal na balat na siya sila gapanago. Ganyan tawag sila. Trench? Trench ba? Basta ina daw kalot na siya bala. Dredging bala. Kaya na sila gapanago. Ginabalan siya sa iya lieutenant nga hindi ganay magtindog. Hindi na rin magtingdog kay may ara pa sa mga wala takabalo, may mga sniper. Tikatikalon man, nagbangon gid siya. Nagbangon niya, naigo gid siya dayon. Hours, kita nyo na sa postcard, ang kabayo niya nga puti. May kabayo magid siya, I forgot the name of his force. Ginpaguyod siya sa iyang kabayo. Kasi nagkalasog-lasog gidang itsura na ni Gregorio del Pilar. Hindi na siya makilalaan. I was not there. I just read it. Okay, next. One of the most destructive volcanic eruptions of the 20th century, Pinatubo, in 1991. Who was the founder and first editor of La Solidaridad in Barcelona, Spain? First editor of La Solidaridad, Graciano Lopez Haina. Known as the Tagalog Joan of Arc, only in the Philippines we say it as Joanne. It should be pronounced as Joan. How do you pronounce this? Steven. It should be pronounced as Steven. Steven, not Stephen. French.
So my name is
Hindi KF magid na guro ang imo PH. Filipino version ginaya Tagalog Joan of Arc. Letter. Agida Kahabagan. Si Teresa, siya ni ang Visayan Joan of Arc. She's an Ilongay, she's from Iloilo. Si Teresa Magbanwa. What is the social scientist explanation of the relationship of a leader to history? Letter B. The leaders are a product of their time. We cannot compare the leaders in the past to our leaders at present. They face totally different circumstances and challenges. Nakuha?
Which is the correct chronological order for the events in history listed below?
A. B.
Letter.
A.
Which one should come first?
Execution.
Letter. Number 1. Yeah, execution. Next.
World War.
The answer is letter. Letter.
A, sir, A.
It should be execution, declaration, World War II, and then EDSA Revolution. Letter D. Execution of Rizal, 1896. Diba? Diba? December 30, 1896. Declaration, June 12, 1898. Sakto? EDSA Revolution, ano ni siya? 86. World War II, 1930. 1938. Sakto? Invasion of Germany to Poland. The Katipunan in Cavite was divided into two factions, the Magdiwang and the Magdalo, while the Magdiwang in Cavite was led by Mariano Alvarez, who led Magdalo. Baldomero Aguinaldo. The Benevolent Assimilation Proclamation on December 21st, 1898 was the first official indication of American policy regarding the Philippines. McKinley. It's not Roosevelt, it should be pronounced Roosevelt. Hindi Roosevelt, it's Roosevelt. Thou shalt love God and thy honor above all things. God is fountain of all truth, of all justice, and all activity. This is by Emilio Jacinto. Emilio Jacinto's literary works were written in Tagalog and a small part in Spanish. The best in all of his works was written in October 8, 1897. Mi Ultima Dios of Rizal. What was the title of this poem? A la Patria. Just like the father. Patria is father. How about mother? Madre. That's why letter D is mi madre. Have you studied Spanish language? Like, damo conjugation. Depende sa pronoun. Okay, ang preposition niya gamiton. Mi madre, my mother. Pero lain naman niya kung lalaki. May gender. Ang conjugation is based on the gender, based on the age. Membership in the Katipunan coming grades. First is Katipon, second Kawal, and third Bayani. Okay? Each grade designed as well as password so they could maintain their secrecy of the movement. The password for the Kawal grade was Gomborza. That's why the Spanish authorities really believe that Rizal was part of the Katipunan, okay, or of this revolutionary movement because his name was used as a password for the which grade? First, second, third. Third, Bayani. In their discussion of gender equality, teacher reminded students that women members of the Katipunan played a significant role during the revolution. Known as the Lakambini of the Katipunan at the National Exposition of Fine Arts in Madrid. Luna won first prize for Spolario. How did Francisco de Goy, the Filipino guerrilla who led the longest revolt, rose to rebellion? Letter C. Wala ginalawi ang brother. Kaaman. Ano natabo siya brother? Nagpakamatay. Since it's suicide, The composer of the Philippine National Anthem, Lupang Hinirang. Julian Felipe. Composer gani, we talk about the melody. Okay, the tune. So it's Julian Felipe. But the lyrics or titik, that's Jose Palma. 8 ways in the Philippine flag represents the first 8.
D, I,
Letter A. The last general of the Filipino American, Simeon Ola. The following are famous words and writings of Jose Rizal except the following are the famous words and writings of Jose Rizal except Kaingat Kayo. This is by Marcelo H. Del Pilar. 64 na ta. Who created the designs for the Philippine national flag? Emilio Aguinaldo. The conceived design drew inspiration from letter B. We celebrate Araw ng Kagitingan every April 9. What do we celebrate every November 30? O, ano na Bonifacio? Ano nga Bonifacio na? Birthday or death anniversary? Birthday. The founder of the first military academy in the Philippines, Antonio Luna. Founder of Jayong Tagalog, Marcelo H. Del Pilar. Sino si Ambrosio Rienzares Bautista? He is the first to declare Philippine independence. It's not Emilio Aguinaldo who declared Philippine independence. First, it was Ambrosio Rienzares Bautista. He's the second cousin of Dr. Jose Rizal. He also drafted the Acta de la Proclamación de la Independencia. The propagandist who wrote the Sala na Tuksuhan and was known Plaridel. 70, founder of La Solidaridad, Jaina. Propagandist who wrote the Sala na Tuksuhan, known as Plaridel, Del Pilar. Revolutionary leader of Ilocanos who opposed to paying tribute, Silang. The following are leaders of the revolution. B. 72, letter D. 73, Juan Luna, because he is an artist. Under the rules of the Katipunan, new members will pay an entrance fee of 1 real fuerte. Letter A. In history, pero may aral sila monthly contribution nga letter D, media real. In history, Gumborza and Rizal are the foremost. Oh, di ba may registration sa Katipunan? 74A, 75B, 76, Haina, letter A. 77, Andres Bonifacio. The title of the tune and musical arrangement of Julian Felipe. Letter D. Which of the following is not a work of art by Jose Rizal? The Parisian Life. That is by Antonio Juan Luna. This is very controversial because GSIS bought it for $300,000. This is how big the Parisian Life. Lapad-lapad lang siya di gaman. For $300,000. What was the reason behind? Naging bakal gid sa GSIS. It's a masterpiece of a Filipino. Which type of governance is characterized by union of partially self-governing states? Federalism. Member of the House of Congress may be expelled by their fellow members? Two-thirds. All are specific rights of children except? Right to work. Except. Which among the following options correctly completes the statements? Respects, protect, fulfill, and promote. Human rights can be guaranteed in the following except legislation. Except propaganda. The lower chamber of the Congress of the House, letter C. Constitution that can be changed by ordinary legislation. Flexible. A branch of public law which treats of constitutions, their nature, formation, amendment, and interpretation. Constitutional law. It served as the fundamental law not only for the Commonwealth government. Letter 1935 Constitution. Then may give na CR lang. Where are we now? It is the capability or delegated authority granted to a selected group of leaders. Authority. A legislature with two houses, usually an upper house and a lower house. BICA. Government exists and should continue to exist for the benefit of the people. The statement is a general truth. The statement is just an assumption. C. Statement is a policy. No basis for judgment. The answer is letter C. What makes it a policy? It's not the grammar or the structure that is wrong, but the statement in itself. Why? Remember, power emanates from the people. Government is the expression of the will of the people. There is no government without the people. Okay? So, not for the benefit of the people, diba? Katie, ang power gani emanates from the people. Baligtad siya dapat. So letter C. What are the forms of government in which the political power is exercised by few privileged class? Letter A. Oligarchs, aristocrats. The pre-colonial Philippines has no established government. Its villages and settlements were called barangays. Only the first statement is true and correct. B. Only the second statement is true and correct. C. Both statements are true and correct. C. Both statements are true and untrue and incorrect. Letter B. Tanawa, oh, may villages and settlements. No established government. Remember, may barangay ta. Diba? Diba? May pre-colonial barangays. There were four social classes of people in the pre-colonial barangays. They were the nobles, freemen, serfs, and slaves. Why letter A? Hindi nobles, freemen, kundi maharlika, timawa, aliping namamahay, aliping sa gigilid. Under the Spanish colonial government, who directly governed, again, Viceroy of Mexico. Thank you for letter A. Letter B. The government that Spain established in the Philippines was defective. It was a government for the Spaniards and not for the Filipinos. Letter B. Naman. It's not defective. If it's defective, it could not have lasted 333 years. Diba? Arrange the sequence of governments during the Revolutionary Era. Letter First, we have revolutionary, followed by biyak na bato. Letter A. Arranged according to its establishment during the American regime. Letter?
231.
Yeah, 231. What was the civil government established during Japanese? Letter D. Philippine Executive Commission. The Constitution used by Philippine government from the Commonwealth period until 1973. 1935 Constitution. What kind of government was installed under the 1973 Constitution? Modified parliamentary system. Why? Because we had a prime minister during that time. Kaso lang, kabaligtaran. Supposedly, kung mabal ka president, titular lang siya. Okay? Ang gaano gidya sang head gidya is the prime minister. Okay? Pero, kay Marcos that's why modified, kaya under sa iya ang prime minister. Okay? Marcos did that in order to perpetuate himself in power. Hindi siya gusto manao po. That's why nag-last pa siya 20 years, di ba? For being the president of the Philippines. The 1973 Constitution was actually promulgated via plebiscite. When we say plebiscite, the people will just have to vote yes or no lang. And they're willing to approve the 1973 Constitution or to promulgate the 1973 Constitution. But they were not asked whether they want to promulgate the 1973 Constitution or not. What was asked during the assembly is, sino gusto bugas? Ikaw ya, hindi ka gusto bugas? May isa ka gid, di ba? When the people raised their hands, they were documented, promulgated ang 1973 Constitution. A de facto government requires a de jure status when it gains wide acceptance from the people and recognition from the community of nations. Letter A. It is defined as written as instrument by which the fundamental powers of the government are established, limited, defined, and by which powers are distributed. What is a statute? Statute is mga laws legislated, mga city ordinance, mga republic act, these are statutes. Okay? Statutes must be founded on the provisions of the Constitution being the fundamental law of the land. Letter C. There is no constitution that is entirely written or unwritten. This is A. There is no constitution, nasulit. What characteristics of government is established by the 1987 Constitution? Letter D. 3 branches, we have executive, legislative, and judiciary. If our present government is a democracy, where does power reside? A. Remember, governments of, by, and for. During Marcos' time, Marcos received of, by, and for the people. In President Quezon's time, the country had a Philippine Commonwealth. What is true about the Philippine Commonwealth? The Filipino people were letter B. Letter B. That's why we are given 10-year grace period. In the decade of the 70s, one clamor of the activists who staged street demonstration on the streets was down with the oligarchs. What did they accuse the government of, as suggested by the phrase down with the oligarchs? Letter A. How many articles does the 1987 Constitution have? 18. What does Article 7, Section 1 of the 1987 Constitution provide? Letter C. The 1987 Constitution provides specific provisions and taking good care of the environment. Yes, this is something that we have to amend in our constitution. There must be a provision as to how we should take good care of the environment. It's high time already that in our constitution, there must be something that reflects how we should protect, preserve, and conserve the environment. Letter A. Who can propose amendment or revision of the Constitution? Congress. Who promulgated the 1987 Philippine Constitution?
President.
Filipino people. Diba? Sa preamble pa lang, we, the sovereign Filipino people, pinakapunta, hereby promulgate this Constitution. This phrase in the preamble projects the idea of a social order that enables every citizen to attain his or her fullest development economically, politically, culturally, and spiritually. Common good. Which of the following is not expressed in the preamble? Scope. Scope? Rights. Wala dang ang rights. Ang rights, yan din mo makita. Article 3, di ba? Bill of Rights. The following are constitutional concepts except death penalty. We denounce death penalty. Which of the following represents the smallest subunit of government in the Philippines at present? Barangay. There's actually one town, one barangay in Ilocos Sur. Municipality of Adams, Barangay Adams, Municipality of Adams. The wife is the barangay captain, the husband is the mayor. Municipality of Adams, Barangay Adams, Municipality of Adams. One barangay, one town. When an individual is imprisoned without proper investigation, what right is violated? Due process of law. Recently, Senator Tolfo cited this violation of the policemen that most of the arrests did by our policemen, they violated the Miranda Doctrine, wherein they failed to state first to the arrested, to the alleged, their rights constituted under the Miranda rights. What is Miranda rights? Ano ganing ambag sa Miranda rights? Miranda Doctrine? Anything you say. You have the right to remain silent. Everything you say will be used against you. You have the right to have your own lawyer. If you cannot provide, the law will provide. Or the state will provide. Miranda rights, Miranda Doctrine. Number 120. The right to life, liberty, property, as well as pursuit of happiness are basic human rights. Letter C. Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This was actually led by the crafting of the UDHR was led by Eleanor Roosevelt. The preservation and development of Filipino culture should be one of the responsibilities of the state as provided in the Constitution in order to promote national identity. The Philippine Constitution, recognizing the natural right and duty of parents in rearing the youth for civic efficiency in developing moral character, mandates that this should be supported by the government. If a president wishes to veto a bill, he or she must communicate it within a certain span of time. Otherwise, the bill will become a law. 30 days. A good example of this, nga na-expire 30 days, kaya wala na balik, is the CPD law, or the Continuing Professional Development. If you will join that ed, you will be required as soon as you renew your license in the future, you will be required CPD units. Pero hindi makabalaka kayo may mga except na sa DepEd. Ang mga except, counted na siya as CPD units.
40 cards,
40 units. Ma-masters ka, continuing professional development. Trillanes authored this law when it was sent to the office of Pinoy for his approval. Wala niya ginsignan kay ginveto niya, but he fails to send it back to the Senate where the bill was coming from originally, and so it became a law. The Supreme Court shall be composed of a Chief Justice, and how many associate? 14. 15 po sitting and bank ang court. Dala na da ang Chief Justice. Kumambal ta sitting and bank. The following are members of the Constitutional Commission, except letter A. The impeachment of the late former Chief Justice Renato Corona is due to what violation? Ano ganing rason? His failure to submit his statement of assets and liabilities and net worth. If you are going to become a government employee, a teacher in the future, you will also do the same. You need to submit your SAL and failure to submit would mean betrayal of public trust. Remember, a public office is a public trust. Who has the authority to interpret the Constitution? Courts. CONAS and CHACHA are associated with the Constitutional Assembly and Charter Change, amendment of the present Constitution. Which of the following, which is the overriding aim of the constitutional mandate on social justice? Letter D. Not all the time kung ano pinakalaba, amo na siya ang sabat. That's why you have to read. Blank is a material that contains first-hand accounts of events and that were created contemporaneous to those events or later recalled by an eyewitness. Primary source. Sige na, let's continue. It's a work that is not based on direct observation or of evidence directly associated with the subject. Secondary. Spain received 20 million in compensation for the Philippines under the Treaty of Paris. What's the Treaty of Versailles? Letter A. What's the Treaty of Versailles? Yeah. There's actually variations in the pronunciation. The French would pronounce it as Versailles. Some would also pronounce it as, the Americans would pronounce it as Versailles. Mas hapos ang Versailles to Versailles. Because of ano na siya? That is the treaty that concluded the World War I. Okay? With this treaty, ginbuli ang Germany. Ipangkuha sa ilang mga territories. That's why naghambal sa Germany after they signed the Treaty of Versailles. Once they can go back to their feet, they will take revenge. Papanagpo nila ang tanan ng mga nagbuli sa ila. That is why they became a Nazi. That's the reason, because of their nationalism. There's a difference between nationalism and patriotism. Although both would mean love for one's country, but nationalism is the exaggeration of your love for your country. Because you will be thinking with nationalism that your country is superior to the other countries. That is why the Germans developed this idea, this thinking, mindset back. That theirs is the superior race, the Aryan race. That's why, kay superior race, the eyes must be blue, there is no disability, and homosexuality at that time is considered a disability. Have you watched The Boy in Striped Pajamas?
Yes.
You watch it, The Boy in Striped Pajamas. At wala na friend niya, sambata ang lalaki, sambata ang ang bata sa general, di ba? Ang sa Nazi camp, di ba? The islands, how about the Treaty of Nanking? World War I man siya between Japan and China. The islands that the three stars of the flag originally represent? Letter C. Letter D. Sorry, letter D. The Lupang Hinirang was actually the second national anthem. The first was Mangal na Dalit ng Katagalugan, which is true about the original flag. It was lost when Aguinaldo fled to northern Luzon. The first anniversary of the Declaration of Philippine Independence after June 12. Makabebe. An interview with a person who has had direct or indirect experience with or knowledge of a chosen topic is called dali lagi ha. Letter B. Tapuso ta na lang. A source whose creator was directly involved with an event or was a direct witness. Primary source. A researcher is working on a historical project concerning the use of basal reading series like Dick and Jane during the 1960s. She uses as one of her sources another scholar's treatment of the topic. This source is secondary source. A researcher studying the history of medical education finds a manuscript that purports to be from the 14th century. Before he uses the source, he goes to the three other experts to help him identify whether the manuscript is authentic or not. They're actually doing the external criticism. His authentication of the object is referred to as, there you have it, external criticism. The process of determining the reliability or accuracy of a particular source is referred to as internal criticism. A researcher's attempt to ensure that the meaning conveyed from a source is what actually is meant. Positive criticism. A researcher examines documents concerning schooling during the 1800s and discovers that the documents mention cooperative learning. She boasts to another researcher that the cooperative learning techniques were around even in the 1800s. Later on, she finds that cooperative learning in the context of the document she was examining referred to a school cooperative rather than an instructional method. She was guilty of falling into what kind of interpretative problem? Presentism. An educational researcher studying the history of school funding in an area finds a document that states that the property taxes in a particular locale were high in comparison to other areas. The researcher investigates the document to determine the truth of that statement, as well as the source of the document, and identifies when it was written. The investigator is engaged in what process? The answer is negative criticism. The process of comparing documents or sources to determine whether they provide the same information or support the same conclusion is corroboration. A researcher is interested in studying approaches to teaching writing In schools during the 1800s, she discovers a grammar book, but there is no author or copyright date in the book. She examines the typeface in the book as well as the writing style. After investigating further, she finds a reference to the book from a teacher's diary from the 1800s. The diary also mentions an author's name. After further researching around, she's able to identify the author of the book. The investigator was engaged in what process? Sourcing. The process of identifying when and where an event took place is called contextualization. The process of selection, analysis, and organization of materials collected, synthesis. Known as the father of the we perspective in Philippine historiography, Zeus Salazar. A little about the we perspective. For a very long time, the history that we read, that we used in studying our history, is actually written by Europeans. Di ba? Busy na sila. True. That's why there is a movement pioneered and initiated by Dr. Sue Salazar. The we perspective, yung patayong pananaw. It's high time that we tell our history from our perspective, not from the perspective of the Europeans. Okay, Pasar?
Wala. Anong pinag-iba sa answer sa positive criticism and negative criticism?
Ana?
Positive criticism and negative criticism.
If you investigate sa positive kay mura siya corroboration pero ang imuha is to you are investigating, you are analyzing the material, the reference by its ng established na siya baladaan nga ano sila nga related siya ang duwa ka source. Okay, ang imo na lang i-establish ya is related did sila nga duwa. Whereas sa negative criticism kay daw imo siya pangitaan sa sang buho nga hindi sila pareho, do ka something like that one. So kay positive in the sense nga ang imo gipangita ang ila relationship nga duwa, how they are related. Sa negative criticism is why they are not related. Nakamula siya. That's why positive and negative. Okay. What makes these two sources related? Positive. What makes these two sources not related? Okay. Negative.
Third year? Maybe you have asked of all the national heroes. By the way, there's no such law declaring or recognizing a hero or declaring a hero a national hero. There's no law yet for the national heroes that we recognize by the people who are not vital. Such law recognized. Although we celebrate or we commemorate death anniversary, birthdays of our heroes such as Rizal and Bonifacio, but we don't necessarily have a law for the statutes for these heroes. But of all the heroes, why Rizal? Why not General Anisico Lacson, diba? Why not Bonifacio? Why not Tandazo? Wala mo na mag-quote, Ana. Wala mo na
Actually,
mag-quote.
sir, dito na siya ni Howard Taft.
Yeah, he was assigned as a hero, di ba? At that time, the Americans see that there's a need for them to declare a hero to their advantage. Actually, they declare Rizal as a hero, not for the Filipinos, di ba, to look up as a model, but a strategy, as you have mentioned, di ba? Creating, at that time, Filipinos don't have the trust and confidence of the Filipinos are not for the Americans. But, so they must need someone who they can put up as model, di ba? And if the recognition will be coming from them, di ba, the Filipinos will take it somehow as something that they should be grateful, di ba, towards the Americans. So that's why they installed Jose Rizal as a hero. But why Jose Rizal?
Hindi siya gusto sa right, no.
Well, Rizal of what? Are you sure? Kaya hindi ko sa Rizal ang Vladimir Revolution.
Through words.
That's actually an issue in Philippine history. Di ba remember, Rizal founded La Liga Filipina? Ano na tagawa tayo? Anyway, di ba remember na in-establish na founded na La Liga Filipina? Di ba? Members of the La Liga Filipina were the members of the Katipunan that they decreed as well as the Puerto Rican Compromisados. Pero, nakaplat na actually, before pa nag-divide ang mga members ng La Liga Filipina sa Puerto Rican Compromisados, believe that diplomatic means is still the best way for them to achieve or to attain those reforms that they are asking from the Spaniards. And there are also those, the likes of Bonifacio, who believe that the Vladimir Revolution is the key for them to liberate the country. Pero there's no concept yet of country at the time. Actually, they do not include Panay and Mindanao as part of the state that they are actually planning to establish. Only the Tagalog region. Okay? And not even northern Luzon, only southern Luzon here. Itong 8 provinces, pagkadaman mo na siya, ang ilan ang pinakanuhan sa maps ng Visayas State. You wanted to call it Malay State of Borneo, makaroon na siya bilang plan. So the plan is, if the La Liga Filipina will fail, they will proceed to plan B, which is the Vladimir Revolution. And Jose Rizal will take the place or the post of the Supreme, not Bonifacio. It's not all for diplomatic gains. He is also thinking of the Vladimir Revolution. But when La Liga Filipina was found out by the Spanish authorities and when he was exiled and deported to the Philippines, that's where somehow when they changed of mind, see Jose Rizal, well, only both will change their minds, diba? And Rizal somehow, nananiyan na siya sa iyakan sa Dapitan. And he was thinking that it was not the time yet. Remember, ikapuan siya ni Pio Valenzuela, diba? Ni Dr. Pio Valenzuela. The same mediator used by the Americans, not by the Americans, between the Americans and Emilio Aguinaldo, Pio Valenzuela. So Pio Valenzuela went to Rizal when he was exiled in the Pitan to talk about Rizal, whether he is really involved in the revolution or the movement, such as that founded by Andres Bonifacio. So, of course, he denied that he told Pio Valenzuela that it was not yet for any bloody revolution. because he knew exactly that the bloody revolution at the time will not succeed, considering the condition, the circumstance, and the strength, the capacity of the Filipino soldiers. Kita niyo sa mga pictures, nakachinelas sa iba nakatingin, wala niya sa mga footwear. Makato lang niya sa gera. They only have mga ano lang nila kung mga ipang invento lang nila, ipag-innovate lang nila ang mga tools or weapons for the battle. I think you are familiar of Cinco de Noviembre, diba? The number 5. It also shows the ingenuity of the Filipinos, the Negros, the Negrosanos, diba? Ipitahan ng galing nila sa lawas sa lobby to make it look like a cannon. Wala ko na ba, no? Wala. History nga sa Negros. That's why an established Negros Republic, funny, it's black, pero naituan sa mga Negrosanon ang mga Espanyol. Yeah. Di pampitahan lang nila ang mga utod na lubi, isang black, to make it look like a cannon, and then ang mga palwa, wala ka lubi, di pampitahan lang nila sa black, and di-shape nila sa mga rifles, and then they are holding rifles. Yes! When the Archbishop, ginlataw niya binoculars, in-instructionan nila yun ang military Spaniards, mga Spaniards, na retreat. Abort the mission. It's not possible to win this battle considering that daghan tayo mga cannon and mga rifles ang troops and sito lang kasi galing sa bago. Diba, gawa na siya sa Dalisay at sa bago, gawa ka siya na lang. Questionably, ha? Wait pa man. Thus, the establishment of Negros Republic. The first republic outside Luzon. Paano siya, kaya di ba walang recognize sa nila Andres Bonifacio, Emilio Aguinaldo, sa Visayas. So, nagtupod ang taga-Negros, na ako ng Cebu. Sir, would you mind to transfer, sir, dito sa Atubang, sir, o para mas... I don't think I cannot project my voice more louder than this one.
General Anicito Lacson and what's the other one? Juan Araneta.
So why Rizal? Break lang. Break na lang. Si Rizal na lang. Ha? Wala ka sa ipan. Si Rizal. Of course, a big factor of that, why we study Rizal, his life, his work, and his writings, because of declaration by Howard Taft, diba, pronouncement of Howard Taft, in making Rizal as a national hero. So with that, there comes this tradition of venerating Rizal as not a mere individual, but someone who have contributed so much in the awakening of the spirit of nationalism among the Filipinos. And to think that it's his novel, The Noli Me Tangere and the El Filipino, who also awakened the fight for freedom, diba? And well, of course, the enlightenment among the other national heroes in the time. Andres Bonifacio is even very engrossed in studying the novel of Jose Rizal, diba? And knowing Jose Rizal. There was really no close acquaintance with Andres Bonifacio and Jose Rizal. Unfortunately, I don't know, maybe they were both very busy doing their respective endeavors, diba? Or having different endeavors at the time. Kasi wala din sila nagkamit. Although part of members in the Bonifacio of La Liga Filipina, but it's not one of those in the higher ups, in the higher ranks of La Liga Filipina. So wala din sila close acquaintance ni Jose Rizal. And hindi man ganit kasi when Dr. Julio Valenzuela, Dr. Rizal, and Kapitan, he also could not remember right there and then when he was asked by Julio Valenzuela if he knew Andres Bonifacio. So it took him some time, with the help of recalling from Julio Valenzuela of who Andres Bonifacio is. That was only the time when he get to remember Andres Bonifacio. But Andres Bonifacio at the time didn't have established already the KKK.
Let's proceed to the Rizal Law. So, from being a bill, before siya law, it has to be a bill first. Okay, it's either from the House of Congress or House of Representatives or the House of Senate. A bill is sponsored or authored. Okay. After that one, for example, Senator, sino namin yung Senator Subong Man? Give a name. Okay, si Tolfo na lang kay mention si Tolfo. Example, Senator Tolfo will be crafting or will be sponsoring a bill. Okay? So his bill, after debate, after hearing in the Senate, it will then proceed to the first reading in the House of Representatives, not in the same house. Okay? Kung halin siya sa Senate, basahon siya sa Representatives. Kung halin sa Representatives, basahon siya sa Senate. Okay, that's the process. So it will undergo 3 readings, first, second, and third reading. Okay. After that, after ma-approve siya, just like the Maharlika Fund. Are you familiar with the Maharlika Fund? Na-worry na kami because it's our personal contributions in the GSIS, which will be used as capital outlay for although part lang siya, pero still, di ba, it's our personal contribution, it's our money, which will be put up as capital in the Maharlika Corporation, di ba? It's also a government-owned corporation, but its objective is to generate more income for the country. But supposedly, its capital must be taken from the excess. Okay? Pero, and not in the right time, considering that we are still undergoing a crisis brought about by the pandemic. Diba? And we don't even have savings, diba? Excess funds. We should learn from the Malaysian fund. They also did the same. Nga, di ba, napriso gani ang ilang prime minister, di ba, because of that one. It failed. So, So, after the third reading, that's the time that it will be submitted to the Office of the President for approval. Di ba, itong veto, di ba? Kung i-veto niya, kung may disagreement siya in any provision or in the entire bill, and then he needs to submit it back to where it came from para ma-process ang iyang mga revisions, mga suggestions. Okay? And it will undergo another reading, another process naman. Pero kung if mag-lapse ang 30 days, it will automatically become a law. So, but that's not the case of Rizal law. It really it underwent the process, the usual process of reading, of public hearing, of debates. Okay? Undergo ni debate sa asing kalawig-lawig ni sa Rizal law because the Catholic Church and most of the members of the Congress at the time are devout Catholics. So somehow nabudlayan gid ni siya ang Rizal law. In April 3, 1956, filed by the Senate Committee on Education in April 17, 1956. Senate Committee on Education Chair Jose P. Laurel. By the way, Jose P. Laurel is the only president to have served in the Philippines to have also served the other two branches. Okay, so tanan ang tatlo ka branch of the government naka-serve siya. He served as president under the executive branch. He served as chief justice under the judicial, and then as representative under the as senator under the legislative. The bill became controversial as the powerful Catholic Church began to express opposition against its passage, as the influence of the church was felt with members of the Senate voicing their opposition to the bill. Its main author, Claro M. Recto, and his allies in the Senate entered into a fierce battle, arguing for the passage of Senate Bill 438. A House Bill number 5561 was also filed under the House of Representatives by Jacobo Gonzalez on April 23, 1956. Debate started on May 2nd, 1956, and the House Committee on Education approved the bill without amendments on May 9, 1956. The debates commenced on a major point whether the compulsory reading of the text Noli Me Tangere and El Filibusterismo appropriated in the bill was constitutional. The call to read the unexpurgated. What do you mean by unexpurgated? Ano na siya ang unexpurgated? Unabridged, not yet translated. We have to read the original copy of the Noli Me Tangere. That's unexpurgated. Meaning, we have to study. Actually, there's a provision under RA 1425 for the Rizal law that any of you who are taking the Rizal, the life and works of Rizal, ang naging changes sa muna. Sa muna Rizal, binasaya. I-change siya into the life, works, and writings of Rizal. Now it's just life and works of Rizal. It counts ang writings niya as also works of Rizal. So at that time, even until today, if you will be asked to study the Noli Me Tangere, you can say no to your teacher. But if you say no, you will be given an expurgated copy. Especially, sino mga Juba, may Juba, iba, bawat sa inyo mga bawat you also don't man type of service, no? I think it's some sort of idolatry. So, pwede sila kapag because that's against their religion. But with that, they will be given the unexpurgated copy. Why the unexpurgated copy? To show that there are no other intention but for academic purpose only. That's why they will be given the unexpurgated copy. Unexpurgated, pinapurgang kagitna. May hindi na pinchindi. Diba? So it will take some time for you to understand the Noli Me Tangere because it's in Spanish. Magdalong pala yung Spanish. Mangindi ka pa. Hindi na lang di ba? Sige na lang. In particular, he removed the compulsory reading of results. This is by Jose Laurel. These are the proposed amendments to the bill. He added that results other works must also be included in the subject, while he remained adamant in his stand that the unexpurgated versions of the novels be read. May 14, 1956, similar amendments were adopted to the House version. Another reason also why the unexpurgated copy or version, aside from the fact that to show that there are no other intentions but for academic purpose only, because the Catholic Church would really wanted to or contended na the work of Rizal doesn't speak of the spirit of patriotism. They counted out of the, I forgot the number of words in the non-Catholic. I think it's the word patriotism, not exactly even the word patriotism, but an implication now of the word patriotism and its sense or meaning of patriotism was only mentioned 27 times in the entire non-Catholic. So, because first, Claro and Recto proposed that to have the Nolly Tanchery be read, be incorporated in the curriculum as we study Rizal, because the Nolly Tanchery is will help the Filipinos, the Filipino students to be enlightened about patriotism. That's why the Catholic Church contended such argument of Claro and Recto. Ano hambal mga patriotism nga in fact wala gid siya ganang explain sa patriotism. Wala lang gid, di ba? But although the actions, di ba, of the characters there, the situations, the circumstances, somehow it is about patriotism, di ba? Or awakening of the spirit of patriotism among the characters in the knowledge of In May 17th, 1956, the Senate and House versions were approved. In June 12, 1956, the approved versions were then transmitted to Malacanang. And on June 12, 1956, President Magsaysay signed the bill into law, which became Republic Act number 1425. So remember, it's Ramon Magsaysay who signed Senate Bill 438 and make it into a law in June 12, 1956. The author, Claro M. Recto, the president who signed it was Ramon Magsaysay. Okay. The Noli Me Tangere and El Filibusterismo are very damaging to the clerics. The novels were written when Dr. Jose Rizal is changed from Catholic faith and religion and contradicted many of the Christian beliefs. Okay. Kaya sino ang character sa Noli Me Tangere natin nakita? Kay Ibarra. How about Ibeg Elfred? Resistance to Catholic faith. Kay Simon, di ba? So to compel Catholic students to read a book which contains passages contradicting their faith constitutes a violation of a Philippine constitutional provision under Article 3, Section 1, Paragraph 7. Okay? The right to choose your religion, what to believe. The novels do contain teachings contrary to Catholic faith, and so the Church is opposed to the proposed compulsory reading in the entirety of such books in any school in the Philippines where Catholic students may be affected. Here's the salient points. When we say salient, important. The courses in the life, works, and writings of Dr. Jose Rizal, particularly the novels Noli Me Tangere and El Filibusterismo, shall be included in the curricula of all schools, colleges, and universities, public and private. It obliged all schools, colleges, and universities to keep in their libraries adequate number of copies of the original or unexpurgated editions of the Noli Me Tangere and El Filibusterismo, as well as Rizal's other works and biography. That's why we have a corner in our library. We call it Rizaliana. That includes the works and the writings of Dr. Rosa Rizal. It authorized and directed the Board of National Education to work for the translation of Noli Me Tangere and El Filibusterismo, as well as other writings of Dr. Jose Rizal into English, Tagalog, and other principal dialects, and their printing in cheap or popular editions and their circulation. Questions about Rizal law? Do you have questions in mind which you would like to clarify this time? Wala sang ginobra nga Bonifacio law. Ha? Wala siya nag-shine. Walay libro si Bonifacio. Do may pagka-Fernando Pugit si ano no, si Andres Bonifacio. But you know what? University of the Philippines, Diliman, are very strong in their position of recognizing Andres Bonifacio as the first president of the Philippines, not Emilio Aguinaldo. They can also consider Emilio Aguinaldo as the the greatest traitor in Philippine history. Diba? Gipapatay niya si Emilio si Andres Bonifacio, gipapatay niya si Antonio Luna. And why not Emilio Aguinaldo? Or Aguinaldo law? He's very unpopular na later on. Di ba nagpadalagan ka sa president in, I think, sa kay Osmeña nga time. Osmeña ba? Basta after isang Amerikano, nagpadalagan pa siya president. So wala na siya nakadaan. Sige, the world of Rizal's times. Why do we have to study the conditions, the circumstances, the challenges during that time of Rizal in other parts of the world? Naaman. Para lang mapalawig ako discussion. Maybe say so, my statue, see Rizal in other parts of the world. Even dahil ang statue ni Rizal in Luneta. Have you been to Luneta? That is not made by a Filipino. Yes. Now I have a classmate in Siliman. The study is the definite sizes and shapes of the statues in Rizal. Naigapong naigapong, naigaw, lain-lain, di ba? Ang interpretation, di ba? Lain-lain na pag-defect sa nila. Naibas lang, di ba? Naig ka na ulo lang Rizal. Naig ka ng completed body. Naiputi, naig-gray, naig-dark, naig-itong, di ba? Naig-gold, di ba?
how we venerate Rizal is also based on how diverse we are. Diba? How we see, how we view our heroes, particularly sa Rizal. So aside from that one mentioned natin yung mga statues na, it only speaks of the idea that Rizal is also recognized in other parts of the world. But that was only after his death, after he sacrificed himself. Sacrifice na lang. But why do we have to study the conditions, the prevailing conditions of the world in general to read results? It's just like, yes, we are doing this at this moment, diba? But whatever we are doing right now here at this moment will have an impact to the other side of the world. Diba? Okay. Nagaling sa Japan?
Isa sa mga kasusunod na bakit sa baka navigate na natin sa ibang mas may mga problem na parties para mas negosyo sa experience sa or na
Ano si Andres, Pastor, ikaw, your Pinoy ka.
pero usap sila sa silang mga instances sa mga sa
Another reason why we have to study what was the prevailing conditions of the world during Rizal time is that we can only judge a person based on the significance of it. We cannot compare, we cannot judge Rizal according to the challenges we are facing today. Diba? That's why I really don't like those activities na kung buhay pa si Rizal, ano kaya ang masasabi ni Rizal? Mangyayari na ito. Tapos kung hindi ka sa batang estudyante, zerohan sa teacher, kaya mo. Ikaw matulog ma'am. Diba? Bisa kaya siguro mag-upod kami ni Rizal, I cannot speak on his behalf. Diba? Dami alam mo natin sa modo you have to put yourself in the position of yourself. It's okay to empathize, pero not to speak on behalf of someone, diba? So, hindi nagiging So why we have society? Because if we want to understand how Rizal came to be the person he became, diba? How he came up with these works, diba? Excellent works, diba? Why he is a genius. We have to go back to the prevailing conditions, diba, of his time. Ano mga nagtalatabo? For sure, his works are also inspired from the works of the Western, diba? Na siya item na nagbiha. His work, for example, the Noli Me Tangere, is inspired by the works of like the Les Miserables, diba? Utopia by Thomas More, diba? He was able to came up with these novels, with these magnificent novels because of his education, diba? And the education nga na-acquire ni Rizal was actually developed by the challenges also during his time. Lain man guro si Rizal kung nag-K-12 si Rizal, di ba? Hindi man siya guro amo lang, hindi lang natin siya ma-underestimate yung capacity. Also, we cannot judge him
in accordance to the circumstances of our time. So we can only know better Rizal if we go back to his time. Okay? On February 19, 1861, 4 months before Rizal's birth in Calamba, the liberal Tsar Alexander, to appease the uprising discontent of the Russian masses, issued a proclamation emancipating 22,500,000 serfs. Okay? These are slaves, considered the equivalent ng mga slaves. When Rizal was born on June 19, 1861, the American Civil War was raging furiously in the United States over the issue of Negro slavery. This titanic conflict, which erupted on April 12, 1861, compelled President Lincoln to issue his famous Emancipation Proclamation, where slaves were freed. Diba? Imagine, no, 1863 pa freed ang mga slaves. Pero ang discrimination against the Black Americans, the Negroes, are still existing up to this day. Diba? While we are having our review here, somebody, a Negro, a Black American in the US, in any part of the US, is going through discrimination, form of discrimination at this point. Pila na ka centuries ang nagliligad, pero up to this time, they are not yet totally free. Yeah. Have you watched the movie Hidden Figures? Oh, man ka mo bala. Di pa. Kung may time, di ba? Doon kalayo gid sa inyo sa sibilisasyon. Yeah, you watch the movie Hidden Figures. Kanami bala. Naka-watch ka na. You also watch The Great Debaters. You can learn a lot. The Great Debaters. I'll send the link in my Google Drive sa GC later. On June 1st, 1861, just 18 days before Rizal's birth, Benito Juarez, the full-blooded Zapotec Indian, was elected president of Mexico. After a year of his election, Emperor Napoleon III of the Second French Empire, in his imperialistic desire to secure a colonial stake in Latin America, this is actually, sa French na siya, sent French troops which invaded and conquered Mexico. President Juarez, owing to the raging American Civil War, could not obtain military aid from his friend Lincoln, but he continued to resist the French invaders with his valiant Indian and Mexican freedom fighters. To consolidate his occupation of Mexico, Napoleon III installed Archduke Maximilian of Austria as puppet emperor of Mexico in June 12, 1864. Finally, after the end of the American Civil War, Juarez, with U.S. support, defeated Maximilian's French forces in the Battle of Querétaro. In Rizal's times, two European nations, Italy and Germany, succeeded in unifying their own countries. The Italians, under the leadership of Count Cavour and of Garibaldi and his army of red shirts, drove out the Austrians and French armies from Italy and proclaimed the Kingdom of Italy under King Victor Emmanuel, with Rome as capital city. The Prussians, led by Otto von Bismarck, the Iron Chancellor, defeated France in the Franco-Prussian War and established the German Empire on January 18, 1871, with King William of Prussia as first Kaiser of the German Empire. With his defeat in the Franco-Russian War, Emperor Napoleon III's Second French Empire collapsed, and over its ruins, the Third French Republic arose with Adolphe Thiers as first president. The times of Rizal saw the flowering of Western imperialism. England emerged as the world's leading imperialist power. What's the difference, by the way, between colonialism and imperialism? although 4 centuries ahead, colonialism and imperialism, before Rizal was born, persistent siya po ang colonialism and imperialism. Even gani up to present, di ba? There are still forms of colonialism. We call them neo-colonialism. Globalization is actually neo-colonialism. This is a new form of colonialism. What's the difference? Wala na po. Both would mean a strong country would dominate or subjugate a weaker country. Imperialism is actually the idea to subjugate a weaker country, to occupy a particular territory and control its economic, social, and even cultural aspect. Colonialism is actually the tool to make this idea happen. Although, simple lang ang definition sa imperialism, any form of subjugation. Say, a strong country subjugated, dominated a weaker country. That's already imperialism. Kaso lang sa colonialism, ang ways mas specific ang ways as to how you will subjugate. Diba? Just like what happened in the Philippines, there are resistance. Diba? Not all Filipinos man or not all natives. Wala say Filipinos kay at that time they don't have the concept yet of being Filipino. Diba? But our ancestors during that time, not all of them are very welcoming, just like what Mia Wurzbach said, diba? And some don't see any problem at all, diba? With the colonizers coming to our shores, but there are also those who resisted, just like Lapu-Lapu, diba? And Ismed. That's why we have corregimiento, diba? Or those communities which were not subjugated yet by the Spanish friars. Those communities whose members were not converted yet to Catholicism. So that's why medyo bloody ang kung maghambal ka na colonialism, hindi madula ang bloody na pag-subjugate, di ba? May gera, may war, may battle. So, doon lang na siyang pinaka-difference nila nga duwa. But, main idea ang imperialism. Thus, the British people during the glorious, on account of her invincible navy and magnificent army, she was able to conquer many countries throughout the world and to establish a global empire. We're talking about England here. This is when England finally joined the competition among, together with, alongside Spain, Portugal, France, Netherlands, and England, diba? Joined in acquiring more territories. Diba? They were in competition already of looking for acquiring territories in which continent? What's one? The other one. Asia, di ba? Kaya di ba na nila establish na ang spices grabe din with that, una-una nila sa trade spice, di ba?
Then later on, mas klaro na sila ang idea, ang concept na of that ang sa three G's to God, golden glory. That if they will be in control of commerce and trade, they will be the most powerful country. And then, remember our mercantilism, di ba? The ideology there that exists or that prevails during that time, na the index for power is silver and gold. The more silver and gold you have, the more powerful you become. So there's no other way for them but to join in the competition. If you don't wish to be subjugated by these powerful countries, Spain, Portugal, Netherlands, and France, then it's just like if you can't beat them, then join them. Kakam na balhap. Pero, ang Ilaya this time, if you don't want to be subjugated, then you have to be one. You have to become a colonizer. You have to become an imperialist. Thus, the British people during the glorious reign of Queen Victoria proudly asserted, Britannia rules the waves. So there was once a time when England was the queen, okay, of the ocean. By winning the first Opium War and the second Opium War against the tottering Chinese Empire under the Manchu dynasty. What's with the Opium War? Ano na siya sa Opium War? Drugs. It's a form of drug. It's a substance, drug substance. Na sa una, sa China, sila pang nauna sa drugs. Gabi ang, ano sa ila, ang effects ng drugs. That's why may opium war. During this time, yung gabi na ang ano, it was not war on drugs ang declare sa emperor. Just like what PRRD did. Ang ilagin mo niya was isolation policy. They closed all their doors, their ports, and they stopped trading with the Western countries because they wanted to resolve this issue on drugs among the Chinese. Pero wala bigyan na. And wala nila napadayon ang isolation policy because they were threatened by the US, specifically that if they will not open their trade and ports with them, they're going to declare war. With that threat, China don't have any other choice but to reopen their trade and ports with the Western countries. So nagbalik naman to ang pag-ano sa drugs. In fact, si Jose Rizal, he tried drugs. Pero wala mo siya na pa-dito sa he tried it purposely for research. Yeah, for scientific purpose or engagement. If you just wanted to try one without feeling kung makasuyog ka. You don't want to be like Rizal? I'm not telling you to try drugs. Sir, what's your education from again? Na, si Rico Gil ang naganingan, tatunta na ang sa drugs. Pero naka-license ka na, sir? So, nagera ang Britain and China because of the opium. Okay? China would want it to stop, pero ang Britain, sila gyapon ang sigiya negosyo sa drugs. Nakalantaw ka mo na once upon a time in China, I think
part 1 to 20, di ba? You missed 1/4 of your line.
How do you
Sige So what's the effect or what is the impact of the Opium War to the life of Dr. Jose Rizal? Diba, later on, gani, nag-drugs siya, diba? He tried. Nag-try niya lang ha, again, wala niya sige-sige. By winning the 3 Anglo-Burmese wars, she conquered Burma. We're still talking about England or Great Britain. Other lands in Asia which became British colonies were Ceylon, that's the old name of Sri Lanka, Maldives, Aden, Malaya, Singapore, and Egypt. Australia and New Zealand in the South Pacific also became British colonies. But now Sri Lanka is under the control of China. Do you know about that? Yes. Back in 2018, I was not there. I was not there. Advised the Prime Minister. I'm not actually 2018. Lawag na, baka 2016 pa, sabi sila pangutang sa China. They had this friendly agreement with China. They asked China if they could borrow money because China has this, ang sa Japan sa una, greatest East Asia co-prosperity sphere, di ba? That was the plan of Japan to make a one Japan, something like that one. Now China is doing this one, Pax Sinica, or One China. And they're also planning that to include the countries in Southeast Asia, in South Asia, in East Asia, to join the Pax Sinica. They're actually aiming at Pax Sinica to be somewhat like more than ASEAN. It's not just integration, it's not a simple relationship or agreement among countries, but these countries are like the USSR ba mga states join forces and making one country, somewhat like that. So, offer na nila una-una ang Pax Sinica sa Sri Lanka with, of course, kanami sa plano and also the marketing strategy, kanami pagiguro sa nila mag-sales stock, di ba? So, nailan nila sa Sri Lanka. Di ba, Philippines? So, nangutang sila, nangutang ang Sri Lanka. They don't have much savings. They don't have a lot of dollar reserves. Good thing kita yung may alap at sa Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas na may outstanding capital outlay pa sa World Bank. Pero hindi natin pagulat ito maka-operate na sa okay siya mangutang na basta ang imo pag-invest sa kwarta, ang utang mo to generate you more profit para mabayaran mo ang interest sa utang. But that was not the case in Sri Lanka. They asked China, when it was a time na binatagaliog na rin sila sa utang, mapot sila kay China kung saan sila mabayad. Saan manukot si China? China said, pay me when you're able. Nagsakay man si Sri Lanka. Sige po, tama pa yung iwan. Now, wala na din sila. May pasweldo sila mga government employees, wala. They don't have any choice. There's this international court to which China ang nilaging pahando. Kaya nga magpatidog na sa international court. Ang international court will be the biggest international port in the entire world. Remember, Sri Lanka, ara siya sa Indian Ocean, di ba? So, tanan ng mga, transportation ng mga vessels niya, trading commerce, dila India mga sa iya. So, bipangat nakaplano na tanan, di ba, kaalam sa China. Subong ang West Philippine Sea sa iya ginano because it has a lot of millions of tons of natural gas reserves. So kung ginamo na ng China, maperte na kita. Kaya ala na sila, nakatindog. Even if we are going to insist our claim, how are we going to insist our claim with the power of China? Amo na gani gipintahan na akong daan ang amon atop sa flag sa China para in case.
Ako niya, ay gusto sir na indako sir para i-watch mo lang ano nga. Sa Ilagya box naka-indicate na ito na province of China. Kasi hindi mga ako na may question sila na ano nanay ng China sa Philippines. Diba? Kung ginagawa ka
Oo. Amo na siya. Amo na siya, nagamat-amat na sila. Amo na siya, ngamat-amatin nyo na pinta inyo ato. Sampula. May 3 ka stars. May idea na kamo ha, how to save yourself.
kasi pag-iwan na kayo,
Di na taguro makabayad. Malay nyo, bigyan baligya na ta ni Duterte.
Kapag pinakalapong na event center sa Pilipinas
SLEX. It's made by a Chinese firm, a Chinese company. Amo na ang ilang sige kami ang mapatindog. Di ba ang SLEX? Have you been to Manila? Nakalabay na kamo. Yes. It's a Chinese company funding the SLEX. So, di ba, kay kung giutang, we're supposed to make a debt loan sa China, pero sila na lang, instead nga pautangon ta nila, pero kamo lang gyapon ang gwa, hindi na lang mangutang. Kaya kami na lang mapatindog, bayaran nyo na lang kami once it will operate na. Pero sa agreement, I think after 10 years pa nila i-transfer ang ownership to the Philippines. So mabawi gid nila ang ilang aginan. Amo na ang ilang mga kasagaran nga ginapahumpa. Oo. I think we cannot do that. There's this saying, di ba? God created the world, the rest are made in China. But this is made in China. This is made in China. I think even this space is made in China. Di ba? Nadula na gani sino gani owner sa Alibaba? Sino to gani? So, kaya di ba daw ka-protest sila sa China? Anyway, balikan ta na si Rizal ha. Ang China, lang nga siya. Sige, let's have the Industrial Revolution and Scientific Revolution. Industrial Revolution marked a period of development in the latter half of the 18th century that transformed largely rural agrarian societies in Europe and America into industrialized urban ones. Goods that had once been painstakingly crafted by hand started to be produced in mass quantities by machines in factories, thanks to the introduction of new machines and techniques in textiles, iron making, and other industries. Remember Mohandas K. Gandhi of India? Well, usually you can see him in pictures and in videos na nakabakang na linen cloth lang ang ginagamit. India used to be a colony of Britain, di ba? That's why we have British East India Company in India. It took some time for them that it was only in August 15 or 17, 1945 that India was liberated. The rule or occupation of Britain in India is also aided by or propelled by machines, by industrial revolution. We say industrial revolution because of the invention of machines. Sa una yan na sinaubra lang sa binakamot, di ba? Handcrafted ang mga products. But because of these inventions sa mga machines, mas napadali ang production. That's why may mass production. So that's industrial revolution. But industrial revolution actually started in Germany. An industrial revolution. Happy dito sa Gaya City Plaza, at nagina. Nagpa-picture ka na dahil sa Iron Dinosaur. Ang train. Kasi na nagpa-picture da. That's actually a symbol also of industrial revolution. Okay. Sa una ang train, wala pa trains, syempre kabayo ang mga tao, di ba? Pero sa na-discover na ang train and ang coal-powered engine, di ba? Coal ang ginagamit, di ba? Ginasunog ang uling pala, di ba? To produce heat, ang heat ang magpadalagan sa makina. Amo na ka rudimentary ang technology at the time. Pero imagine today, wala na tayo get-train. Kaya wala mag-isang train, di ba? Pero you know what, advantage tani diri sa Negros kung train ang aton nga transportation system. Oo. Diba? Galing kay gisudlan kita sa Ceres. Wala man din sa gaobra sa Ceres kasi reklamo ko. No, mas advantage kong train diri sa Negros. 'Di ba? Kaya daw ka sugpon lagi diya bala daw ka isa lang bigwala ka no, 'di ba? Diretso lang. Dami tani kong naka-train ta. Ipilit gid train. Fueled by the game-changing use of steam power, so from coal then to steam. And the Industrial Revolution began in Britain and spread to the rest of the world, including the Germany, including the US by the 1830s and 40s. Modern historians often refer to this period as the first Industrial Revolution to set it apart from a second period of industrialization that took place from the late 19th century and saw the rapid advances in steel, electric, and automobile industries. Scientific revolution, emergence of modern science during the early modern period when developments in math, physics, astronomy, biology, and chemistry transformed societal views about nature. The scientific revolution began in Europe toward the end of the Renaissance and continued through the late 18th century, influencing the intellectual social movement known as the Enlightenment. While its dates are disputed, the publication of 1543 of Nicholas Copernicus, De Revolutionibus Orbium Coelestium, or the revolutions of the heavenly spheres, is often cited as marking the beginning of the scientific revolution. Kay Copernicus, ang Earth as the center of Geocentric, no? Kay Copernicus, no? Ang kay Ptolemy ang sun as the center of it. Gen Ed na siya bala. The scientific revolution was built upon the foundation of ancient Greek learning and science in Middle Ages, as it had been elaborated and further developed by Roman, Byzantine science and medieval Islamic science. The Aristotelian tradition was still an important intellectual framework in the 17th century, although by that time natural philosophers had moved away from much of it. Key scientific ideas dating back to classical antiquity had changed drastically over the years and in many cases been discredited. The areas that remain, for example, Aristotle's cosmology, which placed the Earth at the center of a spherical hierarchy cosmos, or the Ptolemaic model of planetary motion, were transformed fundamentally during the scientific revolution. Pero, di ba, ano pa ni Danay sa Catholic Church si Copernicus? Di ba? Kaya ang ginpatihan sa Catholic Church was that of Ptolemy. Diba? Copernicus was once considered heretic because he is saying against what is believed by the Catholic Church. Sa una, especially during the medieval period, the most powerful institution is the Catholic Church. Now let's have Spanish colonization of the Philippines. During the time of Rizal, the sinister shadows of Spain's decadence darkened Philippine skies. The Filipino people agonized beneath the yoke of Spanish misrule, for they were unfortunate victims of the evils of an unjust, bigoted, and deteriorating colonial power. Among these evils were as follows. We have the instability of colonial administration, since the turbulent reign of King Ferdinand VII marked the beginning of political chaos in Spain. The Spanish government underwent frequent changes owing to bitter struggles between the forces of despotism and liberalism and the explosions of the Carlist Wars. So there was also civil war in Spain during that time. And well, diba, remember, we were directly ruled by the Viceroy of Mexico, diba, on behalf of the king, because Spain is too far from the Philippines. So it only gave much freedom to the Spanish friars to commit atrocities, to these abuses towards the Filipinos or to the Indios, to the natives, because no one is watching them, or nobody is watching them, diba? Corrupt colonial officials. General Rafael de Izquierdo, remember sa Cavite Mutiny, siya ang nagbulos kay Carlos Maria de la Torre. Okay? Ubra niya istorya si Carlos Maria de la Torre para siyang mabulos. Okay? So that the Viceroy of Mexico will put an end to the term of office of Carlos Maria de la Torre. A boastful and ruthless Governor General aroused the anger of the Filipinos by executing the innocent, the three martyrs. Burgos, Zamora, and Gomez. Jose Burgos is the youngest. By the way, Rizal in his foreword for the ano limitansya ba? I think el filibusterismo. Talang ipagbutang sa edad. Jose Burgos was 35 years old at the time when they were executed together with Jacinto Zamora, who was 36. Ang ginbutang ni Rizal was 35 kay Zamora. For Burgos, 30 instead of 35. Kay Mariano Gomez, I think 80 plus na ni si Mariano Gomez. Salaman ang iyagin butang nga edad for Mariano Gomez. In his forward sa iyano limitansya rin. His successor, Admiral Jose Malcampo, was a good moral fighter but was an inept and weak administrator. General Fernando Primo de Rivera, Governor General for 2 terms, enriched himself by accepting bribes from gambling casinos in Manila which she scandalously permitted to operate. Then we have Valeriano Weyler, a cruel and corrupt Governor General of Hispanic German ancestry, arrived in Manila a poor man and returned to Spain a millionaire. So, self-interest lang gid ang ilaya. He received huge bribes and gifts of diamonds for his wife from a wealthy Chinese who invaded the anti-Chinese law. The Filipinos scornfully called him tyrant because of his brutal persecution of the Calamba tenants, particularly the family of Dr. Rizal. At this time, I think Rizal was in London. Nabudlayan si Rizal that he has to pawn ang ring ni Saturnina. Magulang na ni Rizal. Kaya para lang makakaon siya, makabakal sa biscuit. Kaya ang ilang dusa ni Rizal during the time of that Governor General na na-mention, ginkwa, question niya ang ownership sa pamilya ni Rizal of their properties. So nabudlayan sila ni Rizal, ang family ni Rizal to earn income out of that property. And so wala pa kapadala si Pasiano sa dito sa London. And so he has no other choice but to pawn the ring of his elder sister Saturnina. Grabe si Rizal ka tipid. Okay, ang box of biscuits as big as this, I think. How do I know about it? I was not there, but I visited his prison cell in Intramuros. Also, you go to Intramuros, kay gataas na ang tubig sa Pasig River. Likod actually sang Intramuros, sang prison cell mismo ni Rizal in Fort Santiago. Daw masudlan na siya sang tubig. So you go there na mintras wala pa siya naabot sa tubig. Projected bala by 2030, because of climate change, there will be 10 centimeters increase in seawater or level by 2030. Okay, maka-experience ginidayon ang Manila. The as big as this lang ang box ng biscuit. Okay. Naubos niya in 1 month. Grabe ang pagtipid niya. Stretch niya per month. No, kay para lang siyempre kay being an ilustrado, di ba? Who came from a well-off family. Much is expected from Rizal. Wala siya actually ligo-ligo si Rizal. Pero okay, kasi ang temperature dito yan, di ba? Whether hindi mag-give like as in ang humid, di ba? Tapos tropical countries na, so we sweat a lot. And like dito yan sa London, tugnaw. Winter season at that time. So, isa hindi siya maligo, daw ka-carry na. How many days ang pinakataas sa mga wala kaligo na? Dapat ang sabat gaya, I invoke my rights stipulated under Section 6870 of Article 3 of the 1957 Constitution, right against self-incrimination. Pagkako lang na ninyo, wala gito mo nagbasa ay ang bagong sa lapasan. So, grabe siya. Ang iyaupod ng 3 days na ubos ang iyang box ng biscuit. Pero ang iyang pagditipid niya na para lang para kung balot siya na nagkaon siya sa restaurant. Rizal si Kuwet na magwak siya sa boarding house, mahapit siya sa mga kalangan. Mapalapit siya sa ginalutuan para ang smell niya sa binaluto, pagka-fix niya nga coat. So then when you go back home, mabalan niya ang mga workmates na mga nagtao na siya sa buwan para hindi mahalata ang gutom sila. Okay, pero honestly, gutom din sila. Nakita niyo naman sa mga pictures, di ba? Wala kami sa ELGC. Grabe, di ba? Ang cheekbones ni Rizal very prominent na kay Niwang na siya katama. Niwang kay Rizal. I was not there. Ha? Ano siya? Tiad na niya. Mo na ganingad to na mo sa Fort Santiago. 60 pesos ang, by the way, ang entrance. Kung wala mo yung 60 pesos, just tell me. Kaya i-Gcash ko na lang. Makapasar mo sa left, make it as a gift to yourself na you visit this place. Mataya ka sa loto. Kung may maka-top notcher, sponsoran ko. All expenses paid. Sa Bacolod lang hasta. Silay Airport. Tuway na. Ihatod ti ka, sugaton ko ti ka. Philippine representation in Spanish Cortes. To win the support of her overseas colonies during the Napoleonic invasion, Spain granted them representation in the Cortes. Cortes is Spanish court. Accordingly, the Philippines experienced her first period of representation in the Cortes from 1810 to 1813. History demonstrates that the first Philippine delegate, Ventura de los Reyes, took active part in the framing of the Constitution of 1812, Spain's first democratic constitution, and was one of its 184 signatories. This constitution was extended to the Philippines. Another achievement of the delegate de los Reyes was the abolition of the galleon trade. Unfortunately, the representation of the overseas colonies, including the Philippines, in the Spanish Cortes was abolished in 1837. Since then, Philippine conditions worsened because there was no means by which the Filipino people could expose the anomalies perpetrated by the colonial officials. Human rights denied to Filipinos since the adoption of the Spanish Constitution of 1812 and other constitutions in succeeding years. The people of Spain enjoyed freedom of speech, freedom of the press, association, and other human rights, except for freedom of religion. The Spaniards ardently guarded these rights so that no Spanish monarch dared abolish them. Strangely enough, the Spanish authorities who cherished these human rights or constitutional liberties in Spain denied them to the Filipinos in Asia. No equality before the law. The Spanish colonial authorities, who were Christians, did not implement Christ's precept of the brotherhood of all men under the fatherhood of God. Especially during the last decades of Hispanic rule, they arrogantly regarded the brown-skinned Filipinos as inferior beings, not their Christian brothers to be protected, but rather as their majesty subjects to be exploited. That's why white man's burden. To the imperialist way of thinking, brown Filipinos and white Spaniards may be equal before God, but not before the law, and certainly not in practice. The White Man's Burden is actually a poem written by Richard Kipling. There in that poem, The White Man's Burden, daw Katin justify sa mga Western, sa mga Europeans, that ang mga natives daw kuno, ang mga Filipinos, suspected Filipinos, are savage people, wild, uncivilized, and that because they were given this opportunity to know them, they somehow carry the burden to make these people civilized, to convert these people to their way of their education and their religion. With the unchristian attitude, many Spaniards and their mestizo satellites derisively called the brown-skinned and flat-nosed Filipinos Indios. I forgot the title of the research. There's actually a study. Nga the best nose daw that could fit the temperature in the Philippines, ang mga flat nose. Rhinoplasty pa more. During Rizal's time, a white skin, a high nose, or aquiline nose, and Castilian lineage were a badge of vaunted superiority. Sa Negros, din ang may pinakadamo gwapo ka gwapa, or mga mestizo. Sa Bolanon. Ha? Sa Escalante. Din. Sa Silay. Kay daghan man mga Espanyol. Mga Spanish is ito. Hence, a Spaniard or a mestizo, no matter how stupid or, di ba? Always enjoyed political and social prestige in the community. Racial prejudice was prevalent everywhere in government offices, in the courts of justice, in the armed forces, in the social circles, and even in the educational institutions and in the ecclesiastical hierarchy. Filipino values such as compadre system. Diba? It's not what you know, but whom you know. Adaghan sa City Hall. Diba? Yes. Even in sa City Hall. Si Ma'am forget sa City Hall. Ano ka ma'am? Inang permanent or job order?
Casual like I
Okay.
not literally
So, kinsa na klase dito ron?
pero may klase kay
Ikaw, sir? Asa ka nga officer? City Planning. City Planning and Development Office. Regular, permanent, or casual? Volunteer. Pero may allowance ka mo. Secretary? May secretary? Bongga nga volunteer ha? Volunteer, pero may secretary. Philocracy, owing to the Spanish political philosophy of union of church and state, or theocracy, we also call that, there arose a unique form of government in Hispanic Philippines called phrailocracy or phrailocracia, because it's a government by the friars. Okay? Not necessarily nga ang Governor General is a priest by profession, because there are Governor Generals nga mga may wife, they are not priests. But mostly ang mga friars, baka sila ang gina-look up, even gani may mga gobernadorcillos, di ba, or mga town mayors, sila gidya ang gina-konsulta. Kinsa na lantaw gabi sa Maria Clara at Ibarra. Kinsa gani ang Teniente Guerrero? Di ba? Gina-consult siya, bisan kakita na siya sa mga atrocities, ni abuses ni Damaso, pero he turned a blind eye to it, di ba? Kaya wala siya mahimo, kay mas powerful sa iyaha si Padre Damaso. Paano mo nasabi? Yes. Oh. Si Padre Damaso. Gin-rate niya si Doña Pia. History discloses that since the days of the Spanish conquest, the friars, the Augustinians, Dominicans, and Franciscans controlled the villages and through a facade of civil government. Remember, di ba, itong mga secular priests? Sila ni ang ginbatuan sa mga secular priests. The colonial authorities, from the Governor General down to the Alcalde Mayores, were under the control of the friars. Educational life of the Philippines, and later in the 19th century, they came to acquire tremendous political power. The friars practically ruled the Philippines. We have the forced labor or the pulo y servicio, compulsory labor imposed by the Spanish colonial authorities on adult Filipino males in the construction of churches, schools, hospitals, buildings, and repair of roads and bridges, the building of ships in the shipyards, and other public works. Originally, Filipino males from 16 to 60 years old were obliged to render forced labor for 40 days a year. Aside from the palya and the tributo and the sidula that they would have to pay. The Guardia Civil, the last hated symbol of Spanish tyranny, was the Guardia Civil, which was created by the Royal Decree of February 12, 1852, as amended by the Royal Decree of March 24, 1888, for the purpose of maintaining the peace and order in the Philippines. It was patterned after the famous and well-disciplined Guardia Civil in Spain. Gabi, di ba? Kung magambal ka na Guardia Civil, the image that you usually associate it with them is mga abusive, di ba? Ang mga police. Sir, excluded ka da, sir, ha? And all the men you know who are honest in their service. Charot. Both officers, Spaniards and men, the natives, were trained and untrained and undisciplined. But unlike the Guardia Civil in Spain, who were respected and well-liked by the populace. So dito sa Spain, ang mga Guardia Civil were highly regarded diriya sa Philippines, di ba? Grabe ang hatred sa mga Indios, sa mga natives. Just like what happened to one of the sons of Sisa, di ba? Crispin, di ba? He died. Si Crispin ang napatay. Si Basilio, nadula siya, di ba? Nadula siya talaga. Pero hindi magid kung nagupod gid man siya kay Ibarra, di ba? There was this instance lang ginupod siya ni Ibarra. Pero later on, si Elias ba? Si Elias ilubong ni Basilio si mama niya, di ba, si Sisa, di ba nagbubura si Basilio sa fire, di ba? Kay sunugon niya ang patay nga lawas ni Sisa. Ilyas at the same time was also heavily wounded at the time and that he was thinking already nga hindi na siya maglawig pa kay grabe na ang pagdugo sa iyang pilas. Ginbuligan niya si Basilio to make the fire not just for his mother but also for himself sa ni Ilyas. Nga nagano si Basilio nga sunugon ang patay nga lawas ni Sisa. Actually, it's a pagan symbol. Diba, before the Spaniards came to the Philippines, pagan ang mga natives. That's how they ang iba niya kayo, syempre kung mga manggaranan ka, ano pa sa banga, di ba? Ako na ang pagan sa imo pa. Ito ka manifestation, pero wala kaya din isang kulot, kundi din butang kaya sa banga. Tapos kaupdan ka pa sa imo mas slave. Kung may lang kay Bulacan mo nagbuhi nga slave during that time, no? Patay ka kita ni iupod ka gid sa imo nga amo. Ang bala sa Manonggol jars tuod gid na nga ginapaupdan ang kung hari bi or dato or maharlika bi paupdan kaya sa imo nga mapatay ka man ikiti ato kato sa kamo lang duwa sa cave, di ba? Pero kung ang slaves siguro at the time daw, gina-embrace na malangit nila ang ilang posisyon, di ba? Kung anong matabo sa ila, kahit slaves lang sila. Sa India naman ang practice, we have this suti. Are you familiar with suti? Kung mapatay imo bana, sunugon imo bana, upod ka, sunugon sa imo bana. Ang mga kapulutan. Para hindi ka kapamana. There are also those nga, sa iba naman yangat nga, I think in Pakistan, kung mapatay mo bana, pangasawon ka sang manghod sa imo nga bana o kung sino ang next kin sa imo nga bana nga lalaki. Baka ipasa-pasa ka. Sa Alaska, dapat may masalugid sa imo Okay, daw ka property ka lang. Di ba? Ang imo value is, pagmamay-ari ka. Sa Alaska gani, kung may bisita imo bana, ipahulang ka sa bisita sa imo bana. Yes, until this time, there's this tribe in Alaska still practicing that one. Ang mga Eskimo, it would be an honor to your husband and to your family kung magbusong ka sa bisita sa imo nga bana. Good luck, girl. Bawal na ako maingon. Good luck, girl. Kaya mo na. Sige na. Bilogan Central, Lopez, good luck. Ang bisita sa mga bana. Mayo pa, nag-ano ka na lang. Dito ka naman sa Zimbabwe. Diba? They have this female genital mutilation or female circumcision. Yeah, tahion ang labia majora, anatomy ha, labia majora sa isa ka bata nga babae. Mag above 5 years old, tayon ang vagina sa bata. Dili na lang sang gamay, nga buho as small as wide as the diameter of a matchstick. Para sa ihi. Kung palaslon ka na, that's the time nga gisian na pud ka. Oo. Daw nang ano ako galay. Amo na ang practice. There's this supermodel. Her name is Waris Derry. She even produced a movie of her experience with that tradition. Tapos hindi sa hospital ginaubra ang procedure. Sa higad lang, sa inyong abalay. Obrahan ka sa makeshift where you are going to stay until your wound will heal. Tapos, no anesthesia. Yeah. Aryuma ang ginagamit. Bali, ginabuhuan ka, ginapinch. Pag sa buho, dira ka ginatahi. Depende kung ano yung mo gusto. Backstage? Cross. Pero subong, United Nations is doing something to stop, to educate these people, to stop the tradition because it's not helping women. 8 out of 10 female children who underwent the procedure could not survive. So imagine. Kada ko sa imposibilidad nga matitanos ka, di ba? Pero pinaka-worst silang experiences kung mag-menstruate sila. That I do not know. Wala ko nagpatahi. I escaped. Sige na, let's go to Rizal's family. Rizal, as a young boy, was very naughty. Si Rizal, si Richard the very slow sa niya phenotype sa kay Rizal. Sa side trip sa iya ang buhok. Maria Clara de los Santos. Gusto mo ako siya. Si Rizal, 4 years old si Rizal. Wala ko nagaya ng Rizal ha. Mga 4 years old si Rizal. Dinarate sa mga Rizal ang story sa mo. Baby mo na pasaway, wala na natin siya ang nanay, nagkalapit siya sa lang. Doña Chidora, who are narrating the story for Rizal, actually, tuduan niya si Rizal at the time sa quadratic equation. Ang nandiyan niya si Rizal. 4 years old, the quadratic equation. Tuloy niyo ang linear and quadratic equation kung sila ginagawa. Ako gaya ko ng baliba. Diyan pa na ha, imagine. Pagkuha ko ulit, number 1 dito quadratic equation. Number 2, mass sa gold. Mass ang gold. So why did you like Korean to Dora Rizal? I'm sorry for you.
he got curious also the what nga flying towards the plane sa Kalampara. So na-curious sila. Dalag si Rizal sa bangko, nag-isi ang kilay ni Rizal. May gisi ang kilay ni Rizal. Lugay na na ako sa ang pa-bisiki.
May gisi ang kilay ni Rizal, kinadagdag siya sa bangko. Wala na ang gilagi patahi, di pa uso ang taytay sang una, ginampalan lang, di ko si siya anay, syempre, di ba? No, kay kapasaway. Ipos na do, gihuyop-huyop lang ni Doña Chodora. Gihampulan o malunggay. The rest is history. The family of Jose Rizal, as to finances, was not really as rich as many biographers have claimed, but they were comfortably well-to-do. You visit the house of Rizal in Calamba so that you will know nga kung ano sila kamanggaranon at that time. Manggaranon din sila gura at that time. Baka compare to their neighbors, ha? Imagine, may ara ka mo 16 hectares nga duka. Subong yasindero ka na, di ba? Ang isa lang gani ka hektarya, pwede nga sindera na imo kapag balay. Hindi na magpalantaw TV sa ilabintana, di ba lang? Kapanirana. As to the members of the family, it was their mother, Doña Chodora, who had the most striking personality due to her intelligence, her upbringing, and her dispositions in life. Doña Chodora was known to be a well-read person, and she also knew how to appreciate literature. Actually, damo, ay isa si Doña Chodora sa naka-inspire gid kay Rizal, naka-bulig and have shaped the behavior of Rizal, the liking of Rizal, interest of Rizal towards literature. In one of his private correspondence, Rizal told Blumentritt, Ferdinand Blumentritt, PFF News sa Rizal, nga kung once makapuli siya sa Calamba, kung may opportunity siya makapuli sa Calamba, he's going to build a library. Okay? Bigger than, much bigger to the library he had in the Pitan. Unfortunately, wala na materialize because, well, you know, nag-abroad si Rizal. Siya patay si Rizal. She corrected her son's verses and she also had a good knowledge of mathematics. Having an excellent intelligence, Doña Chodora was the first teacher of Jose Rizal. She instilled knowledge and took efforts to imbue to her sons the maxims of Christian morality. Having an appreciation in literature, Doña Chodora uses fables to teach his sons a lesson every time they commit a mistake. On the other hand, their father, Don Francisco, was known as the man of few words. He was dignified and hospitable, the attitudes that his children learned from him. The sisters of Rizal did not become prominent in occupying public positions, for in their times, it is unusual for women to have an important positions in the government. But his sisters were greatly responsible for the solidarity of their family, and they are the ones giving Jose Rizal moral and spiritual support. The bond of Jose Rizal and his siblings can be seen in the care and attention given by his siblings. The way his siblings showered their care to Jose Rizal during his deportation in Dapitan, his stay in Hong Kong, and the determination of his sister Narcisa to find his tomb in the afternoon of his execution clearly shows the unifying bond of affection and unconditional love of the Rizal family with each other. Sorry, nasala na siya. Si Narcisa ang nangita sa iyang patay ng lawas. And it was also Narcisa. Kaya di ba may last wishes si Rizal nga gintago niya sa aside from the Mi Ultimo Adios, may stove sa lampara ang Mi Ultimo Adios. Pero ang title sang poem, wala title gali ang poem ha, ang Mi Ultimo Adios. It's not Rizal who gave the title. later on, mabalaan nyo. Sa gasto nga ginhatag niya, I think kay Narcisa ba? Wala gibigatugan si Narcisa sang tuod sa akon mo na nagamuhan ko. Basta kay ginhatag niya ang stove, gitago niya man to ang last wishes niya. May 5 to last wish si Rizal. Wala kang nakabalo. Dapat ano, aragit ka mo sumagot. Wala sing ano sa pamahaw. Wala mo nag-attend. So, mauna siya na dito ang last wish. When Narcisa found that, pero hindi pa gidala sila sure ha, kay Rizal gid to nga remains ang ila na exhumed. Actually, hindi man gid pagkahapon to dayon nakita niya, di ba? I think it took her 4 days pa until sila nakitaan. Ang sakay Rizal gid pa lang ano. May isa ka wish ni Rizal nga ilubong gid siya on the ground. Alangan sa hangin siya ilubong. Basta he wanted to be buried 6 feet below the ground. And that ang ibutang nga initial sa iya tombstones will be written reversely. In reverse. Bali, JPR. Dason, kudalan ang iyang lugnanan. Hindi dapat i-celebrate, i-commemorate ang iyang death anniversary. Amo na gusto ni Rizal. Which we fail to do because we celebrate, di ba? We remember his death, di ba? Every December 30, di ba? We are actually going against the will or the wish of Jose Rizal. Okay, we have the meaning of the name of our national hero, chosen by his mother, who was a devotee of the Christian saint San Jose and also known as Saint Joseph. Protasio, that's the name from Herbacio P, which comes from a Christian calendar. Mercado, surname, adopted in 1731 by Domingo Lamco, the paternal great-great-grandfather of Jose Rizal. The word mercado is a Spanish term, and in English word, it means market. It was said that the Lamco family adopted the Mercado surname to free their younger generation and family member from the prejudices given by the Spanish authorities to those who have Chinese name. Remember, di ba, ang mga Chinese, ang pinaka-discriminated during the time of the Spanish colonization, di ba? Criole, Peninsulares, Criole, Orientalares, Mestizo, Indio, and then the Chinese. Rizal is the name, the word racial, which means new pasture and green field. This name was also given by a Spanish alcalde mayor of Laguna who was family friend. Alcalde mayor is provincial governor. Alonso, from the surname of his mother, Y or E, a Spanish term which means end in English. Rialonda, this name was used by Doña Chidora from the surname of her godmother based on the culture during their time. That's why Jose Protasio Rizal Mercado E. Alonso Rialonda, JPR Miar. The seventh child of Don Francisco Mercado and Doña Chidora Rialonda, born in the lakeshore of Calamba, Laguna in June 19, 1861. Doña Chidora almost died during her delivery because of his big head. Dako ulo si Rizal. That's why siya kini ang subject of bullying sa ilang mga playmates kag sa iyang mga classmates. In fact, when he was 8 years old, nakakita sa away si Rizal because he was his nice classmate of the next classmates, but not playmates. Okay, he was almost 9 years old when he was first sent to a 4 months. 9 years old na siya nag-start, yes, 4 months. Homeschool si Rizal. With Doña Chidora as his teacher. Jose rekindles the story of his birthday, and it was written in his student memoir. Many years later, I was born in Calamba on the 19th of June, 1861, between 11 midnight, a few days before full moon. It was Wednesday, and my coming out in his veil of tears would have cost my mother her life had she not vowed to the Virgin of Antipolo to take me to her sanctuary by way of pilgrimage. Um, pero hindi pa gyapon natuto si Doña Chidora. Nagbata pagid siya. Laban lang, girl. In his student memoir, it was clear that our national hero was truly a poet. On June 22nd, 1861, he was baptized in the Catholic Church of his town, age 3 days old when he was baptized by the parish priest, Father Rufino Collantes, who was a Batangueño. His godfather was Father Pedro Casanas, a native of Calamba and a close friend of his family. The nephew of his godfather, named Mariano Herbosa, will marry Jose Rizal's older sister, Lucia. When Jose Rizal was born, the Governor General of the Philippines was Lieutenant General Jose Lemery. That's why may Lemery Batangas. Jose Rizal has a dog and he named it Usman. Rizal loved to read books. The first romantic book that he read was the book entitled The Count of Monte Cristo, written by French author Alexander Dumas. Home life of the Rizals. The Rizal family had a simple, contented, and happy life. Like other Filipino family, the family ties among the Rizals were intimately close. Their parents, Don Fernando, Doña Isidora, loved their children, but they never spoiled them. Whenever their children, including the national hero, got into mischief, they were given a spunk by their parents. The Rizal family believed in the maxim, spare the rod and spoil the child. The Rizal children were given ample time and freedom to play by their parents. The younger siblings of Saturnina and Pasiano usually played merrily in the azotea or in the garden by themselves, and the other siblings were allowed to play with the children of other families. Rizal's childhood in Calamba was the happiest period of his life. He grew up in a happy home ruled by his good parents, a home with bubbling joy that was sanctified with God's blessings. Rizal's happy childhood in Calamba has a great impact in shaping his identity. Calamba was a hacienda town which belonged to the Dominican order, which also owned all the lands around the province. There are a lot of memories of our national hero in his hometown, Calamba. Some of them are the following. Jose Rizal's first memory in his infancy was his happy days in the garden of their house. He was 3 years old back then, and he remembers all their happy times in their family garden. He also remembered that he was a sick child and he was given a tender care and ample time of affection by his parents. Because of that, his father built a little nipa cottage in their garden for him to play in the daytime. Another childhood memory of Jose was the daily angelus prayer of his family. After their prayer, Rizal and his maid usually took a walk by the river to witness its beautiful scenery. Sunset. Rizal's childhood was the happiest period of our national hero's life. He was given love and attention by his parents and siblings. Because Rizal was a sickly child, his father constructed a nipa hat garden. That's why when Rizal was exiled and deported in the Pitan, he bought, I think, 19,000 hectares nga duta, where he planted around 1,500 pineapples, 200 acacia trees, 400 bananas. Rizal already had this idea when he was exiled in the Pitan nga the Philippines is an agricultural country can only become developed if it will focus on agriculture. Sakto magi, di ba? O galing kay hindi taka-focus, wala ta-focus sa agriculture. Early education in Calamba Binyan and earlier writings. At the age of 4, he could recognize so many birds, and with joy he contemplated at these animals. Rizal had happy days communicating with nature. In fact, there are 4 fauna named after Rizal. Their scientific names, of course. At the age of 5, he began sketching, and at the age of 8, he wrote his poem entitled Sa Aking Mga Kababata. Okay. Others would say nga 11 years old niya naging sulat siya. So, all the more nga hindi naging mapatihan, nga thinking nga amo na ano ang iyang mga words, ka striking, di ba, ka solid sa iyang mga words, ang substance mismo sa iyang sang content sang poem. That's why many scholars and historians would consider Sa Aking Mga Kababata as written by Rizal, a myth. Okay. Kaya wala siya nakapasar sa external and internal criticisms which we discussed yesterday. His mother nurtured his mind and his soul. His mother taught him to read and how to write. His mother also instilled in his mind the sense of duty. Doña Teodora exerts so much effort in making her children a better person. Just like every mother, Doña Teodora corrected Rizal's faults, especially stubbornness. So that's why mastoryahan siya layo ni Doña Teodora sa mga fables. Okay. Ano tong sa story of the moose, ang one time storya ni Doña Teodora kay grabe ka pasaway si Rizal. Ang ending, nagpasaway mo siya Japo. So you have there the story of the moose. Nasunog ang pakpak sa moose. Rizal was too focused on watching the moth in the flame while his mother was telling him the story. Amo na siya, dagdag na siya sa bangko kung nag-isiya kilay. Since his mother was an ilustrado, she valued the importance of education. His mother patiently taught him how to read, write, and stimulate his imagination by telling him many stories. Some more about Rizal, please do read na lang ha. Sa Binyan siya first ang formal education. He was sent to Binyan. Okay. Then we have the detention of Teodora Alonso. While Rizal was happy waiting to go to school in Manila, something happened that darkened the life of their home. Their uncle, Jose Alberto, cousin of Teodora, was one of the wealthiest in Binyan. After he arrived in the Philippines from his trip to Europe, he came home to find his wife gone and his children abandoned. Jose Alberto then realized that his wife had been unfaithful to him. He planned to separate from her, but her cousin Teodora intervened and told him to fix their marriage for the sake of their children. And for these reasons, based on the Catholic principles she professed, they succeeded in their plans and the family was reunited. Rizal, say in his memoriam, a few days later, the infamous woman, together with a lieutenant of the Guardia Civil, which had been a family friend, accused Jose Alberto of poisoning, and they named his mother as the accomplice of his uncle. His mother was put in prison by the alcalde, which was a puppet of the prior. After that incident, his uncle Jose Alberto doubted all men, never entered in any relationship, and he lost faith in friendship. The detention of Doña Isidora was marked by extreme cruelty and humiliation. They made her walk barefoot to the prison by which it was situated 30 kilometers away. Imagine. The case of Doña Isidora reached the audiencia. The alcalde asked for pardon for the case of Doña Isidora. After the alcalde asked for pardon, Doña Isidora was finally absolved. But it took 2 years and a half before she finally gained freedom and release. The incident happened to the mother of Rizal. He became skeptic. The emotional trauma that he had gained because of the incident was very painful. The incident made him lose his faith and confidence at an early age, where his personality was still in crucial formative stage, and it was affected by what happened to his mother. When Rizal was 15 years old, he became a student in Ateneo de Manila. At age 15, he wrote the poem entitled In Memory of My Town. Then we have Cavite Mutiny. Um, this inspired Rizal, di ba, to write a novel about this. Then tragedies in Rizal's young life and execution of Gomborza. He was making preparations to depart when an injustice occurred and threw a shadow across his happy young life. His mother was thrown into prison. And then it was with a sad heart that Francisco Rizal finally sent Jose off to school in Manila. The boy was 11 years of age. His brother Pasiano was studying in College of San Jose, where under his famous teacher, Father Jose Burgos, one of the Gomborza martyrs. That's why Pasiano, it was Pasiano who told Rizal about Gomborza. Let's proceed to Filipino youth. In the year 1879, Liceo Artistico Literario of Manila held a literary contest. This is where Rizal won his poem to the Filipino youth. And then the Council of the Gods opened another literary contest to commemorate the fourth centennial death of Cervantes, Spain's famous author of Don Quixote. The contest was open for both Filipinos and Spaniards. Rizal submitted an allegorical drama entitled El Consejo de los Dioses, or the Council of the Gods. The judges were all Spaniards, and they awarded the first prize to Rizal's work because of its literary superiority. The Spanish community in Manila opposed because the winning author is an Indio. However, despite all objections, the prize was still awarded to Rizal. Rizal's winning allegory was based on Greek classics. Other literary works, we have, aside from the two prize-winning, Rizal produced other poems on Zarzuela entitled Junto al Pasig, staged by the Athenians on December 8, 1880 for the annual celebration of the feast day of Immaculate Conception, a patroness of Ateneo. The piece was mediocre, but some passages expressed subtle nationalist ideas. In the same year, he also wrote a sonnet entitled Filipinas for the Society of Sculptors. In his piece, he urged Filipino artists to glorify the Philippines. And in December 8, 1879, he composed a poem entitled Ab il Asis Imacoma. Decision to go and study abroad. Although his parents were skeptical about this idea, he still pushed to go abroad. Journey to Barcelona and Madrid. So Pasiano made a secret pact with Rizal so Rizal could go to Europe and complete his medical studies there. and prepare himself for the great task of liberating the country from the Spanish tyranny. On 1882, Rizal left the Philippines for Spain, and it was his first trip abroad. Rizal was very excited to learn new things. He was only 20 years old, and as a young man, he was very observant and eager to interact with foreign nationals. Please read na lang ha. Okay, Rizal in France and Germany. Rizal specialized in ophthalmology and trained under the leading ophthalmologists in Europe like Dr. Louis de Werpert of Paris, for whom he worked as an assistant from October 1885 to March 1886. In Germany, he also worked with expert ophthalmologists Dr. Javier Galizowski and Dr. Otto Becker in Heidelberg in 1886 and Dr. Scholzer and Dr. Schweiger in 1887. During his stay in Germany, Rizal befriended the French scholars like Friedrich Ratzel, a German historian. Through his friend Ferdinand Blumentritt, Rizal was also able to meet Fyodor Hagor and Hans Virchow, anthropologists who were doing studies on Philippine culture. Rizal mastered the German language and wrote a paper entitled Tagalish Verkons or Tagalog Metrical Arts. He also translated Schiller's William Tell into Tagalog in 1886, and it was also in Berlin where he finished Noli Me Tangere, which was published on March 21st, 1887, with financial help from his friend Maximo Viola. Rizal participated in the movement of the Ilustrados to utilize propaganda to campaign for reforms in the Philippines. The Ilustrados released various written outputs from New Bits, feature articles, and commentaries. Rizal's exemplary mastery of words was clearly evident in one of his most celebrated works, his first novel, Noli Me Tangere. He proposed to write a book project to be done collaboratively with his fellow writers, but did not materialize and decided to write the novel on his own. Many of his biographers cite several works that influenced Rizal in the writing of Noli. One of these is Juan Luna's painting, The Spoliarium, which depicted the sufferings faced by humanity in the face of inequalities. Another one is Uncle Tom's Cabin, a novel by Harriet Beecher Stowe that dealt with slavery in Africa. Rizal finished the first half of the novel in Spain, supposedly the other half in France, and then completed the draft in 1886. The novel was published the following year in Germany. A lack of funds delayed the book's publication, and until a fellow Ilustrado, Maximo Viola, invested in lending him 300 pesos for the printing of the 2,000 copies. By 1887, Rizal was already sending out copies of the Noli to his friends, and the book began to take flight. Pagpila pa lang sa una ang paprint, oh. The title Noli Me Tangere had biblical reference to the Gospel of John, in which Jesus appeared to Mary Magdalene and uttered these words, "Touch me not, I am not yet ascended to my Father." The choice of the title, according to Rizal, was fitting because he intended to write about the themes that were taboo in the Philippines for centuries, things that people dared not to touch. So Noli Me Tangere is Latin phrase for touch me not. It is not originally conceived by Rizal but was taken from the Bible. Basa na lang ha. You also read the plot for Noli Me Tangere. Let's proceed to the founding of La Liga Filipina. Pen is mightier than a sword. In order to help achieve its goals, the propaganda movement put up its own newspaper called the Solidaridad. The Soli, as the reformists fondly called their official organ, came out once every 2 weeks. Teachers and students, the reformists, were the one who educate the Filipinos at that time by means of using official organ La Solidaridad. Constitution of La Solidaridad. Their tagline, Unos Insar Omnium, or one like all. The Supremo Council, composed of Dr. Jose Rizal as founder, Ambrosio Salvador as president, Agustin de la Rosa as fiscal, Bonifacio Arellano as treasurer, and Diodato Arellano as secretary and Natividad. Moises Salvador, master of lodge of the Mason in Taliba, and Ambrosio Rianzares Bautistas were war advisor during the First Philippine Republic, author of the Philippine Declaration of Independence. Exile, trial, and death, the making of Katipunan in Rizal. Rizal had many visitors in the Pitan, one of which is Florencio Namaan, who was a spy for the friars. Namaan posed as his relative named Pablo Mercado. He was sent to say on Rizal. Siyempre, at that time, hindi pa man uso ang cellphone, di ba? There's no means for Rizal to confirm whether it's their cousin telling him that he is urgently called by his sister. At that time, Andres Bonifacio had already become the Supremo of the Katipunan. Pio Valenzuela went to the Pitan upon the instruction of Andres Bonifacio and Aguinaldo, who had agreed to consult and seek the advice of Rizal as a dangerous regards to the impending revolution. Dr. Pio Valenzuela, with his aide, Rufino Magos, boarded the ship, the Venus of the Pitan, using the alias Procopio Bonifacio. They came with a patient, a blind man named Raimondo Mata. The steamer arrived on June 21st, 1896, about 5:30 p.m. Basa, please, Okay, let's have the Sobre de la Indolencia de los Filipinos. Filipinos during the period of Spanish colonization were commonly described as lazy. Several foreigners visiting the Philippines from the 17th to 19th century affirmed this view of observation. Results work Sobre la Indolencia de los Filipinos as an attempt to correct this view. Rizal admit that laziness does not be among Filipinos, but it cannot be attributed to the problems and retardation of the state. Rizal added also, Filipinos themselves also had their laws, just like him, and all the other heroes in Philippine history. They are not white, they are not also black, they are gray. Even if they would say nga they are my gray area, but I think people are not limited to being white and being black, di ba? Okay. We are composed of expressions of moods, di ba? We are happy, sad, angry, mad, discontented. Then we have the El Filibusterismo, The Reign of Greed, the second novel issued by Noli Me Tangere. Filibuster meaning rebel, political novel. Noli Me Tangere, ano ang genre ka Noli Me Tangere? century? Huh? More on romantic. Rizal as a national symbol, he fought and sacrificed his life for the freedom of our nation, brave enough to write and express against the abusive Spanish colonials that enlightened the minds of the Filipino people, resulting in the Philippine Revolution and later acquiring our independence and freedom. Rizal was executed from crime of rebellion and inspiring revolution. He expressed his love for the Philippines through his novels, essays, and articles rather than through the use of force aggression. Done. Are we done? You may start answering now. Or you want to have your lunch? Oh, sige, you can have your lunch. I'll give you until 2 p.m. if that's okay with you, 2 p.m. And then we're going to discuss your answer. Sige, okay. Basin mang marinate pa mo sa inyong mga lutuon para sa Christmas. Ha? Oo. 2 p.m. tapos na na-answer. Mega, di ba ang ako initial na na order is isa ka carrot, isa ka ubi, isa ka mangga, isa ka choco sa 24. Islan ko gamit, islan ko na gamit. Amo na ang isa ka choco, isa ka mango, isa ka ubi, isa ka carrot. Pero ang choco tani, pwede ko makuha buwas. Hindi man. Man-deliver ta? Sa Kades? Okay, sige. Okay. Sakto na kay malakat ko danay sa aga. Oo, karon na lang sa aga, please. Or kung hindi ko kaabot sa aga, okay, bye. Uy, pangaon sa mo. Kaya nyo na, ha? Okay, number 1, where can you read the line? Ang hindi marunong magmahal sa kanyang sariling wika, okay, which is considered again based on research, historical criticisms, I mean, external and internal. For the sake of those who were not around yesterday, we have two criticisms, types of criticism, historical criticism that we do if we wish to measure or to gauge the authenticity and the truthfulness of a particular source, whether primary or secondary source. So, sa aking mga kababata or to the Filipino youth, it is now considered a myth by the historians, by the scholars and experts, because this piece, this document failed under external and internal criticism. Okay. Rizal was only some 5. There are some who would claim na 11 years old when he wrote this one. Okay. But I think he wrote to my Filipino youth prior the, I think he was still in Binyan school. Okay. So wala pa siya, hindi pa siya, wala pa gid siya guro sing skill in writing to come up with such poem. So the answer is letter C. Pilosopong Tasio Inolimi Tangere is believed to be modeled after Pasiano Rizal. Which work of Rizal was said to be an angry man's personal debate on whether or not a violent revolution would solve the Philippine crisis during Spanish times? You look at, let's do the process of elimination. You look at A, Junto al Pasig. This is actually a comedy, di ba? This is a theater piece. Letter D, whose characters are in trouble under El Filibusterismo? Ibarra and si Simon sa Noli. Wait lang. Galing. Si Simon o si duha ka characters. Elias. Retain letter D. You go to letter B and C. What's our keywords? Violent revolution, di ba? And Philippine crisis. So the answer is letter D. El Filibusterismo. So Nolimi Tangere, Rizal was simply presenting the social ills, di ba? Ang corruption, inept leaders, abuses to women, di ba? Kanday, Doña Pia, Maria Clara. The Republic Act that requires us to teach Rizal and to other Filipino patriots to tertiary students, 1425. RA 1425 requires the teaching of Rizal only for tertiary, meaning college students. Okay? Although we make use of the novels in Filipino and in some other subjects in high school, but it's not necessarily nga Rizal gate nga subject, ha? Or we study Rizal. We simply make use of these novels. Which of the following facts about the veneration of Rizal is not true? Letter D. That is Bonifacio Day. Rizal's last word? I am finished. Rizal uttered these words at around 7 o'clock to 7:03 in the morning. Namahaw pa si Rizal, wala na. On December 30, before he was executed. Namahaw siya, wala. Yes, Rizal had his last breakfast. After his breakfast, naligo siya, and then he prayed again. Chicken nuggets. Prepared by Melay Casideros. Mga buangit. A liberal-minded Spaniard and civil governor of Manila during General Carlos Maria de la Torre's administration, whom Rizal used to visit the home of every Saturday evening because the hero was far away and lonely in Madrid. He and other Filipino students played parlor games with his two daughters. Sino na ang daughter ni Don Pablo? Consuelo. Rizal even made a poem for Consuelo, di ba? Remember, notice nyo, halating nga ara de si Carlos Maria de la Torre, di ba? He served as Governor General. This is not in the Philippines. Yes, this is not in the Philippines. It's in Belgium, I think, or Spain. Spain sila. Spain. Doy. The institution, in another Lunas painting, The Blood Compact, Rizal posed as blank while Dr. Trinidad Pardo de Tavera posed as Legazpi. Si Catuna. Si Catuna ang kapares ni Miguel Lopez de Legazpi when they had the Pacto de Sangre. Again, Trinidad Pardo de Tavera is the father-in-law of Juan Luna. He also, Trinidad Pardo de Tavera also composed the Filipino version for the Cavite Mutiny. The institution that resisted the approval of Rizal law, Catholic Church. He authored Rizal law. Rizal's pen name. There's actually two. Di masalang ang laong-laan. Pero di ang pinakaginagamit niya. Laong-laan. There's another one. May Pag-asa. The American civil governor who chose Jose Rizal to be the national hero, Howard Taft. Sino si Henry McKinley? Gani? Benevolent assimilation. Ha? Ang pinaka kay McKinley. Annexation of the Philippines. Rizal. When he joined the Freemasonry in Europe. Ostensibly, an association composed of Filipinos that had its motto, Onus Instar Omnium, La Liga Filipina. The Spanish Governor General who ordered the deportation. Si Polavieja, sino siya? Siya ang nagpatay? Verdict. He gave the verdict to execute Rizal. That's Polavieja. Jardines. Si Jardines, daw mo di ba lang sa family names mo? Check nyo lang. The following are the famous works and writings of Jose Rizal except because that is by Marcelo H. Del Pilar. Published in an edition of La Solidaridad. Los Agricultores de los Filipinos, or the agriculture of the Philippines. After the deportation of Rizal to the Pitan, La Liga Filipina split into two. Letter C. What was the illness suffered by Rizal which he himself was able to cure? Tuberculosis. Nagka-TB si Rizal. Unfortunately, wala pa TB doc center that time. So, pero siya na-cure niya. Yes. Which of the following is not a work? Pero, you know what? Joseph and Brocken, after, I think 4 years after Rizal died, was executed, she went back to Hong Kong, and then she married again. She died because of tuberculosis. So it's possible na nakontra niya para Rizal. And it's true when you're one TB na virus, will manifest 10 to 15 years after you contracted the virus. Be very careful, be cautious. Kung maglagay ka mo, dapat nagsahay ka mo baso. 10 years after pa, mag-manifest nga you have the virus. Nagkaanak sila ni Rizal?
Yes,
But that was not of Rizal. Yes. I was there. It's not me. Si Josephine Bracken, before siya, the reason why Josephine Bracken and Rizal met, because Josephine accompanied his stepfather. They're actually from Hong Kong. Ginupdan niya iyang, because Rizal was very popular. His clients would include mga elite from Cebu, from Iloilo, from Mindanao, and Hong Kong. Amo na siya si Rizal at the time. Isa pamulong sang katarak. Si Josephine Bracken kay bala mo diya din na ako manugit. Had, according to Rizal, while they were living together, upod nila ang stepfather ni Josephine Bracken, di ba? Pero actually, amo na siya nga, some would say nga wala gid gipakasla ni Rizal si Josephine Bracken because even Rizal noticed it nga there's so much intimacy between Josephine Bracken and his stepfather that if it will be your first time to see them being that close, you will not believe na they are simply daughter and father having that relationship. Kay maski kini pag-abot nila, first time nila kita na ni Rizal, Rizal really thought that Josephine Bracken is the mistress ni isang iyang stepfather. Yes, kay baog si Rizal. Oh, probably. And there's an article actually which Rizal wrote. Rizal wrote an article which he entitled "I Am Gay." Of course, there could be a different interpretation to that. Gay doesn't necessarily mean man of homosexuality, di ba? I mean, the word is not limited to that definition, to that sense. Gay could mean you're just happy, delightful, di ba? Or delighted. Whatever Rizal intended for us to imagine, let it be. But one thing is for sure, Rizal is a metrosexual. Metrosexual. What's a metrosexual? The likes of David Beckham. Kakilala ko sa David Beckham. Fashionista. Mahilig mag-dress up. Actually, damo-damo si Rizal mga pictures. Ay, mahilig pagit si Rizal mag-photobombing. Ga-appear lang siya gulpi sa mga photo shoots. Lain po kayo kung magklase ko aning awa po yung kay Balo. Which of the following is not a work of art? Notice the key word there. Work of art by Jose Rizal. The answer is, Parisian Life. You know what, si Rizal, kanami mag-carve. Carving, sculpture, nami si Rizal. El Ermitaño, that's a sculpture. Ang Sacred Heart, syempre, carving. Ginhatag niya niya gift ang Ermitaño kay Father. Nalipat ko kay Father. Pero gift yan na. Jose Rizal, kay Blumentritt niya ginhatag. Sorry, hindi kay Father, Jose Rizal graduated in Ateneo with highest academic honors with a degree of letter B. Sa Universidad Central de Madrid niya ginkuha ang ophthalmology. Bachelor of Arts, that's in USC together with philosophy and letters. Agriculture, that's under Ateneo also. Ateneo Municipal. Rizal as academic genius, studied philosophy and letter at, UST. Rizal's academic triumph at Ateneo can be attributed to 3 factors, except, yes. Very confident sa Rizal, but there was only one time nga na daw hindi siya confident. That time ba lang na napriso si mama niya? The following were results extracurricular activities in Ateneo except letter B, officer in Sodality of Our Lady. O judo varsity si ano ha, si Jose Rizal.
First Filipino to the world.
Rizal opted to study ophthalmology at the UST Faculty of Medicine and Surgery because he wanted to Kahala? Balikan ta to balang kagina. Arts ni siya guro ang ano ang answer di sa 20 arts. Check ta lang pero kung UST ang medicine, arts ni siya ang ano.
Sir, kay puro na arts man ang
Kaya lang ha. Pero nag-proceed siya sa ophthalmology sa Central Universidad de Madrid. Na. Una siya sa Ateneo. After niya nag-Ateneo, nag-UST siya. After UST, nag-Spain na siya dayon. It should be arts, guro. Arts. Arts. 20. Number 24. Did you get it? Number 24. Okay, 25. Rizal remembered the first melancholy night he spent under Azotea balcony. Azotea, terrace, di ba? Balcony na siya ang need niya sa architecture. Although may garden sila, di ba? Pero ang pinaka ano niya sa di ba sa iya memoir ni ni Rizal, ang nipahat nga ginpaobra ni Papa niya sa ila garden because he used to be a very sickly child. In Spanish architectural design, kiti di ba ng Spanish period ni siya. Balcony gina siya ang azotea. Daka extension na siya sa balay, di ba? Kumamba ka nga garden, go gid siya Oh. Rizal? Oo. Pwede siya sa babaw, naapod siya sa dalong. Oo. Okay. So, house yung mga answers. Rizal wrote the essay El Amor, Patria or Love of Country under the pseudonym Naulaan. The following are the language lessons took by Rizal at Madrid, except nga nung wala siya nagtuwag Spanish. When he went to Spain, especially when he proceeded with his ophthalmology course, he was often criticized of his Spanish language. Okay. Kay syempre lain ang punto or ang accent, 'di ba, sa mga Espanyol here in the Philippines. Kay somehow assimilated with the accent, 'di ba, of the language spoken by the people here in the Philippines compared to that in Spain. Three Filipinos called triumvirate of the propaganda movement except Juan Ataide. In 1884, Madrid Exposition, Rizal joined Juan Lunes Victory, which won gold medal for... Ang letter B kay sino na? Felix Resurrection Hidalgo. Christian virgins exposed to the populace. Felix Resurrection Hidalgo. So, we'll see wala po ang resurrection Hidalgo. O, check lang kung double C or double R, one C, or yeah, that's by Felix Resurrection Hidalgo. Christian virgins exposed to the populace. Statement 1, Jose Rizal went to Europe informing his parents. Statement 2, Rizal's decision. Ano pa man ko? Decision to leave the country was due to his dissatisfaction in his education at UST. The answer is letter B. Number 30. It was only Pasano who knew that he's going to Europe. Okay. Statement 2. Not because of his education or dissatisfaction of his education in UST. Okay. In fact, sorry, letter C. Letter C. Number 30. Not B. Both statements are false or not true. The education at UST is one of the best. Okay. Rizal took and passed the medical examination and was awarded the degree of licentiate in ophthalmology. In Leipzig, Rizal worked as librarian to earn an extra income. He translated the fairy tales of Hans Christian Andersen to Tagalog for his nieces and nephews in the Philippines. Letter B. But he translated. Also, ang ugly duckling. You can translate man yan. What else? Damo siya gintang translate pa. Aside from successos, we can also consider those as works of Rizal, translated. Rizal was full-fledged surgeon when he moved to Paris. Rizal met his Japanese sweetheart named Josephine Bracken. Di siya nagkadto after he became a full-fledged surgeon. He went back home. Diba? Time is of the essence. Lapit na mabulag si mama niya. Rizal noted in his diary that America is the land par excellence of the freedom for the whites. Upon Rizal's return to Europe, he organized the society of the propagandists known as La Liga Filipina. True. Letter A. Rizal blatantly attacked the arguments of Friar Rodriguez, who was attacker of Noli through his pen name Dimasala. Mayi is an article written by Rizal where he discussed the history of the Philippines. How are we going to correct statement 2? Mayi is the name given by China to the Philippines. That's the old Chinese name of the Philippines, Mayi. There's another one. Memoria. That one is not by the Chinese, pero mga group of ilustrados, they named the Philippines Memoria. Okay. Pero from a mythology siyang ang Lemuria. How are we going to correct statement 2? Din discuss na Rizal ang history of the Philippines. Sa Sucesos de las Islas Filipinas, di ba? Annotations of Dr. Jose Rizal. Remember, in the Sucesos de las Islas Filipinas of Antonio de Morga. Regarded as a polymath, Rizal's genius was manifested in both the science and the arts. The triumvirate of the propaganda movement. Letter B. You got it right?
Yes.
Antonio de Morga, in his book Sucesos, noted that the ancient Filipinos had army and navy with artillery and other weapons of warfare, like Chris and Campilan, richly ornamented with iron and steel. All these point to the fact that before the Spaniards came, the early Filipinos had their own culture. What's your answer? Oh. The famous character in Rizal's novel who became the symbol of the abused Filipino mother, wala nang iba, Sisa. The night before his execution, Rizal's genius was manifested in his poem. It's an elegy. Paano na nasa patay? Ang eulogy. Putsang elegy na. Haiku, it's pila gani ka line sa haiku na 575. Ang sonnet, mga William Shakespeare's na epic, syempre, mga heroic deeds, di ba? Which is true about the main antagonist in Rizal's Noli Me Tangere? Letter B. Letter B. What does the title Noli Me Tangere mean? The title El Pili means? Subversive. Kung ang filibustero lang, filibuster, that's a rebel, di ba? Or the filibuster, di ba? Kung ang direct translation of the word filibustero, di ba? Or el filibusterismo, meaning it's more on the rebellion, di ba? That's why subversive. Resistance. The main character of Noli Me Tangere is Ibarra. How about El Peli? The novel El Feli is about? How about Noli Me Tangere? Yeah, all of the above. The novel Noli Me Tangere, in fact, Noli Me Tangere is considered a romantic novel. Diba? It's, ano,
I would love more.
Noli Me Tangere is dedicated to Maria Clara. How about El Feli? Noli Me Tangere was inspired by Gabi ba? Uncle Tom's Cabin. Hindi Uncle Tom's Cabin. Cabin. Simeon is a wealthy jeweler who came back to the Philippines after 13 years. Crisostomo Ibarra was a student abroad who had his homecoming after 7 years. Filosofo Tasio is a character in Noli Me Tangere, personified in reality by Pasano. The heaven-sent financier of Noli Me Tangere, Maximo Viola. Wala na sa taning mo. Rizal lost hope already that his novel will again be shelved because he don't enough money to finance the publishing of his novel. Good thing he has Maximo Viola on to the rescue. The novel El Feli came off the press with the financial assistance of Valentin Ventura. How many copies, by the way? No, ang copies ang Noli Me Tangere. Ang first i-print, copies, not the chapter. 300. Pila ang ginatag ni Maximo Viola? 2,000. The girlfriend of Isagani who jumped off for another man? Paulita. Uy, nabasa niyo nila story? Basahan niyo? Di ba? Oo. Nami, ang ano, hala na siya sa, hala na siya sa novel, gani. What causes the excommunication of Crisostomo Ibarra? Very recent lang na siya ginpagawa sa episode sa, di ba? Maria Clara Ibarra. Ginsumbag ni Ibarra si Padre Damaso. In what way does Ibarra and Elias differ from each other? A and B. Why did Maria Clara betray Ibarra? Letter B. What is the name of the town of the setting of Noli Me Tangere? Natagpi ko na, kundi na siya naging kuha sa writer sa Jimmy 7 na Maria Clara Ibarra. Sa Noli Me Tangere, may remains sa mystery kung sino itong babae na ginsugo ni Crisostomo Ibarra para magdulong sa bulong kay Maria Clara. Di ba na-difference si Maria Clara? Ang una siya ang character ni Barbie Fortesa. Diba na nilaging kuha guro na. Oo. Hindi siya, dira na nilaging pasulod ang character. Kay it remains a mystery kung sino to siya ang babae. Kay after na sa kung basahon niyo biya ang unexpurgated vidya, dira mas damo na siya bisang cut ang ano mga excerpts na lang siya kalabanan sa translated na. Wala, naminaw ako sa akong teacher kay di man ko kabaw magbasa og Spanish. Ang akong teacher mas ano siya, inang daw feeling kung mamati ka sa iya daw, upod sila ni Rizal nagsulat sa Nolimi Tangerine. She used to be a consultant for JME7 Amaya. Oo, professor ko. Okay. Ano pa galing isa man? Kay si Sir Montano Rizal. Hindi, I had my recent interview with the singer behind Tadhana, the official soundtrack of Bayang Barrios ang Encantadia. San Diego. How many Sisas offspring? One. Kay di ba buhi si Basilio, si Crispin lang ang di ba ang ending left hanging siya, di ba? Ang ending sa El Feli. Last na yung city mo, okay, di ba? Sequel sa Lorraine, di ba? Si Maria Clara, nagsunod siya sa monasteryo. Ang ending, si Padre Salve na ang rector sa monasteryo. Di ba? Di ba si Padre Salve may pagdanahan sa kay Maria Clara? So, doka mo managapan na natabo subong, di ba? Up to this time, the challenges, grabe, no? Doka propesya ang nobleman ni Rizal. Doka up to this time, we are still hurling through this mga struggles and challenges. Basahan nyo ba? Wala ka mo nagbasa na? On point. What innovation proposed by Ibarra that Padre Damason later on Padre Salve don't want to materialize? Education. Ara man ni, di ba? Bago ni, patukod sila building, di ba? School. Tanaw na lang kamo sa GMA class kay para kamo maka-learn sa kung tamad ka mo magbasa. The character in Nolimi Tangerine, one thing I like sa sa Jamie 7 nga nga series kay wala gid siya bala nag-detach sa no? I mean gina-highlight gid ang libro gid ya, as in ang sa libro gid, hindi ang sa balahaw. Oo. The character in Nolimi Tangerine that symbolizes the Philippines during the Spanish colonization. Letter. Kay sino dedicated ang Nolimi Tangerine? Maria Clara de los Santos. He translated in English the two novels of Jose Rizal, Leon Maria Guerrero. Nolimi Tangerine and El Fili was narrated in. When you say first person, it's going to be me, diba? I. Second person, you. Third person, fourth person, we. Us. Third person, pronoun did. Resource na mo Ibarra, ginapangalanan ng mga so, it's letter C. Third person narration. Which is not part of the aims of La Liga Filipina. Letter, letter B. Not. Why did Rizal leave the Philippines for Europe in February of 1888? Ay, namo. Ha? Letter A, to avoid persecution. Kabalo na siya. Ginpabalo na siya, kagaduda na ang Spanish authorities once Noli Me Tangere was released. Siyempre, nakabasa ng mga, di ba, ang mga Spanish authorities. Saan na-publish ang Noli Me? 1887, di ba? So, nagpuli na siya di. Pag ang that's why ginabalan siya mag-better siguro maghuli-huli kadanay of what would be your next move. So, naglakat siya, di ba? Ang ending, paglakat niya sa Europe, nag-ubra siya ng panibagong na novel. Sequel to his first novel. That's why El Ferry is actually his death warrant. May kabalo na siya. The place honored by Rizal in his poem, Meritero. Dapitan. You know what? He really liked Dapitan. He loved Dapitan so much. He, together with Father Mariano Dacanay, gave the title to Rizal's poem, Mi Ultimo Adios. Mariano Ponce. Pero ang kay Mariano, kay Mi Ultimo, may arap pa sugpon. Ang kay Mariano Dacanay is Ultimo Adios. So, gin-combine nila, Mi Ultimo Adios. Si Ladislao Diwa sa Katipunan. Danay sila ni Diodato Arellano, Andres Bonifacio. What was the activity of Jose Rizal and his students in the subject, nature study of the subject? Nature study. Letter. Letter C. If Noli Me Tangere has 63, including the epilogue, how many chapters does the El Feli have? 38. The places where Rizal worked on his second novel. Actually, ang iya second novel kay Ghent, Belgium siya, di ba? Belgium. Dapat first ni siya, no? First novel ni, no? No? Dapat kay amo ni siya hatan ako. Remember BG and GB. This will be Berlin, Germany. This is Noli Me Tangere. Noli Me Tangere, no? Okay. Ghent, Belgium. Ghent, Belgium. BGGP. Kung second name, hindi ni siya answer. Wala ni siya diyang answer. Kung first, that would be, kung first, that would be Calamba, London, Paris. Published lang nga siya, oh. Sa Germany siya gin-publish. First.
What was the sir?
Ay, sakto ni siya. Sakto ni siya kay sa Belgium man lang siya gin-publish. Pero ginsulat niya ang first part ginsulat niya sa Calamba, then in London, and then in Paris. So, sakto lang ni siya.
Second, sir?
Letter C. Oh, second. Sakto na second Nobel. 1892 ni-published ang Alfele. Which of the following fauna species that Rizal collected, species kung singular, species kung plural, was not named after him? Yes, sparrow. Rizal took up land surveying and bachelor's in agriculture degree in Ateneo Municipal. Rizal was considered father of Philippine comics because of his. Who answered A? How about B? Max and Moritz is actually the inspiration of the baptism of two brothers. The answer is letter B. What is the pen name used by Rizal? Laon-laan. And which of the following is the fifth of the 5 last wishes of Rizal? Letter B. To not commemorate his death anniversary. Letter A, that's his second. Letter C, that's his first. Letter D, third. Fourth is Butangan Fence. Yeah, first. Dahil second ang letter C. No. Third ang letter C. Second ang letter... No, first ang letter C. Second ang letter A. Third ang D. Fourth ang may fence. Fifth ang letter B. Rizal was fondly called by Gertrude Beckett as the answer is letter ang Getty, that's for Gertrude. Ang Petty, that's for Rizal. Remember Petty, si Rizal, di ba? Letter B. Ha? B? Guy? Pai? Guy? Si Ate Guy na. Sino raw na? Ha? Sa... Kanang spelling na guro na. Rizal's hatred towards... Sige na, shall we move on? Rizal's hatred towards the Chinese found its way in the character of... What's our keyword there? Chinese. Nga, hate ni Rizal ang mga Chinese. Knowing 1/4 of him is actually Chinese. His mother is half. So that makes it 1/4. Na-keep si Rizal. May nakaaway si Doña Chidora na Chinese merchant na, one of those na nag-sold sa Spanish authorities. Naglakuan si Doña Chidora. Ito ba lang naglakad siya? 30 kilometers ang nilakad niya pakadto sa iyang person set. Quiroga. Diba negosyante man na si Quiroga? Si Ben Zaid, sino na siya gani? Sino si Ben Zaid? Ang Arab, di ba? Rizal was exceptional and prolific in a wide range of subjects except who says A? Rizal is among the genius. Sports. Remember, the judo si Rizal. The fencing. Chess. No. Board games. Gahampang sila ni inang wala sa makaperde kay Rizal sa dito lang sa ila lang circle ha sa chess. Okay. No, Rizal could play the flute. He's an expert in solfeggio. Oo. Niya, ano mo kuha man mo upuan?
That's the kind of art of new curriculum.
Hindi ko ma-talipat ko kung ang experience ng solfeggio. Oh my God. Like Rizal, I can't say. Basta kay do, re, mi, fa, so, silent ang so, kag, la. That's why solfeggio. It's a technique actually. Tapos gasulat si Rizal ang Maria Clara hymn, di ba? Si Rizal na ang nagsulat man sa Maria Clara hymn. Of course, siya ang author sa Noli Me Tangere, di ba? Ang himno, ano to ganit kagina? Trabaho, di ba? That's also by Rizal. Pero, wala siya sa angelic voice. Balda lang siya sa kanta. Which of the following social ills that Rizal rallied against in his novel El Fili? All are true. What inspired El Filibusterismo? Remember the book he was reading when he was a child? The Count of Monte Cristo. Ano na sa Divine Comedy or Divina Commedia? Kailan na siya yung class star it's like ang balitasan siya na colloquium siya na someone is speaking sa heaven, sa hell, sa purgatory. Nasulit na ni 82. 83, 84, Let's go to 85. Land of cherry blossom, where Rizal visited for 1 month and a half. Japan.
Dati wala kapon sir.
No, ganiha pa na. What was Rizal's first winning literary piece on the competition sponsored by Artistic Literary Lyceum?
Alam mo, Oriental Philippine.
To the Filipino women. Amo na? To the women of Malolos nga, to the Filipino women. To the women of Malolos. Ala Juventud Filipina. Letter C. Filipino youth. The youngest sister of Rizal. Are you sure? Hindi si Soledad. 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 Elder sister yan si Saturnina. How old Rizal was when he was sent to study in Binyan? 9. Which of the following is the best possible reason why Rizal left Japan? Rizal, what was between Rizal and Oseisan could have saved Rizal kung nag-stay siya sa Japan and married Oseisan. That's why many Japanese are also venerating Rizal, and you can find a couple of statues of Rizal in Japan because of Oseisan. Even if kanami lang sa kay Oseisan, kay when Rizal told him na inang love siya ni Rizal, nakamove on na si Rizal this time sa kay Leonor Rivera. It's just nga mas nangibabaw kay Rizal ang mission na ginahambal sa iya ni Pasiano. Letter C. When actually Rizal told Oseisan that he has to leave Japan because of this mission, noble mission, mas na-appreciate siya ni Oseisan. Kaya di ba mga Japanese, grabe man sila patriotic. Who first recognized Rizal as a hero? What is the principal tool of the heart and head according to Rizal? Brush is for the hand. Diba? More on sa artist. How about ang chisel? Strength. Revolver. Anger. A revolver to a madman. Letter D. The pen is mightier than the sword. First recognized Rizal, A. What was the main point of Rizal when he annotated the sucesos de las Islas Filipinas of Morga? Letter A. What is not allowed every December 30 under RA 229? Yes. Cockfighting is not allowed. High ally is not allowed. Horse racing is not allowed. Letter D. Who is tasked to the full implementation of RA 1425 under Memorandum Order number 247? Letter C. Ambal naton sa tertiary lang itudlo ang Rizal. Letter C. Which forward can we find to the Filipino people and their government? Huh? Letter B. Mga Pisa is the unfinished novel of Jose Rizal. Unfinished. It's also written in Tagalog. Wala siya naman, pero ang iyang content is almost similar to that of El Fili. So, probably he wrote it before El Fili. What is referred as Rizal's death warrant? El Fili. Which is true about Rizal being an archaeologist? Letter archaeologist. Letter C. Which is true about Rizal being a cartographer? Ha? Ay, wait lang. Oh, sakto na. Letter number 98, letter? Letter D. Cartography, the study of maps. How many languages does Rizal speak? 20 lang. Pero, Rizal could not speak Hiligaynon. Diba? Sad. Kasad. Being a philologist, Rizal, letter C. Sino na ang maswerteng mag-uwi ng ating camera package?